welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month for the horoscopes for July 2024. Wow, the year is going by so quick. It's like crazy. I can't believe we're already to July. If you guys have not met me before, it's nice to meet you. I'm Candice. I am a Western and evolutionary astrologer. I work both with tarot as well as the Sabian symbols to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. And thank you guys so much for joining me. Let's go ahead and get on into it. I just want to give you guys a little bit of information before we jump into the 12 signs. If you are new to my channel, there is always timestamps below, so you can skip ahead to your sun, moon, or rising sign, or you guys can see some of the stuff that I have kind of coming up on my channel. Offerings for this month, we've got something new for you guys. So if you're watching this at the end of June, heads up, I am putting together a whole presentation for the USA 2024 election. I've had so many people asking me. It's definitely one of my favorite types of astrology to practice, kind of taking a look at the country's chart and much, much more. I will be diving deep into the United States solar return for 2024. We're going to look at the election transits as well as both Biden and Trump's chart and a few other characters. We're going to look at progressions. We're going to look at solar returns, annual perfections, and I have narrowed it down to a few potential outcomes that could be playing out, some of which involve neither candidate. So it is going to be buck wild, y'all. Make sure you're subscribed to my newsletter. I promise I won't spam you. We only send stuff out when we're having specials or when I have new courses. But you guys on my newsletter list are always first to get the heads up if I have something new coming out. This is taking a lot of time for me to put together and a lot of research. It will be pre-recorded, but I believe we're probably going to do a premiere for it. So we'll probably do like a private link so you guys can watch it, and I'll try to be there in the chat, sipping my tea, hearing what you guys have to say. Head over to my website, join my newsletter if you want to be notified when the recorded presentation is available. It will be dropping early in July, just in time for the 4th. If you like my work and you want to support me, there's a number of ways that you can do that. Consider joining my YouTube memberships. I have 3 different levels, or you guys can consider donating. You can scan the QR code right up there if you'd like to give me a tip. I try to film this as high quality as possible. I want to kind of recreate what it would be like to have a one-on-one session with me in a Zoom. I know not everybody can afford to get a reading, but I really have been working hard on these horoscopes for the better part of like almost the last 2 years to help everybody better understand astrology, better understand what's going on in the world, and better prepare for the month ahead. So I always appreciate your generosity. If you guys do feel like subscribing to the channel or giving me a tip, I appreciate it. Any interaction with the channel really helps. So if you guys give me a thumbs up because you like this content, I appreciate it. If you click the bell button below and you subscribe, you will catch my videos whenever I'm here on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. And you help support me as a full-time content creator. Leave me a comment below if this is helpful. I love reading your guys' comments. I can't get back to everybody all the time, but I appreciate it. And it's always fun to watch you guys come back at the end of the month and leave comments about how some of my predictions played out for you. You can catch me here on Fridays. Most every Friday I'm here live, and we are here on the channel at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern time, and we do live readings. So if you want to get a live mini reading, we do tarot readings and we do astrology readings. We can cast your chart and I can answer your questions. If you have questions about a natal chart or about a timing situation or a transit, I'm happy to help. Keep an eye on my community tab. I usually post this link on Thursdays. So if you want to get in the queue and guarantee that you're going to get a reading before we close down the kind of the queue where you can get in for your donation, it's a great way to get in, ensure you get a reading and not have to wait. I am available. My books are open for new clients. I see clients twice a week on Tuesdays and Saturdays. So if you want to book a personal one-on-one reading with me, if you know that you have a birthday coming up, or maybe you want to select a special date for a wedding or an event, you want to look at your synastry with you and a partner, or you have questions about your year ahead, I'm happy to work with you. I practice all different types of sessions to better prepare my clients for what's going on in the world. Check out my website below at beyondtheveiltarot.com. We are now taking bookings in the month of September and October. I'm usually always booked out 2 months at a time. Sometimes you get lucky and you'll see an opening. So if you see something, I'm happy to work with you. And I know that it's a little early, but if you're wanting to get gift cards for the holidays, or if you're wanting to gift a reading for something special, we have instant download gift cards. So you can purchase a gift card and you can gift that to somebody and give them the gift of foresight. All right. So once again, if you guys are new, these are the transits that catch my eye. Now, I really hone in on, I think, the 12 rising signs and like how things are going to be impacting you guys throughout the month of July. You can catch another video that'll be coming out later in June. That's going to be an overview video where I'm going to look at all of the transits for the month. I'm going to give you guys my hot take on it. But generally, when I do the 12 rising horoscopes, I really just focus on like, what's most important? What do you guys need to watch for? And so this is the list that I've narrowed it down to. Yes, it is always a lengthy list. But I will tell you guys that this month's gonna be a little spicy. So we're gonna definitely see some colorful transits that are gonna be going on in the sky. Overall, we've got a ton of planets that are moving through Cancer and also moving through the sign of Leo. I will go transit by transit and give you guys my 2 cents. Now is a really good time to either take a screenshot of this, or you guys can check in the description below. There will be a whole list of these transits with the dates, so you can also copy them. You can save them if that's something that you would like to do, or you could note it in your calendar. So basically, let's start with the ingresses, the retrogrades, and the lunations, and then we'll kind of get into the transits. So for the ingresses for the month, this is going to be when planets are changing signs. On the 3rd, we're going to see Mercury entering into the sign of Leo. So if you happen to be Gemini or a Virgo rising, this is really significant for you guys because your chart ruler is on the move. Something's changing. It's going into another area of life. Mercury in Leo, loud, bold, confident, creative, daring, romantic, right? So there is a lot of creative energy, wonderful for artists, performers, and also just being a little bit more playful when it comes to communication. Then we're going to see on the 20th of the month, Mars will be moving into the sign of Gemini. So my Aries and my Scorpio risings, Mars, your chart ruler, is on the move. You want to take a look at where this is happening in your chart. Well, what can we say? I mean, this is going to be after the big boom of the Mars-Uranus conjunction. Mars moving into Gemini is very capable of juggling more than one task. It's also, I think, very witty. It can be great for people who are wanting to plan road trips, or people who are wanting to focus on writing, being more confident in how we're communicating, and kind of sticking up for themselves. Mars transits are really important this year, guys, because Mars is the ruler of the North Node in Aries. So when Mars makes that connection to Uranus, it's going to be a big deal. When we see Mars move into Gemini, right off the bat, it's going to start coming into a trine with Pluto. Very, very powerful energy. This is brave. This is also air. So it's social. It's about information. It's about learning, moving around, connecting with other people. So that's going to be an interesting transit to watch. About 6 weeks or so of having Mars in this particular sign. I will do a video on this in the future, but just know that there are going to be some hangups here. Eventually we will see Mars come into conjunction with Jupiter, which I think is a wonderful transit that is going to be happening in another monthly episode, I think sometime in August. And we will also see Mars that will come into a square throughout that transit with Saturn in Pisces and then Neptune in Pisces. So, kind of take the good with the bad. I'm really loving, though, that trine to Pluto off the bat. It's going to be a very powerful day for kind of connecting our goals and our collective and groups in the future with some sense of like motivation, taking action, communicating, initiating new tasks, learning. So it's a really great transit. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see that the sun will be entering into the sign of Leo. So this month we're going to be seeing the first 3 weeks is Cancer season. If you're a July Cancer, happy birthday. If you are a July Leo, happy birthday. That sun entering into Leo, it's moving into its home sign. So it's very playful and fun and creative. It's really shining a light on the things that we love. It's a good transit also for indication for romantic stuff involving children, youth, things of that nature. Something you want to consider is that we are going to see both with Mercury entering Leo and also with the sun entering Leo. Both of these transits are going to come into an opposition with Pluto right off the bat. So there is going to be some intensity with this transit. We think of Leo being the self, our joy, our creativity, our hobbies, what we love, our children, our romantic kind of connections, the heart, right? And the opposition is going to be to Pluto in Aquarius, which represents massive change and transformation for the collective, for groups of people, for masses. I think we're going to kind of feel like we're between a rock and a hard place. I think that I would really be watching what happens when both Mercury and the sun make oppositions to Pluto. I know I will. This is a very, very important opposition, not only because it's going to be showing us like what has power over us or what is making us feel powerless, or where maybe we're feeling like we're losing some sense of like momentum when it comes to going after what we want. But this is also the same degrees where we will see in December Mars retrograde in Leo, and it will come also into the opposition. Another video for another day, but basically what I'm getting at is that we will see several of these oppositions, and it's possible that there can be communications, things that we are hearing or reading about in regards to creatives, Hollywood people, leaders, that's also Leo, that are being challenged by the collective, by the masses. And then, that will play out when we see Mars retrograde later this year. So it's going to be kind of interesting. I think we're going to see some shots fired in terms of things people are saying or actions people are taking to be able to have control over leadership in the future. So in your own life, you're going to want to take a look at this and kind of go like, what's coming up for me mentally, or what am I talking about, or what am I reading, or what am I learning about, or what am I experiencing out in the world or in my own life, that I'm then going to make changes and kind of integrate those changes later in 2024. All right, we've got Mercury on the 25th entering into Virgo. So it's moving into its home sign. Once again, my Gemini and Virgo risings, pay attention, because this is going to be a hot topic for you as your chart ruler moves into a new sign, especially I would say Virgos, because obviously it's crossing your ascendant or sun or moon. There's more details with Mercury and Virgo. There's definitely going to be a sense of focusing on, our to-do lists and productivity and organization and health, pets, and things revolving also around our schedules. One thing I'll tell you guys though is that at some point mid-month, we will see Mercury go into shadow. Yes, the Mercury retrograde will not begin until August. However, when we come into shadow, this is when Mercury is in the degrees which it will retrograde back through. So in early August, we'll see a Mercury retrograde in Virgo, but it will turn retrograde in the early degrees of Virgo and dip into Leo. So if you got anything like the first 5 degrees or so of Virgo, or I would say like, the mid to the late degrees of Leo, you will be impacted by this Mercury retrograde. So be mindful of that, and I'll give you guys the info on that. But if you're somebody who likes to do your stuff before the shadow, so that way you're not kind of getting hit by some of the pre or post shadow, I would recommend doing that. This retrograde is going to be interesting. All of the Mercury retrogrades this year are going to be interesting because Jupiter is in Gemini. So it's going to make some of the retrogrades louder. It is going to bring up more in regards to reworking, right, retrograde, or rethinking what we have learned, where we can travel. Certainly Jupiter deals with like air travel. It also deals with education. It deals with vehicles. It deals with communications. So when Mercury goes retrograde, we already have issues with communications, but because Mercury is not only going to be going retrograde in a sign that's associated with Mercury, right, in health and organization, but it's playing off of that Jupiter and Gemini. Ooh, there is going to be some mega things going on in media and headlines, lots of changes of laws, reworking words, and it's, I mean, pardon my French, but it's gonna be a shit show. And so will the one at the end of the year in Sagittarius. So these Mercury retrogrades are gonna feel a little bit more wonky than usual. So I tell you this so that way you're a little bit better prepared, and you're doing your due diligence prior to the shadow to kind of get your stuff done. Obviously, Mercury retrograding into Leo is going to kind of have us say, wait a second, what am I doing with my time? And am I focusing on integrating the things that I love? Am I making time for my kids? Am I making time for my hobbies? Do I love what I'm doing for work? And it's going to bring up a lot of health things, right? Retrograde through Virgo into Leo, because Mercury has to go back to Leo and say, well, wait a second, what's going on in the heart of the matter, right, Leo? So we're going to hear a lot about heart health. We're going to hear a lot about children's health because Leo. We're going to hear a lot about drama revolving around Hollywood, people and health habits and addictions and things in regards to that. I do think it's going to be very colorful also because as it retrogrades, it's going to impact creators. It's going to impact performers. It's going to impact people who are on stage, right, Leo. It could also impact things revolving around the industry of Hollywood and actors and actresses. And so I'm wondering if there's going to be some kind of ties with some of the oppositions to Pluto. Prior to this, that's going to be more union disputes that we're going to be kind of hearing about. Anyway, so that's my spiel on Mercury and Virgo. For the retrogrades that are happening this month, we are going to be having on July 2nd, Neptune will be turning retrograde in Pisces at that critical 29 degrees. I think we've had a lot of issues with clarity. I think we've had a lot of issues with illusions. I think that there has been some intentional messing with things, messing with truth. I think there has been also, fabrications, false representation, right? Neptune is kind of foggy. And anything that deals with screens, whether that's movies or television or news or commercials, that can be also about like this like mass kind of like, zombie kind of gaze that people have looking at their phone and not being kind of checked in, or self-sabotaging, drinking, drugging, all that stuff at a critical degree. So Neptune is now retrograde. This is really going to be impacting my Pisces placements the most, obviously, especially if you have anything at the late degrees of Pisces. It'll be retrograde for some time. I may talk about it later this month, especially because Saturn will also be retrograde as well. Just know that this is giving us time to turn inward and go, where have I kind of like slipped up? Where have I not been as on top of the ball as I could have been? What am I not seeing clearly? What am I not trusting? And it can give us an opportunity to kind of correct some of that stuff. On the 26th of the month, Chiron turns retrograde in the sign of Aries. It'll be there for some time. Basically, you want to look at where Aries is in your chart. Chiron is really focusing on healing the self in Aries, where we're taking action to heal the self. And so while it's direct, it might be more external healing, working on our physical fitness, our health, healing physical wounds, taking action when it comes to healing ourselves, basically. When Chiron turns retrograde, we're now turning inward and we're going, okay, so, maybe we've had the wound. How is that impacting us emotionally? What do we need to be doing to better kind of heal ourselves? And how does that impact us emotionally? And does healing slow down? Do we need to be more kind of reflective and taking time alone to kind of do our due diligence to make sure that we're working on ourselves? For lunations for the month, we are going to see on July the 5th, there will be a new moon in Cancer. The moon's in its home sign. Venus is also going to be close by. I believe there's going to be some nice aspects also to Saturn. So it's a pretty decent new moon in Cancer. That will be at 14 degrees. Cancer is always about home and security and our family and protection and the homeland and what's going on in our country and what we need to be doing around the home. It's a cardinal sign. We just recently had the solstice in June, obviously. So there's much more focus on where action is being driven by our emotions or our intuition. So just kind of keep that in mind. That's going to be a theme with that new moon. Very spiritual, very grounded also with the trines that we'll see to Saturn and Pisces. On the 21st of July, we're going to see a second full moon in Capricorn. Yes, I'm not stuttering, a second full moon. So if you guys think back, okay, I know some of you guys are maybe watching the horoscopes right before the first full moon in Capricorn is taking place in June. But there was a full moon in Capricorn around 2 degrees, 1 or 2 degrees. I don't remember now. 1 degree. So we had that full moon. Saturn was direct. It was a lot of like, okay, we're completing something, but by the same token, we feel like we're just getting started. We need to do more. Capricorn is about our external selves, what we're doing at work, what we're responsible for, what our legacy is. And when we see a full moon, the sun and the moon are in opposition. So the moon is technically kind of debilitated in Capricorn, right? It's moving through a Saturn sign. So there's a lot of emotional heavy lifting. We feel pulled in both directions, both between, what we want to be doing emotionally on the home front and what we feel like we need to be doing in terms of responsibility for our work, our responsibility to our parents, our kids, our communities, and our status. And this is the second one. So this is a blue moon in Capricorn. Very rare. We don't always have these. I feel like the universe is like screaming, get your act together where Capricorn is in your chart. Pretty soon here in a couple months, we're also going to see Pluto retrograde back into Capricorn, and it will hover around that 29 degrees in the fall, which is a critical degree. We've seen a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, I've done a lot of videos about it. I've talked about when Pluto was at 29 degrees. I've talked about when Saturn was at 29 degrees of Capricorn years ago, and that it kind of marked where there was definitely like these groups of individuals in top-down structures, companies, governments, businesses, major like tech organizations and other things that were more or less trying to focus on how they can gain as much control, right? Pluto as possible. Saturn in that connection to Capricorn also is about being able to manage something. So when we have this full moon, it's critical at 29. We're going to see a lot of drama revolving around connections to leaders and abuse of power, government abuse of power. We're going to be really reflecting on, okay, what really needs to change or end or kind of die off in our own lives, because it's a double full moon, it's conjunct Pluto, and it's a critical degree. Pretty wild stuff, guys. I mean, the next couple full moons are quite intense, if you ask me. We've got this one that's going to be happening at 29 degrees. We're going to have one that's going to be in August. That's going to be square Uranus. That'll be the full moon in Aquarius. And then we are actually getting into then what is going to be the full moon in Pisces in September, which will be a lunar eclipse, the first lunar eclipse in the series of the nodal transits. Things are not going to calm down. I guess that's what I'm getting at. So really take stock of, with the first full moon in Capricorn, okay, I've done a good job. This is what I've been able to manage. This is what I've overcome. But where can I do better? Where can I focus on longer term goals? And what needs to end in order to bring forth this final completion that you're going to be feeling around the 21st? That sun's also going to oppose Pluto. So there is going to be this theme revolving around deaths involving leaders, I think, right? So we can be hearing about major leadership changes, major power and control changes, and that sun is playing off of the moon, and the moon is going to be the public response to what's kind of going on. And well, Pluto is the lord of the underworld, crime, corruption, things that stink, trash is Pluto. So there's going to be a lot of people being like, oh my God, exposure is going to be, I think, like a really big thing with that particular full moon. Saturn will be retrograde. So of course there's going to be it's not my responsibility. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. And we might feel that the Pisces area of our chart is kind of like the culprit for creating some of these things. All right, let's get to the transits. July 2nd, I chose this day because, well, there's some really beautiful transits happening, and we need some good stuff too, right? We want to know when things are kind of working in our favor. On July the 2nd, Mercury in Cancer will trine Neptune in Pisces. This basically is also at an anaretic degree. This will be at the late degrees. This is really about listening to our intuition. When we think about Mercury in Cancer, we're checking in with the gut, we're checking in with our chest and our heart and our emotions. We're asking ourselves, does this feel safe? We can speak, about our feelings and our emotions more because Cancer's connection to the moon. That trine to Neptune in Pisces is very creative. It's very sympathetic. It's empathic. It's psychic. So it's a day where we're really tapped in and we're just feeling inspired and communication flows. Great day for reading, great day for doing intuitive work, meditation work, dream work. If you want to write music, you want to write poetry, you feel inspired to have a conversation or tell somebody how you're feeling, or you just have a hunch, follow it. Same day on the 2nd, Venus in Cancer is trine Saturn in Pisces. So Venus in Cancer is about loving and honoring and protecting things. And it's about home, it's about family, it's also about the past. It can feel like we're kind of like reminiscing a little bit. And I think that for some of us, that Venus in Cancer trine Saturn, it's this concept and this idea that if we love something, sometimes we have to let it go. And that can inspire us to have really kind words and kind of like, kind of let things go or send someone or something off. In a compassionate way. Venus, obviously, love, money, relationships. It can also be connected to real estate in the sign of Cancer. So that trine to Saturn is cementing, making commitments, proposals, long-term plans. If you're somebody who's like, I need to hire, somebody to come in and redecorate my home, or I need to sign a lease, or I need to buy a house, or I'm going to be hiring a contractor to redo my roof or redo my flooring. Like, this is a good day because you've got that support from Saturn in Pisces and the trine to Venus, which can basically be about, any investment of anything you're making, time, money, emotions. I will remind you guys, though, that Venus is the ruler of the South Node in Libra. So there is also this feeling of being like, okay, to love and to have lost and to let things be and to really set something free. So for some people, it can be kind of emotional, can be kind of sappy, it can be kind of 6 of Cups-ish. Anyway, still a great day. On July the 3rd, Mercury enters Leo. Okay, so loud, proud, bold, independent communication. The problem is that when planets now enter into Taurus or Leo or Scorpio, it's getting checked by Pluto. So the opposition is kind of like relational. It's very similar to the 1st and the 7th house in astrology. If Mercury is the messenger and it is the mind, and it's got information or data or a conversation to have or an email that is very bold, it is being challenged by Pluto. And somebody is basically going to say, you can't say that, you can't talk about that, I don't want to hear it, I won't stand for it, and there can be some really intense communication themes that are kind of coming up. I have a feeling this, like I said, it's tied somehow to the Sun in opposition and then eventually the Mars opposition that we will see down the road. Don't shoot the messenger. That's my advice for you. Don't shoot the messenger. If you hear something you don't like, if there's something that comes up that's very critical, if there is some kind of limitation or wall that comes up, some break in communication or somebody cuts you off, some people may not like what you have to say. That's just the long and short of it. Watch for issues revolving around data breaches, because that can happen with Mercury there as well. And that's pretty much it. On the 10th of July, the Sun in Cancer will trine Saturn in Pisces. So very similar to when we saw on the 2nd, Venus trine Saturn. Now we have the Sun trining Saturn. Sun in Cancer, emotional, protective, reflective, healing, therapeutic, connecting to family, mothers, homes. The trine to Saturn is basically talking about getting support. But the thing is that Saturn is retrograde. Saturn is also in a sign that does not necessarily want to take responsibility, or it's hard to see the support. The positive is that when the Sun trines Saturn, our goals and our actions really align with the support of the cosmos. And really, this is a time where you really want to have a solid foundation, a home, a support system. This may show you that you have that. This might also help you be able to have a stronger faith or a belief because Saturn is in Pisces. This is a day where things just kind of flow, and emotions can also stabilize as well because this can be a very emotional kind of Cancer season. July 15th. This is where you want to pull out your red Sharpie and you want to circle the day. I want to remind you guys, and I've seen this on the comments, sometimes people are like, why am I feeling things a day or two before you're talking about it on Astro Weather? Well, number one, you're kind of aware and conscious of the stuff that's kind of in the sky, so you may be feeling it more than other people. The moon is a trigger. It's not always a conjunction between two planets or a square or an opposition that brings something up. You got to look at the moon. So it's not unusual to feel this particular transit, the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th. Okay, so it's going to be like a day or two on each side that this is building. This is probably one of the more tricky transits all year. Dare I say one of the more dangerous transits in 2024. I remember looking at my 2024 overview and being like, okay, North Node's in Aries. What's Mars doing this year? And I looked at when, Mars conjunct Pluto in February. I looked at when Mars came into a square in the sign of Taurus just recently in this last month. And this was also on my list. So we think of Mars, action, combat, conflict, warriors, heat, fire, passion, but it's in the sign of Taurus. So it's going to be about action or meltdowns or conflict or combat over Taurus related things. Money, food, land, banks, the stock market, that kind of stuff is what we're going to kind of be hearing about. I'm not crazy about making predictions, but I feel like this is another banking collapse that's coming. I feel like this is potentially some really horrific things in the market. I feel like it's just everything is flashing kind of like red lights for me. Because the degree in which Mars will conjunct, which means it's coming into contact, it's one of the most potent kind of aspects you can have in astrology. It's meeting with Uranus, which is not happy in Taurus. Taurus wants peace. Uranus wants to say, screw that. We don't need peace. We need freedom. And it is about kind of collective themes. So I think we could see a lot of issues. I think we can see in regards to banking in banking institutions, there could be banking meltdowns. We could see another bank collapse. We could find out that spending is just so out of control that now debt is becoming even a bigger issue, and it's all kind of compiling and creating some kind of need to kind of break free. I think Mars Uranus is like electrical fires as well, electrical outages, shortages, issues with the grid. Things that can create a meltdown. And so when you think about all of the things that electricity, like helps, right? You can't go and get gas from a gas pump if you don't have electricity. You most likely will not be able to go and get money off an ATM if there is not electricity. So Mars Uranus is also about lightning and fires. It can be about sudden shocks and quakes and things that can impact all of our finances. But Mars ruling the North Node in Aries is basically talking about us on an individual level. What we fight for, what we stand for, what actions we take. I have concerns about there being some kind of, crisis and people freaking out and panic buying and hoarding things because this is going to happen at 26 degrees. So it's going to very much be about Taurus things. It pays to have a little bit of cash, a little bit of extra food, some gas in your gas tank, and also just having a backup plan in the off chance that things get kind of haywire when these particular transits happen. And guess what? If it doesn't happen, I was wrong. You were prepared. We're all good. But it's likely that we're going to see some chaotic stuff from this conjunction. I just think about when we had these transits 2 years ago in 2022, and oh my God, I was living in Las Vegas, and it was like in the middle of summer, and it was ridiculously hot, 3 digits, and it was like AC went out, and it was so hot that we couldn't even be in the house. We literally had to like sleep outside for like a night. Okay, not a big deal, but like when everything shuts down and it's that hot, it's horrific. So make sure you guys have food, supplies, water, that kind of stuff. Obviously very tricky for my Mars ruled charts. So my Aries and my Scorpios, be mindful that things can be more explosive, more accident prone. There can be a need to be kind of moving very quickly when it comes to resources. And my Aquarius risings, pay attention to this as well, because this definitely does impact you, especially when it comes to your home. We'll talk about it. Okay. On the 16th of the month, Mercury enters shadow at 21 degrees of Leo. So if you have anything from 21 degrees of Leo to I think about like 5 degrees of Virgo, maybe 6, you're going to be in the path of the Mercury retrograde. So long story short, you can try to get some of your stuff done early in regards to the Mercury retrograde, and you would want to be doing it prior to the 16th of the month. Like I said, because this Mercury retrograde is going to start in Virgo, it's going to be about health. So what prescriptions do you need to get filled in advance? What do you need in your medicine cabinet? Do you have the bare essentials and the staples? Do you have enough extra pet food for your pets? Are you wanting to make some health changes? Are you wanting to make some changes to your habits and your routine? This is a good time to either start doing these things or come up with an action plan or have an idea of where, I guess, Virgo and Leo is in your chart. So that way you can kind of look at it and go, okay, well, I'm going to have some issues in this area. What do I need to do? Basics for Mercury retrograde also are like back up your computers. Make sure that your car isn't having any issues. Double and triple check travel, especially if you're making plans to potentially make some flight plans or some hotel reservations or things like that. I would say especially because Leo is about going out and having fun, that if you're planning on being like, I'm going to go and get concert tickets, like don't just say, oh, don't worry, I'll worry about it as I get closer. Like actually take the work off. Schedule the work off, because Virgo can be about your schedule. So there can be some change of plans in how we have fun or anything in regards to like live events. Call me super conspiracy critical, but I'm thinking about how we're going to see these oppositions from Leo to Pluto, and Pluto is in a sign that's ruled by Saturn, which is about control. And I have said this time and time again, but now we're getting to the time of the year where I think we're going to start seeing this stuff manifest. End of July, maybe August, September, that there is going to be this buildup of some kind of scare or concern about health issues out in the world. So if Mercury, which rules business and travel and transactions, will go retrograde in the sign of Virgo, it means that there's going to be some health stuff coming up, scheduling stuff that's going to come up, and it'll retrograde into Leo. We're going to hear about more, I think, entertainers rescheduling their concerts and their tours. I've already seen a number of them. And not being able to perform and being on stage. Why? Scheduling issues? Or is there something else going on? Is there something that venues know that we don't know? Is there something that Airbnb and other hospitality companies know that we don't know? Is it health related? Is it storm related? But yeah, I would just say, like, if you're buying tickets and stuff, make sure they're refundable or try to get this stuff done prior to the shadow, because you guys are probably going to see some of these things that are going to happen. I know, Debbie Downer, sorry. On the 20th of the month, Mars enters Gemini. It'll be there for roughly about 6 weeks. That's what we see for a Mars transit. Loving the fact that right off the bat, Mars basically starts coming into a trine with Pluto, which is great. You'll see it on the 21st, but basically Mars in Gemini walks the walk and talks the talk. It's about doing things quickly, doing things bravely, using your hands, using your words, multitasking. It's a little flighty, but by the same token, it's great for like debates. It's great for writers. It's great for if you're wanting to take action and learn something new, if you're wanting to take action in your community, if you are wanting to focus more on something that you're wanting to learn or master. Once again, Mars transits are important. So really powerful kind of transits between the 20th and the 21st, because then on the 21st, Mars in Gemini will trine Pluto in Aquarius. And this is going to get people out in the streets, in their local community, getting out there and talking to people. This coincides also with that full moon in Capricorn, the second one. So when I think of Mars and Gemini, they're out, they're power walking, they're talking to their neighbors, they're getting stuff done, they're kind of connecting with their community. And then the trine to Pluto is like saying, together, we need to do something. We need to make a change. We need to start a movement. We need to start a website. We need to go to city council. We need to be getting involved and coming together collectively to be able to really harness the power of Pluto change. And it's through action and words. Watch what happens in some parts of the world. It's going to be very interesting. It just so happens that this happens on the 21st when we have another tricky transit. So on the 21st, Mercury in Leo will come into a square with Uranus and Taurus. So there's something in conflict about information, Mercury, and matters of the heart, Leo, children, creativity, And that friction that is being had with Uranus and Taurus destabilization. Because Leo is the stock market, that square is going to be some probably really damning or like crazy information that's having an impact on banks and the financial markets and things going haywire, I think. Issues with, being able to communicate your values, and we can see with fixed squares, people can be very rigid. If Mercury is the mind and Uranus is about, innovation and change, we're having a hard time in the shadow wrapping our head around, well, what do you mean that there's going to be this change, this impact? I'm very, very confident that in the next couple of years, I think a lot of stock traders and traders in general and anything kind of connected to the stock market is going to be replaced with AI softwares and other things that are going to completely change jobs. And also how AI and digital dollars and things like that are going to impact the stock market, how tokenization is going to impact the stock market. So likely there's going to be conversations about some of this stuff. Not a good day to be making or taking any risks when it comes to gambling, or any risks when it comes to saying something, trying to force a conversation. It's not going to go well. There can be mental stress with this as well. And then we will see also, I guess this is the saving grace, is that the sun in Cancer will trine Neptune in Pisces. So there is this sense of being like, you know what, it is what it is, let it go. I think so much when I put it together of the mental stress and the conflict with finances, with the Mercury-Uranus square, the Mars trine Pluto, let it burn to the ground, let it be done. It's got to end. And then the sun trine Neptune. The sun trine Neptune at 29 degrees is going to be very much like it's melting, it's dissolving, and the emotional impact that it has on people. I don't know. I think of all of the months, this is probably the one that we are going to see some of the most, I think, volatility in regards to the market. We may see more closer to the election, but this is one that makes my skin crawl a little bit. Anyway, difficult day on the 21st. And I guess the moral of that day is just like, let it go, let it burn, just let it go. Don't make me sing you guys the Frozen song, okay? I'm tone deaf. On the 22nd of the month, the sun then enters Leo. So we're in Leo season. The sun is in the sign where it is at home, shining a light on that area of your chart. So you got to look at it, but it's strong there. The only hang-up is that, wow, we've got the sun coming into an opposition with Pluto and Aquarius, kind of similar to what you saw in the 3rd. So some of you guys might have deja vu. Sun in opposition to Pluto does represent a dangerous situation for leaders. A dangerous situation or some kind of like conflict or power struggle or ego issue, dealing with younger people, dealing with kids, dealing with leaders and leaderships. Leo is the individual, and it wants what it wants, and it wants to be, center of attention. But Pluto and Aquarius is saying, yeah, but that's not, you're taking too much of the light away from, the collective needs, and we all need to be changing. And I have found in so many instances, I saw it with Saturn in Aquarius too, but with Pluto and Aquarius, it's a lot of like, don't shine too bright. Don't make a scene. You just blend in with the crowd. Just go along with what everybody else is doing. Don't be unique. Don't be individual. And that's going to rub some people the wrong way. That's going to rub some people the wrong way. This is a little bit of a dangerous transit because the sun represents life and father figures and men and also children, Leo, and that opposition to Pluto can be where people are reacting very strongly to some serious situations or accusations that are kind of going on out in the world. Just food for thought. I'm looking at like Zelensky's chart. There's some stuff that kind of comes up there. We're going to see certain figures that are going to kind of get lit up in regards to some of these aspects, and I'll probably talk about it in my USA kind of video. Anyway, much longer than it needed to be. If you listen this long, thanks, appreciate it. Let's get on to the next slide. So I am a tropical Western astrologer. That is what I practice. I'm not a Vedic astrologer. I use whole sign prediction method. If you would like to use Placidus, you can. You're just going to have to kind of look and figure out when the degrees are or what degrees they're at. But you can use the whole sign. It's pretty accurate. I do recommend listening first for your ascendant sign, because this is going to be the most accurate if you're listening for your ascendant, because I'm going to tell you where the planets are actually transiting per kind of zodiacal order. Then you want to listen to your sun sign. These predictions might apply more to your happiness, your overall creativity, maybe to your career. And I recommend listening to your moon sign because the moon sign is going to relate more to your home, your private life, your family, your emotions. And we want to put all of them together to have a better understanding of what's really going on for the month ahead and what we need to be focusing on. So this will be the July 2024 12 rising sign horoscopes, and we'll get right on into it. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your July 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. We're going to start off first by talking a little bit about Mars because there is a lot of Mars action going on this month, and that's your ruling planet. So let's talk about the challenging, and then we will get into what is actually working in your favor. In terms of what's challenging, you are going to see that Mars is going to come into a conjunction with Uranus. This basically means that there can be some sudden, quick change that is made financially. This can cut or sever a financial income. Unfortunately, it can. It can also lead to some sudden quickening of a financial situation and gain. When Mars conjuncts Uranus, it's kind of meeting up with your 11th house lord. So it may mean that you're quickly shifting when it comes to your goals with your finances, how you're spending money. There can be some unexpected expense that can kind of come up. When this happens, the ruler is Venus. It's the dispositor of both of these two planets. And Venus just recently came into an opposition with Pluto. So it means that there can be some unexpected increase, decrease, sudden change, kind of bolt of lightning in regards to your financial goals. And it can have something to do with children, romantic partners, hobbies, or something involving the stock market or an investment of some kind. Somehow, your 5th house is impacting this increase or sudden change with your resources. Not a day to be kind of like spending aimlessly, and also just kind of pay attention to your possessions because there can be some kind of change with one of your possessions as well. And be careful with like friends and money. Borrowing, lending, advice that comes from groups of people about investments. That's something else that I would kind of steer clear of. The positive is that right after that, Mars is going to go into Gemini, and it's going to move into your 3rd house where it's going to spend some time for the next couple of weeks. This means that you're likely finding yourself in a situation where you're taking action involving like a road trip. Maybe you're spending more time with your neighbors, with a sibling. Maybe you are focusing on a car or a vehicle. Maybe you're making a decision to make a change to one of your gadgets. Maybe you quickly have to kind of book or plan a trip or make some kind of change in terms of how you're communicating or thinking. You might become a bit of a keyboard warrior with Mars in your 3rd house, tweeting, sending emails, stuff like that. Maybe you feel inspired to write something. And when that happens, Mars will come into a trine with Pluto. And so I will tell you, Aries rising, suns and moons, your words, your leadership, something you say, something you write can just take off like wildfire. If you are thinking about getting ready to start a group, write a blog, launch a website, something you say might start a movement. And there is a lot of power in terms of engagement and people hearing what you have to say with this particular transit. So that's working in your favor. The other thing that you want to be mindful of is that you are also going to have Chiron retrograding later in the month in your 1st house. I'll talk about that, but basically that's about a period of internal healing. You might see that if you're focusing on physical healing, it might be more emotional. It might also slow down a little bit. And it's a time to really reflect on where you can be doing some work on self-help, okay? All right, so let's begin at the beginning of the month. You're gonna see on July the 2nd, there's a whole series of events that are going on, but this is one of the, I think, more positive days of the entire month, to be honest with you. We've got Mercury, which will, at the time, be in your 4th house of Cancer, okay? You don't see it because I can't move the wheel and draw on it at the same time. but Mercury will be in your 4th house, where you're focused on communicating with family, reorganizing your home, maybe your kitchen, maybe you have a sibling coming to visit you, maybe somebody calls and says, hey, you know, they're coming by, and you're just really focused on what's going on within your kind of home zone. That will make a trine to Neptune in Pisces. So this means that you may get a call from an aunt, uncle, cousin, or sibling that's like, hey, something's going on with a family member, or maybe you have a dream about a relative and you want to call and let them know what was going on in the dream. Follow your hunches in regards to what might be changing with your home or your family. That's my advice. Same day, we're going to see Venus in the 4th house. So when Venus is in your 4th house in Cancer, it might mean you're beautifying your home. It might mean that you're redecorating. Maybe you are looking for a new home. Maybe a woman in the family is coming to visit you. This Venus is going to trine Saturn. So it means that even if there's something kind of changing with home or family plans, the trine to Saturn is saying like, you can handle it, you know, you've got it, you have the capabilities or the strength of being able to kind of see your way through the situation. And there's a lot of support in regards to what is changing in this department. I like Saturn for structure, timing, and responsibility. So this is a great time for like long-term planning in regards to home or family. If you need to talk to a parent about a living situation, if you need to make plans for somebody to come and visit, if you're thinking about getting ready to sign a lease or something, talk to a landlord, good transit for that. The same day, Neptune will turn retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees. And so there is a sense of being like, what hasn't been so clear, but now maybe I can gain some clarity. But it does require you to rest, turn inward, reflect, meditate, listen to your intuition, follow your dreams. And so there's some connection here about like Neptune getting ready to turn retrograde and this like realization about, I know exactly how to navigate the family issue or the home problem or something in regards to, you know, how to better organize, you know, my space so I feel more comfortable. And it's also talking about your feelings, right? On the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mercury entering into the sign of Leo. So it will leave Cancer, it will go into Leo, where there is more communication, there is more opportunities to focus on hobbies. You might be communicating with your kids if you have kids. You might be more interested in meeting somebody on an online app because the 5th house can be about dating. This can also be about saying like, okay, I am now kind of reworking my schedule in a way where I can make more time for the things that I love, or make more time for dating, make more time for my children. Obviously, Mercury deals with the 3rd house of the mind and multitasking, and the 6th house of your schedule. I have said to everybody, pay attention to these oppositions between Leo and Aquarius, because it'll play a bigger picture. It'll play out in a bigger way at the end of the year, where especially you, because Mars will retrograde, how you're reintegrating and doing more 5th house work. Maybe you're thinking about becoming self-employed. Maybe you want to start a new hobby. Maybe you are wanting to focus more on your love life. Maybe you want to take more action when it comes to doing more of the things that you love. Watch though, when both Mercury as well as eventually the sun comes into an opposition with Pluto, because you're kind of faced with like, not everybody, like friend-wise or socially, is going to celebrate some of your talents. And you can't let that knock you down a few pegs. You can't let other people's opinion impact the things that you love to do. You're going to have some friends that are going to be jealous. You're going to have some groups of people that are not going to like that you're shining or that you're kind of standing out, you know, from the crowd. And I would say do it anyway. Stir the pot. When Mercury opposes Pluto in Aquarius, though, there can be like misunderstandings that you can have with friends. There can also be a sense of people being really kind of bold and prideful, and not, like I said, celebrating something that's good that's going on for you. And it can be really difficult to talk to coworkers, to younger people, romantic partners, what have you, about something that's going on in your love life, or something that you're really prioritizing, I guess, that you love in the 5th house. All right, on the 10th of the month, the sun in Cancer, still in your 4th house, will come into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. So the sun is about love, joy, creativity, kids, children, lovers, and the trine to Saturn is being like it's stabilizing. So if you're wanting to make plans, like for example, I see the 5th house is like a game room, an entertainment center. It could be also about like a creative office space. It could be a room where you're doing like arts and crafts. Somehow you're able to kind of visualize and figure out, how can I bring this together? What feels good? What's going to be organized? And yeah, and you have like the vision for what you want to make happen. Sun trine Saturn is great. There's a lot of stability. You're able to reach your goals, but remember that these are water trines, which means you have to listen to your emotions and your intuition when it comes to navigating these changes. But things kind of fall into place. 15th is the day that you want to watch. Kind of take it easy a little bit. Like I said, we are going to see Mars, your ruling planet. It rules your body and it rules joint resources and finances. Mars comes into conjunction with Uranus. Now, Mars is the faster moving planet. So really it means that you are swift, you're thinking on your feet. God forbid there is some situation where, you know, you're finding out that there is an issue with your bank, or maybe you find fraud on your account, or, you know, maybe, you know, something is kind of going haywire with a financial situation or a gadget or something. You're thinking on your feet, okay? And you're able to be like, oh, no, I'm going to do this before something happens. Uranus rules the 11th house. So it means that there could literally be conflict with a friend over money, and you're like, I see this coming. I'm just going to pay the bill. I don't want to deal with it. It could also mean that you're wanting to make a sudden dramatic change to something that you're eating or a way that you're spending, or you're like, I am now dramatically cutting my spending because I want to meet some new financial goal. It's hard to say, to be honest with you. I'm curious to see how it happens, but because Mars rules the North Node and your sign, this is about also standing up for what you believe in and for your morals and your belief system and defending what you want. And it can also be about a moment of breakthrough and having some opportunity for financial breakthroughs or financial freedom, becoming self-made. I'm curious to see what happens with crypto if you're involved in crypto here, because Uranus is what's digital, and the ruler, obviously, or the dispositor is Venus. And so, like I said, Venus will have just come out of an opposition with Pluto. So there can be some kind of major transformation with what's going on with wealth and power of the masses. And you're like, no, I'm betting on something else. And I could see some of you guys being like, I'm going to go and buy gold, or I'm going to go and buy silver or metals, or I'm going to go and invest in a mining stock. Something like that could come up if you're somebody who's into it, investing. Obviously, I'm not a financial advisor, but it's just kind of what I'm seeing. We've got on the 16th, Mercury enters shadow. Okay, so Mercury will be entering shadow in Leo. So it hasn't gone to Virgo yet, but just a reminder, the Mercury retrograde will start in Virgo. It's going to be August 5th that it will retrograde, and it will go retrograde from Virgo back into Leo. So basically, there can be miscommunications that are going on both in your health, daily routine kind of sector, as well as your 5th house, which is creativity, romance, whatever. It might mean like if you have kids, right? Like there's going to be a change in your schedule because maybe your kids are out of school and you're like, I have to be getting out of work early to take care of them. It can mean that you are making some changes in your schedule because you want to make more time for dating or for a new hobby. It can also mean, because of Mercury's kind of connection to your 3rd house, that this is a time where if you are working on creative projects and things that you're wanting to sell, or things that are just creative in general, you may potentially have some changes to your schedule in how you're going to make the time to create it or put it out. That kind of stuff. Mercury in the 6th house also rules the help. So it can be changes with, people who walk your dog, changes with your assistants at work, changes with your work schedule. And you might say, well, there's some changes that happen and it gave me a little bit more free time and I like it. Okay, that's fine. Just be mindful that the shadow is coming up. So you want to look at those 2 areas of your chart and think about where you're going to be better prepared. When it comes to also, I think, signing contracts and stuff because of Mercury's connection to the 3rd, or agreements that you're making. If you're telling people, I'll cover your shifts at work, and then you're like, oh, it turns out I want to take a vacation with my friends or something. There could be miscommunications with people at work over taking time off, free time. On the 20th of the month, Mars enters Gemini, so it leaves that kind of chaotic conjunction to Uranus. It moves into your third house where you're writing, you're speaking up more, you're taking action when it comes to cars, vehicles, trips, like I said. And right after that, you're going to see on the 21st, it's going to trine Pluto. So Pluto is power, okay? Pluto is about joint resources and money. It may be a time where if you're like, oh, I want to launch a website, or I want to start a social media platform, or I want to try to start a Substack or a Patreon, and I want to get people who want to pay for what I'm writing or what I'm having to say. Like you might actually see some really good things going on there. Mars is really powerful when it comes to taking action. Remember that Gemini is the mind, so it's going to be about how you're communicating, how you're debating, what you're saying. You may have some very bold words and things to say about what's going on out in the world, and it can be catching a lot of attention from other people. You're also very focused on your goals. I really recommend pulling out a notebook every day and writing down your goals and manifesting and writing and speaking them into action, because that's how you're going to create change. On the 21st of the month, this is a day where things get they can be a little haywire. It might be easier for you because this is when Mars trines Pluto and your kind of eyes are on the prize and mentally you're really tapped in. But we will see Mercury, which will be in Leo, coming into a square with Uranus. So something about, and remember Mercury's in shadow, something about matters of the heart, creative endeavors, presentations, things revolving around, romantic relationships, taking chances, is at odds with something in terms of your finances or your morals. This can be like where there's yet again another potential where there's an unexpected expense that you didn't see coming. There can also be some changes that go on with matters of health, because of Mercury's connection to your sixth, and how you're like, okay, it's really connected to how I'm eating. I want to make a change to how I'm eating, or something about my recreational habits. So kind of stressful in terms of communication with that stuff. And then we will see the Sun in Cancer, which is going to be in your fourth house, trining Neptune. So this does kind of make me feel like you're like, it's all a part of the divine plan. Like whatever's got to fall apart has to fall apart. Like I just got to focus more on my emotional security, my home, my family, and just kind of being in the zone, being like really kind of zenned out, focusing more on your emotions, focusing more on security. But I think you might do better with this day because of the Mars trine Pluto. It's like mind over matter. And I think for a lot of people, July is going to be a month where you're like, okay, if certain things have to fall, it's about time. And being more focused on the progress and moving forward than what's kind of falling apart. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see the Sun enter into your fifth house, where it's shining a light on playtime. It's like doing work with your inner child. It's dancing, it's dating, it's being very lively and creative. It's at home in the fifth house and also in the sign of Leo. The challenge is that it will immediately come into an opposition with Pluto. So it means like you're reworking a lot of things about the way that you look at creativity and what you really love and how you best express yourself. And you're feeling threatened or challenged to show that to other people, that you're bold and you're proud and you're creative, and you're almost afraid with some of the squares, like the impact that may have on you physically or financially, and whether or not people are supporting you because of some of the things that you're saying or thinking or doing. Do not be threatened by what other people are doing. I think that so much of the energy in the fifth house is stay in your own lane. Don't compare yourself to other people. Be different, be independent, be what makes you you. You don't want to be like other people. So don't be trying to keep up with the Joneses. Don't be comparing yourself to your friends. Don't be obsessing over what other people have on social media. Focus more on what's in front of you and do things only if you love them. Right? Participate in things that you love. It's got to be really kind of like a heart-centered time. Pluto does represent other people's resources and finances, or, banking, or your partner's, kind of income in some capacity if you are partnered. So certainly a lot of the oppositions to Pluto, you're going to be hearing a lot about people talking about, financial stuff and what I'm going through and, what my partner thinks about my spending habits. And there can be a lot of you being like, okay, I'm just hearing from my friends, what they're kind of dealing with. That could be the oppositions as well. On the 26th of the month, you're going to see Chiron retrograde in your sign. Obviously, when that happens, the ruler or the dispositor is Mars, and it will be in your third house. And that tells me that healing can come from talking it out. It can come from journaling exercises, going for a bike ride, going for a walk, taking a kickboxing or boxing class. Something where you're connecting the mind and the hands, and you're able to just like write furiously and kind of get it all out, and maybe it means you have to write a letter to someone and then burn it. Maybe it means you have to tell somebody that you've been really upset and really angry and that you've been hurt. But really working with Mars in the third house, I think can really be helpful. And it's a wonderful time to be listening to podcasts and also reading books that are associated with self-help and healing. On the 5th of July, you will see a new moon in Cancer. Beautiful new moon. It's really about setting new intentions about what's going on with your home zone, where you want to live, how you want your home to feel, your connection with family and security. And when it comes in, it's going to trine Saturn. And obviously the moon is at home in Cancer. So for you, I think this is about looking at this and going like, how can I have more control over my home and my emotions? How do I feel in my home space? What am I learning to let go of or do away with? Where can I clean out some stuff in my kitchen or maybe in my closet and like donate to people who are in need? Where can I give old furniture maybe to churches or, centers where people are going to be benefiting from it? And how can I be more compassionate to other people? It's a good idea to think about if you want to sign a new lease or buy a house or do any kind of moves in regards to the home, doing it right after this particular new moon. The trine to Saturn says that likely these changes are going to stick. And it's all about your vision. So if you're not ready to do that, but you're like, I do want to move in the next year or 6 months or whatever, vision boards, photos, visualizations, manifestational work revolving around envisioning what your home will look and feel like will really help bring it into reality. Finally, on the 21st of the month, we are going to see a second full moon in Capricorn, a blue moon. So this one will be in your 10th house again, which is bringing themes revolving around career, reputation, status. This will be at 29 degrees, so it's critical. So if you're a late degree, Aries, sun, moon, or rising, it can be a little bit more intense for you. I really feel like it's just still touching on the themes of, what I'm supposed to be doing at work versus what's going on in my home life and trying to find a balance there. If you've been overworking, it might be like, okay, I really do need to kind of rest, recuperate, and enjoy my home life a little bit more. If you haven't been doing as much and you've been kind of slacking off a little bit, then you're going to feel the pressure of where you need to be doing more work out in the world in regards to your career or your reputation. I will tell you that the conjunction to Pluto can feel like there are some definitive changes now that are going to be happening to your career and your reputation. A full moon conjunct Pluto, some people can be like, that's it, I'm quitting my job, I'm done. Saturn will be retrograde, and that's the ruler, and it'll be in your 12th house. So there can be this sense of being like, I can't continue to hold on to this. I need to make the change because it's conjunct Pluto, which rules Scorpio. So that way you can envision or prepare for a new path forward. But there can also be big issues going on with power struggles out in the world. Issues with bosses. There can be some shocking or surprising things that can come up about leadership or about parents in your life, and where something I think has been kind of hidden or withheld that's now kind of coming to fruition. Same thing can be kind of said about the new moon. I mean, I think I will say this to all the cardinal signs, because the cardinal signs, when the sun goes through Cancer or, any of the other cardinal signs, or when we're having full moons there's more pressure. So many planets have been going through Cancer, which is trying to get you to think about home, emotions, and family. And yeah, it does mean that it puts pressure on you, and it does mean it puts pressure on your relationships, and it's kind of the polar opposite of work and career. But I think with like Venus and the sun moving through your 4th house, it's a time to be more sensitive, more emotional, and more okay with sometimes taking a little bit more of downtime. Okay. Let's see what your card is for the month. You get the 5 of Swords. All right. Not an easy card. So 5 of Swords talks about conflict. It's about disagreements. It can be about competitiveness, unfair defeat, winning at all costs, stress, hostility, aggression, bullying, and intimidation. I think some of that can come up, with the full moon. Sure, you know, how you're dealing with intimidation or intimidating situations or topics in your life, how you're overcoming it. I think also it can be connected to Mars and Uranus, and where you're in situations where you're feeling like you're being pressed too hard or you're pushing yourself too hard. And this is about mental stuff. This can be about mental conflict. It doesn't always have to be about conflict that's kind of like external. It can be difficult communications and conversations. I really think that, you know, with Mars coming into your third house, it's about kind of being brave enough to say, this needs to change, and acknowledging it and actively working with that, and being more about where you're creating change rather than focusing on what hasn't been working, or letting fear get in the way, or letting people kind of like put you in a position where you're feeling like you have to kind of keep quiet. And finally, this kind of reaching a breaking point. Okay. So hopefully that's helpful for you, Aries. I'll catch you next month. I hope that was helpful, and enjoy July. We got Taurus and Taurus rising. What's going on, my Tauruses? I hope you guys are well. Welcome to July of 2024. I want to talk to you guys a little bit really quick about what's going on with the transits for the month. We don't have too many tricky transits going on involving Venus. In fact, we've got a pretty lovely Venus trine that we will see, so that's going to be good for you. Venus will be spending most of the month between Cancer and Leo, so you will kind of see that happening. And what else? That's pretty much it. So let's go ahead and talk about one other transit that's important, and this does not involve Venus, but still, you're gonna feel the impacts of the Mars-Uranus conjunction. Okay, so this will be happening if you're a Taurus rising in your first house. The first house, your body, your appearance, right? Anything in regards to your the way people perceive you, how you kind of move around, how you look, how you dress. Mars is generally something that is connected either to heat. It can be connected to needles. It can be connected to fighting. It can be connected to weapons. And when Mars is in your first house, it's strong because it's the thing that you first do in the morning. So I really recommend having a morning routine throughout this transit, even up until this point, and being more focused on where you're going, what you're doing, and kind of keeping your nose to the grindstone. The challenge is that when Mars meets with Uranus, it means that your nervous system, it means that your thyroid, it means your throat, your vocal cords, something involving your head, something involving heat, or something electrical can impact your body. Okay, so this is like not a day that you want to be like up trying to trim trees with a chainsaw. This is not going to be a day that you want to be trying to go and get a surgery. This is not a day that you want to be doing anything risky involving anything sharp, hot, or electrical. Okay, take it easy roundabout when you have this transit. This is going to be mid-month. We'll talk about it in a second. Your temper can just flare. And Mars is connected to your 7th house of relationships and partnerships. This can be a client, this can be a romantic partner, this can also be a spouse. And you can just like unleash on somebody and just like lose it. And it can also be a combative situation that you can have with another person as well, where you feel like you're being attacked or you feel like you need to defend yourself. Mars also is connected to the 12th house, which is about the deep subconscious and also hidden enemies. With the North Node being there, it means that you have a lot of suppressed anger. There can also be illness that becomes visible with this transit. Fevers that can suddenly spike and become visible with this transit. I do feel like it can also be about some kind of conflict that can be brewing about a relationship and money and resources of some kind. And if there has been something kind of lurking in your subconscious, yeah, it might just pop out and say hello. All right, so let's talk about the rest of the month. On the 2nd of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Cancer, trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will be moving through your 3rd house where it's really strong. Mercury likes being there. This is about communication, expressing your emotions, your values, your needs, focusing more on travel and talking to family and anything involving vehicles. So it will trine Saturn. It will trine Neptune. I apologize. It'll trine Neptune. So it means that there's something that you're writing or working on and you just feel like you're in the flow. It may mean that you're writing a book, you're working on a website, you are getting ready to make a presentation to a group of people, and you're feeling like really tapped in with your goals, and you're writing them down and you're getting it out and you're connecting and you're learning. You may be traveling to go and see like friends or family and to go and hang out or be by water. Or maybe there's a party that's by the beach, or maybe there's going to be a pool party or like a gathering or something. That could be the other way that I interpret that. It is Venus that is in Cancer on the same day in your third house that will trine Saturn. So something about being mobile and kind of being on the move and connecting with other people and like really feeling the support from another group. And this could be somebody who's like, yeah, I will totally refer people to you, you know, send me your website or give me your email. Great for networking opportunities, I think, because Saturn deals with your career and it also deals with, you know, traveling, belief and philosophy or marketing. This is a really strong day to kind of like pitch stuff to other people who you might want to work with or collaborate with in some way. Also on the 2nd, Neptune turns retrograde. So if there's been some confusing situations involving your goals, your friendships, or anything involving like a person like who you're friendly with that's gone missing, they can get in touch with you and communicate and let you know, sorry, I haven't been here. This is what's been going on. Like how can I help you? So there can be an opportunity to have more clarity with your social connections, but also I think better clarity when it comes to your goals as well. On the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mercury entering into the sign of Leo. So Mercury will move into your home zone. And this is basically putting a highlight on how you are taking stock of your physical stuff in your home, your finances when it comes to your home and family. You may be thinking about buying stuff for your home. There could be an opportunity to like reorganize your kitchen. Maybe there's stuff that you need to kind of get for the home because family's coming to visit. And Mercury also has a connection to children, love affairs, romantic partners. So there can be a sense of being like, okay, I want to be, you know, I want to kind of spruce the place up. I've got a date or somebody coming over. I need to be really thinking about what I need to be purchasing or maybe buying for my home, maybe getting a little creative with decoration. This can also be lots of communicating and talking about what expenses are in the home because of children or a creative project. The challenge here is that Mercury, which rules your money, will come into an opposition with Pluto in your 10th house of career, which is going to be about, you know, what necessary changes are going to need to be made, you know, within your career, your reputation to be better, I think, on top of like what you need to be doing with your home or your family. And it can be a conversation that's like, hey, you know, like you're working too much, you need to be spending more time with the kids, or, you know, you haven't really taken any downtime to spend time with a partner. And somebody being like, you know, this is driving you crazy. You need to be more focused on what's going on with home and family. So there can be some difficult conversations involving that. And it might be stressful because you feel like money's involved and, you know, you don't want to take away from anything that's providing for you or for your family or for the life that you have. And you're going to kind of feel pulled in two different directions. Power struggles with people, both family-wise, career-wise, and relationship-wise. So it's not a day to push communication, Taurus. It can get a little intense with that. Then you're going to see on the 10th of the month, we will see the Sun in Cancer trine Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun is still in your 3rd house of communication. It's trining Saturn. This is a day where like you can call a friend and get great advice. This is a day where also you may talk to a family member about your plans or about your goals. You may invite a friend to come and visit you, or maybe you're planning a trip to go and see a friend. That's possible as well. Still a really great networking opportunity day also, okay? Then we're going to see on the 15th, this is the big kaboom, the Mars-Uranus conjunction. So this is like the hot meltdown that you might have. Seeing red, you know, obviously you could be more accident prone. You can decide that's it. You know, I'm Jerry Maguiring my way out of here. I quit my job. Mars is connecting to your relationships and Uranus connects to your career. So you might cut off a client. You might say, I'm done working with somebody, or, you know, I'm taking a break, or I'm burnt out. But it can also be a time where you're basically saying to a partner, like, I'm done, you know, like I've had enough of this, and you can kind of like just short out. It will be at 26 degrees, so it is about either a physical or a financial situation and just feeling like you're being pulled in two different directions. Try to be patient with yourself. Try to be kind to other people. Find a way to release stress. Any best way you can. Grounding techniques can be good. Putting your feet in the grass, doing some yoga, working with crystals, working with aromatherapy, that can all ground you. But Venus is the dispositor. So, Venus will be in your 4th house of home and family when this happens. So it means that some of like the short circuiting or like the short kind of temper is coming from the fact that you, because you're Venus, are feeling like you'd much rather be focusing on your inner world rather than feeling the stress and the pressure of what's going on with your work, your reputation, your career, and you're kind of feeling like, one is very much dictating and controlling the other thing. And so this is that moment where you're like, I'm breaking free. Take it easy on yourself and heed some of the advice that I gave you about your body. On the 16th of the month, we're going to see Mercury enter a shadow in Leo. Okay, so the retrograde will actually start on August 5th. It'll be in Virgo in the house of children, romance, creativity, self-expression, and it'll retrograde back into the 4th house of home and family. So this tells me that when you come into the shadow, basically on the 16th, if you're anticipating gutting your kitchen out and rebuilding it, the shadow is not a time that you want to hire a contractor or start buying things for your home yet, because things are going to get reworked during the retrograde. So keep that in mind. I think the other thing to think about is that there can be miscommunication with children, miscommunication with family. There can be the potential kind of brewings of, something's going to need a change in the home, or something's going to need to shift in regards to a roommate or a family situation. Mercury does deal with your 2nd house of money and physical possessions, and it's about kids. So there can be you're buying, things for your kid's room, and you don't measure it. If you're anything like me, you're kind of doing it with your hands. It drives my husband crazy. But you don't measure it, and then it shows up, and then you're like, oh my God, it doesn't fit. Well, can I get a refund? Oh, it's non-refundable. So there could be issues, exchanging or giving things back that's connected to your home, and it could get kind of sticky. So I'd say just be mindful that you're going to start to see the shadow effects of that. That's also like signing leases, buying houses, whether or not you're moving in or out with a boyfriend or a girlfriend, these things can be coming up. It can also bring kids back home to come and visit. There could be changes with their schedule when they're coming to visit. It could be about getting kids ready also to go back to school. And you're trying to kind of navigate changing your schedule for when they're home versus when they're going to return back to school. All right, so then you're going to see on the 20th of the month, we will see Mars enter Gemini. And it'll go into your 2nd house of income and personal possessions, spending power, self-esteem. I love the transit for you because on one hand, I see that it's going to start the very next day on the 21st with a trine to Pluto. So it's almost like there is a change at work, yes. Yeah, there's a change at work, but maybe you're shifting gears to being like, well, I'm putting a lot of my energy or my time or how I'm making money into a second avenue, like a second avenue for money. Revenue stream, that's the word I'm looking for. You're looking for a second revenue stream. Maybe you're making money through writing. Maybe you're making money through teaching, right? Gemini stuff. Mars rules your 7th house of clients, and if you have a client-based business or if you have a marketplace, you sell something, this means that people might want what you have, so you could be making money. It also has connections to your 12th house of things you've been working on behind the scenes, so maybe you've been working on something and you're getting ready to sell it, and then it could actually make some cash. On the other hand, Mars in the 2nd house, you spend money, so there's that. So be mindful that you may have to spend some money, and it may be to change or transform something about your career, your reputation, what have you. And Mars will eventually, this is down the road, get close to Jupiter. So I actually feel like for you, some new marketing opportunity, or maybe you've been networking with someone, or maybe you're building a business with a friend, or maybe you're working something part-time, it is going to make more money in the long term. So I like these transits. But yeah, just be mindful Mars in the 2nd house could have you consuming more or spending more money. On the 21st, you will see the next day, Mars in your 2nd house trining Pluto. So you're feeling empowered by the actions that you're taking when it comes to making money and resources. And it is a change that's going to be happening in regards to your work or your career. Keep in mind that Mars was your 7th house, though, so that it can mean that it's something in regards to you and a partner, a business partner, a client, a romantic partner. are trying to figure out how to make more money. So it may include another person. The very same day on the 21st, we are going to see that Mercury in Leo, okay, so Mercury, which will be in your 4th house of home, will come into a square with Uranus, which means that you're probably going to have a difference of opinion with somebody at home when it comes to a situation involving children. You could have a miscommunication or misunderstanding with a kid. You can have a little bit of a standoff with a romantic partner or roommate. There could be some challenging conversations that are being had with a family member. Mercury does rule younger people, and it is about money and resources, and it's squaring Uranus in your sign, which means it's putting pressure on you to act. So there can be something changing going on with your home, or maybe something within your home that's also making you kind of nervous, and you're like, how am I going to handle this situation? The positive side of the 21st is that the sun, which is in your 3rd house of communication, is trining aspects and connecting with Neptune and Pisces, which is basically saying communication, empathy, awareness, focusing on the long-term goal is possible. I could see some of you guys that are like preparing to make a home change or a move, and through communicating and talking to a friend, maybe they give you some kind of advice, or they help you, or they say they'll help you take care of it, or they'll help you plan it, or hey, it'll be fine, just don't worry about it, let it all go. So definitely have somebody on standby who you can talk to, who can kind of like talk you off the edge of whatever is going on in the situation. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see the sun enter into Leo. So now you have got Mercury, you've got Venus, you've got the sun all hanging out here in this particular house. Basically what this means is that you are going to see, so much focus on your home. The sun is at home in Leo, and it will come into an opposition with Pluto. So something to kind of think about here is that you are going to experience some kind of power struggle, especially if you're an early degree Taurus, sun, moon, or rising. There is a bit of a power struggle with the sun in the 4th house of home and family, and Pluto in your career zone. It means like, maybe your father-in-law or a family member is coming to visit, and it is having an impact, or it is changing something about the power that your work and your schedule and your career has over you. It can represent this awareness that like home and family and private life is so important, and that, yeah, it can feel like making time for that challenges your career, but like this is a really important time to really reflect on your home, your family, and the past in some way. Power struggles though, especially because, Pluto rules your 7th house. So it can be somebody's putting pressure on you about being like, you're working too much, you need to be home more. But like I said, it keeps kind of coming up throughout the transits. And then you're going to see on the, one other thing I would say is that through changes with the home and the impact that it can have actually on your career. So for some of you guys who are anticipating being like, I do want to change my job, I am going to move, or I'm looking for a job in another city, work can impact home, and home can impact work. Okay. All right. On the 26th of the month, you're going to see Chiron will retrograde in Aries. So it will be retrograding in your 12th house. So this basically means healing is going on a spiritual level. It's subconscious. Keep in mind, Mars is the ruler. So when Chiron turns retrograde, Mars is in the 2nd house. So I think it's about working on self-esteem. I think it's about not letting money or financial situations make you feel like you're not good enough. I think it's a great time for therapy. It's a great time for meditation. It's a great time for Reiki, spiritual healing. I think that if you are working in private or in a subconscious way, or in therapy or in a private gym, it can actually be helping kind of build your self-esteem back up in some capacity. This can also be about healing and healing centers and healing in private spaces, therapy offices, healers offices, surgery centers, things like that. That can be coming up for you as well. On the 5th of the month, we're going to have a new moon in Cancer, and that's going to be in your 3rd house, and the moon is at home here. It's a nice aspect to Taurus. It sextiles Taurus, so it means that it's kind of harmonizing with your sign. It means that you're setting new intentions about how to better communicate and express your feelings, your emotions. If you're in the market for wanting to buy a new car, you want to do it after this. If you are thinking about signing a lease, you want to do it after this. If you are thinking about wanting to reconnect with family, plan a road trip, any of these things, you want to do it after this. This particular new moon will trine Saturn, so it's in alignment with your goals. It's also in alignment very much with your friends, and it's really great for communication and being able to kind of connect with your community. On the 21st of the month, we are going to see a full moon in Capricorn. This is the second one. It is a blue moon. If you happen to be 28, 29 degrees of Taurus, sun, moon, or rising, this is going to be trining you, so it may be a little bit more favorable for you than some of the other signs. Capricorn is a fellow earth sign, so earth trines produce stability. It's the second one. So if you think about what happened or will happen around the first full moon in Capricorn, I think the second one is kind of like, well, what else do I need to wrap up? So a full moon in Capricorn at 29 degrees in the 9th house, very, very close to the cusp, I will say, of your midheaven, is still playing on the themes of what needs to change in regards to your beliefs about your career. Where do you need to finalize education plans, travel plans? Where do you need to finalize something about your philosophy, your beliefs? What's changing here? A full moon conjunct Pluto at 29 degrees is very critical. I think the positive is the sextiles to Neptune, where you're open to making changes with your goals and your friends. I think the challenge is that the ruler is retrograde. So it does mean that you need to reevaluate and reassess or reconnect with people. And that can kind of help you when it comes to your belief about your career. You might need to meet other people who help change your beliefs about your career. But yeah, for the most part, this is a pretty critical full moon. And because it's so close to Pluto, I think that your beliefs about your career are changing, and that will have an impact ultimately when Pluto kind of goes into Capricorn and then goes back into Aquarius at the beginning of next year. Okay, so let's see what the cards have to say. What is happening? We're off to a great start this month, kids. We've got the Tower. All right. I'm not surprised by this because, well, Mars, Uranus. For me, this is very much like, a Mars card, Sudden change, upheaval, revelations, awakening, destruction of old foundations, disaster, trauma, chaos, radical shifts. I'm going to tell you right now, if something has been lurking in your subconscious, it is going to come out to play. So you need to be mindful that the monsters that you kind of keep in the closet, you might not be able to keep in the closet for very long. And if you're upset, angry, or if there's something that's repressed, I recommend dealing with it so it doesn't become a bigger problem. Sometimes when we see Mars-Uranus aspects, it's like something is completely knocked down only because it was not serving your higher purpose. So some old version of yourself is changing, it's collapsing, you're reworking something, you're shattering some belief that you had about what you were not capable of doing or who you were. It may seem very sudden, it may seem very dramatic, it may seem very chaotic. It can also represent physical things that are going on that's kind of upsetting you in terms of your physical body or your appearance. And it's about learning to not just blast through things, to be gentle with yourself. And likely on the other side of this transit, you're going to find that there is a focus on rebuilding. And I think Mars going into your second house is that. I think Jupiter in your second house is that. I think Mars trine Pluto is that. You can change who you are if you choose to. You don't always have to stay the same, right? Hope that's helpful. Please, Tauruses, let me know what happens this month with that transit. I'd love to hear. Good luck. We've got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, Gems? How are you guys doing? Welcome to July of 2024. Obviously, we got a lot of stuff going on this month. We are going to see Mercury make a number of aspects. There's a lot of Mercury aspects, and we've got a Mercury shadow. We've got Mars going into your sign. We've got, let's see what else. Mercury will move from Cancer into Leo at the beginning of the month, and then we will see Mercury go into Virgo later in the month towards the end, and it will be in the shadow. So we're going to see a lot of Mercury stuff all month long. Mercury always rules you and your body and your appearance. It also has connections to your home and your family. So just some food for thought, you know, when Mercury's in Cancer, mind's on your money, money's on your mind. Mercury goes into the third house, more kind of communicative in a romantic, fun, witty way, you know, maybe traveling, talking to siblings or neighbors more. And then obviously later in the month when Mercury goes into your fourth house in Virgo, it's comfortable there, but it will retrograde. Okay, so that means that the shadow is going to impact you. So you want to be mindful of that when I bring up the dates. I do think that the Mercury shadow is going to be, for a lot of you guys, where am I moving to? What am I reorganizing about my home? Where am I going back home and visiting family? Where am I considering other places I would live? There can be changes also going on with vehicles. There can be hearing from family members you have not heard from in a while or reconnecting with them. There can also be just some changes to how you are navigating stuff on the home front in general, okay? So the beginning of the month, on the 2nd of July, which is a day I like, good transits for you. Mercury in Cancer. So Mercury will be in your money house, money on your mind. And it will trine Neptune in Pisces, which basically means that you have potentially like $1 million idea. You know, 29 degrees of Cancer is the millionaire's degree, by the way. So there can be like this amazing idea that you have and you're like, wow, I should do this thing, or I should create this product or make this deal, or, you know, something that's kind of in alignment with your intuition, your vision for the future, for your career, and also something that you're really investing yourself in. But really tap into what your intuition is telling you. That's what I would advise, especially because it's happening in a water sign and it's happening in, you know, 29 degrees. And the second house is finances and resources, and the 10th house is career. So it can be about kind of really envisioning how much do I want to get paid, and what does my career look like, and how can I make that a reality, and like what's my gut telling me about how to make these things kind of come to fruition. On the 2nd also, we'll see Venus in Cancer, okay, in your money house, trining Saturn. So it looks like it's very possible, this idea that you're coming up with, or something that you're negotiating, or something that you're planning, it looks like it's solid. It can mean that you're benefiting financially because there is some change at work, or a change with a parent, or somebody is selling a company and you get a cut of it. Something like that can be coming up for you as well. And so it does look like it's gonna become a little bit more solid. And then we will see on the 2nd, Neptune will turn retrograde at 29 degrees of Pisces. So where there's been some misunderstandings, you know, miscommunications, lack of clarity about what's going on with your career, or what's going on with your professional life, with your job, your status, your title, your boss, something starts to become a little bit more clear because now Mercury is retrograde. So it doesn't feel as kind of like foggy. And you're able to be like, okay, I can see the path forward, or now I am making money. Maybe I do feel good in this position, or, you know, now that I have seen all of the prototypes and the things that we're going to be putting out, like I feel like my vision is kind of coming together. So that's positive as well. Then we will see on the 3rd of the month, okay, so this is a tricky transit for you. Mercury will enter into the sign of Leo, okay? So you're in your 3rd house, which means you are driving around town, talking to your siblings, you're writing up a contract, you are putting something together involving education, you are dealing with a vehicle. And this is a house of learning, okay? This Mercury, which is you, will oppose Pluto, which means maybe that contract you thought you could write, you probably shouldn't. You probably should hire an attorney to do it. You know, Pluto represents coworkers. It also represents services. And maybe you feel kind of like mentally intimidated by the idea of, you know, like signing or agreeing to something or writing up this contract. And so maybe, you know, it would make sense to hire somebody to do it for you. There can be threatening words, threatening beliefs. There can be documents pertaining to insurance, legal stuff, lawsuits that can come up. There can be some difficult conversations you could have with a teacher. There could be some difficult conversations that you could have with a mentor. Not a good day for travel. Okay, you could be more accident prone because of Pluto's involvement in the 9th. This is also a day that I would not be scheduling travel as well, like booking things. Mercury also connects to your fourth house of family. So there can be this sense of being like, oh, I want to travel, but like, I don't want to leave my mom, you know? And so then you call your sister and you're like, hey, I need to get out of town. You know, can you watch mom? And then you have a nasty conversation with a sibling. Something like that happens where something gets in your way of communication, travel, or your belief system. Then you're going to see on the 10th, the sun in Cancer will trine Saturn in Pisces. So the sun in your second house of money is stabilizing and aligning with career, reputation, and status. So this is a good money day. This is a good career day. This is a day where things start to kind of come together. And then you will see on the 15th of the month, Mars conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so here's my thoughts. My thoughts are this may not be as impactful for you. You may kind of feel like you're sitting on the sidelines and you're just watching the world burn. And you're like, what the hell is going on out there? This is crazy. So, you know, Mars is about action. It's connected to your friends. It's connected to your goals. It's connected to networking in groups. And Mars is also connected to your sixth house of your coworkers. It could also be connected to unexpected grievances, challenges, responsibilities. I really feel inclined to tell you that not everybody at work is your friend. You're not at work to make friends. I think that this can be a day where you thought somebody who was like a friend or an ally at work can deceive you. And you're like, oh, I can't stay connected to that person anymore. Like they can't be trusted. Okay. It can also be a day where there is some repressed anger, frustration, rage. Mars also rules your health. And so with that conjunct Uranus, it can mean that there is some mental stress. There is a need to kind of quickly deal with or treat a health ailment. And you may potentially need to see a specialist or a doctor or go to the hospital. It can happen. What else? But I think this is going to be about like internal frustration. You might have trouble sleeping. That's the other way of looking at it. And I think that, you know, you're like, oh, I just really want to see something, because Venus is the ruler and it's in your third house and it's opposing Pluto. So it might mean that you just really want to stick it to somebody and tell them what you think and send them that email or that text message. And you're like, no, keep my cool, Zen, don't say anything. But be mindful of like what the anger, the frustration, the agitation can bring up for you. Could it bring nightmares? Could it bring sleep disturbances? Can it bring fevers? Can it bring on inflammation? Yeah, it can bring all of that stuff. And so just think about that. Then we're going to see on the 16th of the month, we're going to see Mercury enter shadow. So Mercury will be in Leo. The retrograde will actually begin on the 5th of August, so it's next month, but it'll retrograde from your fourth into your third house. So the reason why I bring this up is because you're ruled by Mercury, you're probably going to feel the shadow a little bit more. A Mercury retrograde in the fourth into the third is like preparing to move, making changes with your car issues, gadgets breaking down, having issues with contracts and negotiations. Issues with communication with family, property, and real estate is pretty common with this retrograde. I would just say if you know you have to sign a lease or a contract, do it before the 16th or wait until after Mercury goes direct next month. And keep in mind that we are still on the 21st going to see a Mercury square Uranus. So it almost looks like in the shadow, there is already communication issues or document issues or travel issues. And then as it squares Uranus, you're like, okay, well now it is really kind of getting haywire. You know, now we really are finding it difficult to kind of communicate or relate. And like, you know, people don't want to budge. All right. So then on the 20th of the month, you're going to see Mars enter into the sign of Gemini. So Mars will leave that chaotic conjunction in the sign of Taurus into Gemini, and it's in your first house. So Mars does well in the first house. This is about the things that you do first in the morning, having a morning routine, working out in the morning, getting up, writing your manifestations, doing your mantras. All that stuff is really good. Mars is about motivation, and it's about going after your goals because it's connected to your 11th house, being more socially active with your friends, connecting with groups. You might feel very called to go and be a part of a movement, or you might be somebody who's protesting or carrying the megaphone in some way, trying to kind of lead the masses. yeah, Mars in your first house is very strong. You'll have it for 6 weeks. Eventually, we will see it come into conjunction with Jupiter. So I feel like that's going to be about really getting a lot of recognition for communicating, sharing, teaching, or traveling. But before that, on the 21st, Mars is going to trine Pluto. Okay. Mars also is connected to health habits and routine. So it's like, honestly, I would really recommend for my for my Gemini risings, it's really about being like, okay, if I need to get back to the gym, if I need to start lifting weights again, if I need to start being more active, if I need to start going for walks, like do it in the morning. And listen to something motivating while you do it, or go to a class or a group fitness class with other people, or go work out with a friend. Do your, emails while you're standing at a walking desk on a walking pad. Something where, you're able to communicate, learn, and also work out to help you kind of pass the time. Focus on positivity and motivation. Be focusing on that 24/7, and breath work can help as well. On the 21st, we will see Mars trine Pluto, and I think this is going to be about really feeling motivated to create change, and how where there is like a new motivational speaker, a new teacher, a new practice, somebody that's really incentivizing you to want to make changes and want to be stronger and bolder and more independent. The very same day, we will see the Sun in Cancer trine Neptune in Pisces. So the Sun in the second house, which is about your goals, your resources, also what you're consuming, what you're spending money on, will trine Neptune. And that's about kind of feeling like you're in the flow. That means that you want to feel good when you're at work. You need an environment that makes you feel good. It might be where you need to stay hydrated, listen to some music, meditate a little bit to focus on kind of bringing all of the pieces together. And you got to ask yourself, how do you feel while you're working? Okay. Then we will also see this day on the 21st, so this is a little stressful for you. Mercury in Leo in the third house of communications, travel, and learning will square Uranus in Taurus. So to me, it feels like there is a little bit of tension revolving around lack of sleep, or changes maybe with your habits and the impact that that's having on your communication. This is a day that you want to be really careful with driving, because I think a Mercury retrograde shadow in the third house can be driving issues, and then a square to Uranus means that you could kind of see something could happen that you don't see coming. This is also nervous tension and not being sure if you should say something or not, and you're kind of still holding back a little bit with Uranus in the 12th house of not losing your cool on somebody, and it might get to a point where you're just like fit to be tied with communication. So this is a bit of a difficult communication day. I want you to keep in the back of your mind that Mars is in your sign trine Pluto. So you want to go back to that mantra, that teaching, that practice that's really going to keep you grounded. And at the same time, the Sun in Cancer trine Neptune is like, nope, I am in control. I'm in control. Everything's happening for a reason. Things are working out for me. I'm good. And it's mind over matter, baby. That's really what the focus is here. 22nd of the month, you're going to see the Sun enters Leo. The Sun will be moving into its home sign in the third house, where there is going to be much more highlighting the mind, what you're learning, communication, also like self-expression. This can mean that, you are really thinking about, what do I love, and what am I learning, and where am I traveling to, and how can I be more creative? How can I speak in a much more loving, kind of inspired way, a much bolder way? That Sun is going to come directly into an opposition with Pluto, which basically means that whole bold, proud kind of way of communicating is being thwarted or kind of threatened in some way by, but I didn't go to college, or, I don't know how to write a book, or what if I never get published? So, okay, so what if? But you can't let those fears of traveling, publishing, legal matters, changes in faith or philosophy hinder the creative process, hinder how you communicate and speak and talk to yourself. It may mean that, if you want to write something, you need to find an editor, or you need to have a writing partner, or that you need to be working on, some of the basics in regards to that, and you may need some assistance. But a lot of this is about feeling threatened when it comes to communication and traveling and education. And you're working a lot of that kind of stuff out throughout, I think, the Mercury retrograde. Then we're going to see on the 26th of the month, Chiron will turn retrograde in Aries. This is where you are really reflecting on healing something about your connection to friends, to groups, to networks. If you have felt singled out or like the odd man, or that, it's been difficult to connect with people, you're healing those issues. At the time when that turns retrograde, Mars will be in your sign. So it means that you're kind of reflecting on, well, maybe it's not that they're not calling me. Maybe I need to be a better friend, or maybe I need to initiate, or I need to reach out, or I need to make plans. And so it's really about you taking action and like reconnecting with certain people. And if you can't join them, start your own group. Do your own movement, start your own kind of page, or, kind of meeting or something where you're the one who's orchestrating bringing people together, so you're not the one who's feeling left out. You may also feel like it's time to go back and work on or heal issues revolving around friendships. On the 5th of the month, there will be a new moon in Cancer. This new moon is going to be in your second house. This is a money manifestational moon for you. But remember, Cancer is about emotions, home, and feelings. So how do you feel about your financial situation? What would you feel like if you had stronger finances, or if you paid off your debt, or if you bought a house, or if you, whatever it is that you want. And remember, you're only going to make as much as you feel like you are worth. So a new moon in the second house with the moon at home in the sign means that you're really investing in yourself, and you're focusing on how it feels to have emotional security. That moon is beautiful. It trines Saturn in your 10th house of career. Saturn does rule money owed. So there can be decisions made by higher up, by managers, superiors, judges, courts, other people who make some kind of decision or determination about what money you are owed, or what is due to you, or what needs to be paid back. So it's very much tied to what you're owed, and also how you're able to either clear debts or pay them off, right? Then we're going to see on the 21st, a second blue full moon in Capricorn. This will be at 29 degrees. So it's interesting because this is very financial for you, being in your second and 8th house. And you want to think back to whatever's going on around the first full moon in Capricorn that was in June at 1 degree. What was coming up for you in terms of debt, joint resources, taxes, insurance matters, payments. Then Saturn was direct. So there could have been a decision that was made about some of these topics. And now with the second full moon, now that stuff is coming to a completion, it's coming due. This could mean where you feel like now you really have to pay off a credit card, or you really have to pay off a loan, or financial stuff feels a little bit more critical. Saturn retrograde in your 10th house can mean that there is more pressure when it comes to finances, especially if you're in the process of changing jobs or retiring, and themes of like investments and how much money you have saved is very important. And it can feel like a really big kind of turning point for you financially. In a short amount of time, in a couple months, Pluto will come back into this house. So this whole like storyline that you've been dealing with since 2008 of like how other people's money impacts you, and how change comes very slow, and like all of that stuff, like that's kind of getting ready later this year to kind of come to a completion. Okay. So I hope that's helpful for you, Gemini. Let's take a look. Let's see what your cards are. I'm hoping it's more positive than what we've seen so far. And we have the Empress. Okay, that's a great card. Something I will just note is that the Empress deals with generally like themes revolving around mother, home, family. You got a retrograde that's going to be going on next month in your 4th house. You have also got Jupiter on your ascendant, which can be a fertility transit. It can be that you're growing your family. It can mean that your home is expanding. It can mean that you're traveling and looking for a home. It can be about pregnancy. But I think that really this is kind of like, what are you nurturing? What are you tending to, right? That's something I would be thinking about this month. This is about the creation of life, abundance, maternal fertility, divine feminine energy, pregnancy, health, sensuality, care and nurturing, Mother Earth. Second house transits are very earthy. It's very grounded. It's also about being able to nurture something so it can grow. So that can be your talents, your finances, what have you. Can this be an indication of, mom stopping by, or relationships with stepmoms or other women in the family? Yeah, sure. And I think that that may be something that you're seeing that's coming up during that retrograde shadow. But for the most part, I think it's about asking yourself, what kind of a life are you creating? How are you creating more space for harmony and love, and also abundance and richness? She is associated with Venus after all. Good luck, Gemini. We have Cancer and Cancer rising. Welcome to July of 2024. And once again, if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one for you guys. So I'm going to talk to you all about these moons. The moons this month are very important for you, especially because they're going to be happening in the angular signs and houses. And yeah, they're gonna square the nodes a little bit. So you may feel like there is some real definitive things that are changing both for you, but as well as your relationships, and that these changes are happening and they're putting the pressure on your status, your career, and your reputation, as well as changes that's going on with your home and your family. On the 5th of the month, we are going to have a new moon in your sign. So if your birthday is like the 4th, 5th, or 6th, it's going to be conjunct, your sun. So this is going to be a solar return or a birthday that will coincide with a new moon. So it means that this next year, it's like clean slate, everything's brand new, you're starting from scratch, and you may feel like there's like a real clearing, excuse me, leading up to this particular new moon. That's normal, don't freak out about it, it's fine, stuff gets cleared out right before you have this new moon. New moon in your sign basically means you're setting new intentions for yourself, your body, your goals, where you're going, and your emotions. When the new moon is in your first house, you can feel a little moody. It is important to pay attention to what's going on with your body and what you need. But this is a beautiful new moon. This new moon is going to be in a trine to Saturn in Pisces in the 9th house. This means that maybe you're committing to a new belief system, a new educational path. Maybe you're committing to a new mentorship or education situation. Maybe you're planning a trip or you're traveling. You're focusing more on your beliefs and spirituality. And after all, Saturn does rule your 7th house of relationships. So it might mean that you're like, I'm dedicated to this long distance relationship, or I'm willing to travel to see somebody, or I want to work with this teacher more. So it's a good energy. The other thing that you're going to want to watch is going to be on the 21st of the month, and this is when we have a second full moon in Capricorn. All right, so some of you guys are watching this in June, right before the Capricorn full moon hits. Some of you guys are like, it already happened. Let me just say this. Blue moons are rare. When we have 2 full moons in the same sign, the cosmos are like, you have a lot of work to do in this department. The first one was at 1 degree, so it was both the beginning and the end. And I think a lot of it was taking stock in, where do I stand with relationships? How far have I come? Who am I partnering with? What are my business relationships like? And where do I need more support from other people? When that full moon happens, Saturn is direct. Okay, this is in June. So I think the second full moon, which will be on the 21st of July, it's conjunct Pluto, so it does represent some major transformation. It's at 29 degrees, so it means also it is very critical. I'm just going to come out and say it. Make or break situations in relationships, basically. It is possible that you're kind of looking at relationships being like, okay, this is how much progress we've made with my therapist, with my partner, with my teacher. But how far can we get in the next month? And then when you get to this full moon on the 21st of July, you're going to be like, maybe this isn't working for me. Go back and look at what happened when Pluto was at 29 degrees. What was going on in your relationships? Did a relationship end? Was it a turning point? Was it a critical point? Were you feeling like things weren't getting better? Did you want to kill something off? On the flip side, the 7th house is like, it could give you lots of extra dating and relationships opportunity. You could blast through blockages in relationships. You could finally get to the core of what it is that you need in partnerships. There could be major completions and turning points. So it's not necessarily bad. But I do think that having this in opposition to you is definitely going to be showing you what's going on with your relationships. This is also your marketplace. So if you have services or a business, or if you offer something or products or something, you're just going to notice there's a lot more people coming in that are going to want what you have. So that's good as well. All right, so those are the 2 kind of moons. New moon at 14 degrees. If you have planets around there, it's a new start. Full moon at 29 degrees. So if you have planets around there, it's going to be some power struggles probably with some other people. All right, so let's get into the beginning of the month. I like on the 2nd of July, there's a lot of really good transits that are happening and stuff that's going on in your sign. So the first thing I see is that Mercury in your sign, in your first house if you're Cancer rising, how you communicate and express your emotions and your feelings is very much in tune with travel and your philosophy and your belief system and education, and you're able to communicate and kind of connect your intuition with finding the words and the right thing to say. You may feel like your faith is strong. You may feel like your beliefs are strong. You may be dreaming about places that you want to go and travel and visit. You may be feeling very inspired. This very same day, Venus in your sign will be in a trine to Saturn, okay? So self-love, beauty, health, emotions, being shared with Saturn, somebody at a distance, with a partnership at a distance, with a client, with a teacher, with a mentor, and really feeling understood and supported. The very same day, Neptune turns retrograde at 29 degrees in your 9th house. So this means that where there's been some lack of faith or understanding about what the future holds, where you're supposed to travel, how you're going to complete a college course, whether or not the right person is going to kind of pop into your life, it starts to all become, I think, a little bit more clear. Now, on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mercury entering into the sign of Leo. Mercury will be moving into a financial house. This is where your mind is on your money. Mercury is about your subconscious, and it can be about things that are hidden or secrets or self-undoing. It's also connected to communications, things involving vehicles, things involving documents, moving, or siblings. So Mercury going into the 2nd house means that you can kind of, you can see yourself kind of getting worked up or stressed out about money. It is possible that there is some document or conversation or phone call that comes out of the blue that's about a financial situation, and Mercury will immediately on the 3rd come into an opposition with Pluto. So it might be something that kind of takes you back, where you're like, oh my God, I didn't see this bill, or I didn't know that this money was owed, or I didn't know that there was a collection on something, or yeah, it's like something becoming conscious and aware of some kind of power struggle in regards to communications and money. Pay attention, because the sun will oppose this as well. I would also say that something you want to really think about, because Mercury will come into shadow this month, is that since the retrograde will actually start in Virgo and go into Leo, if there is money owed, you're going to be called on it to take care of it. If there is a misunderstanding financially about a vehicle, or some kind of misunderstanding about a financial situation, you're going to get called on it. So being honest is like really important throughout these transits. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see the sun in your sign coming into a trine with Saturn, okay, in Pisces. So this is about you being like, yes, I'm showing up. I will take care of it. I've got it handled. Some of you guys who are dealing with a legal situation with Saturn and Neptune in your 9th house, it may be a time where you're like, I need to talk to an attorney and see what they think is best, or like what they're, telling me I should do. Or maybe if you're questioning what direction you're going with a college course or, a program, you talk to a counselor. If you're feeling like, you need some support, you're talking to a spiritual advisor. Sun in the 1st house is, yes, I'm willing to show up and acknowledge that this is how I feel, or this is what's going on, or this is what I'm responsible for, and somebody kind of guiding you through the process. So that's a good transit. And then on the 15th, we are going to see Mars conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So this is one of the more disruptive transits this month. Obviously, Mars is combative and confrontational, and it is about excess heat and speed and, kind of conflict. And Uranus is about some kind of explosive situation, and it's about something sudden and out of the blue that we don't see coming. Mars rules your career and also your reputation and your connection to your status, as well as creativity and self-expression. Uranus rules other people's money and money owed. So the feeling that I'm getting is that the Mars-Uranus conjunction could mean there is a conflict with a friend. It could be conflict over a romantic situation, conflict over a financial situation, money borrowed, money owed. There could also be some conflict with a group of people at work. And there can be some scandalous things that are coming out about who did what with money and what happened and who got fired and what layoffs are happening. And it kind of riling a group of people up when they start to kind of realize something that's kind of happened in a professional sense. This can also mean that if you are out in around a group of people, there can be some commotion going on. You know, Mars is about bars and casinos and theaters and plays. And when you put it in the 11th house conjunct Uranus, it means like if you go somewhere where suddenly there's a bar fight or there was a lot of people protesting or there was going to be, you know, people who are just, there's conflict or confrontation or things that are kind of blowing up or going off, like it's a dangerous situation. So don't always run with the crowd, right? Don't run with the bulls, Mars Uranus in this conjunction, because it can be something that's combative. And if you're like planning on going to a concert or a festival or an event around this day, I personally, with these transits, I would not do it because there could definitely be some chaos that's going on, you know, around you kind of socially. All right, on the 16th of the month, Mercury enters shadow in the sign of Leo. So this means that even though the Mercury retrograde will not begin until August the 5th, and it will start in Virgo in its home sign and retrograde back into Leo, this is when you start feeling the effects. So because the Mercury retrograde will retrograde back into your second house, it's pretty safe to say there is going to be something that's going to change with your finances, with what you're spending on a trip, with what you're spending on a gadget, or some kind of agreement you have with a sibling about money. It can mean that you're reassessing your budget before you move or buy a car, or that you're having a change to your income or your spending in some capacity. So you want to know that this is coming. We're going to see several oppositions between Leo and Pluto. And so for you, Cancer, this is much more financial. When, you know, Mercury makes the opposition, when we see Venus make the opposition, when we see, you know, the sun make the opposition, it's really taking into consideration, what is mine? What do I have? What do I possess? What money's in the bank? What do I have that I have for security? And how is it being threatened potentially by another person? You know, where do we find, okay, no, I can't get extension or a higher limit on my credit card? Where does the loan get declined? Where will my partner not give me any more money? Where am I no longer able to dip into an inheritance? Where am I no longer getting unemployment? Like that kind of stuff can come up. And so there is going to really be a need to really focus on your resources and be mindful of your spending this month and next month. Then you will see on the 20th, Mars will enter into the sign of Gemini. So Mars will leave your social zone of Taurus and go into your 12th house. Well, Mars rules career, and it's also about creativity, self-expression, and dating. So when Mars goes into the 12th house, what can come up is like definitely some self-undoing tendencies. Nervous tension, issues sleeping, concern and worry about, you know, work or a professional status. We can also see that it can be a time where there can be a lot of passion and creativity and sensuality going on behind the scenes with a romantic partner. Exploring and traveling and going to a foreign land. Working long hours behind the scenes on a creative project, something that you're writing or something that you're kind of working on that is maybe like a hobby or something artistic that you do with your hands. So if you're into writing or photography or design or painting, that could be something that you're working on as well. But it's not being seen. Maybe burning the candle at both ends, you know, can happen here. What I like is that, you know, Mars rules the North Node. So it means that you're working hard on something in regards to your career that's, you know, in kind of like behind the scenes, and it's yet to become visible. What you will also see is then on the 21st is that Mars will, in Gemini, trine Pluto. And Pluto is about transformation of assets and money in regards to other people. So Mars in the 12th house means that you can get a lot of work done and that you have some kind of like energy that you're pulling from, and you have some support system, or maybe You know, you do have some emergency funds to kind of hold you over if you do feel like you need to take a break from work, or if you are deciding that you want to travel. This is a lot of powerful energy, Mars in a trine to Pluto. It can mean that something is coming to an end about work or your professional life because of a change in somebody else's resources. So some of you guys might be like, oh my God, my company's getting sold. Is it impacting my job? Or, you know, they're underwater. They owe a lot of money. Like, you know, am I still going to have a job? Is there going to be layoffs? I don't like saying this stuff, but these things can come up. So be mindful that even though Mars trine Pluto is good, in the water houses, the 12th and the 8th, it's definitive things that are going on that's happening because of financial situations with other people. Be mindful also that Mars in the 12th house can be about where there's frustration with bosses and stuff, or there can be some difficult conversations with people behind the scenes at work. This can be a time where you're more mindful of your mental health and things pertaining to just health in general, breathing, lungs, hands. You know, the 12th house is hospitals, so sometimes people are like, you know what, like, oh my gosh, you know, I broke my wrist or whatever, and then it's like, I can't go to work for a week. Something like that can kind of happen, obviously touch wood, but 12th house is healing. Same day on the 21st, we're going to see the sun in Cancer. So the sun is in your sign, and it is trining Neptune in Pisces. So God forbid something does happen, you know, the way that you're looking at it, like the bright side of things is like, okay, well, you know, maybe I got some time off of work. What do I do? Do I go on a vacation? Do I go on a trip? You know, this is about letting it all go because it will be at 29 degrees. It can also mean that you're seeking support from a spiritual practitioner, from a teacher, from a mentor, from a lawyer to kind of help guide you like, okay, well, what resources do I have here, you know, or what recourse do I have here when it comes to you know, protecting myself or protecting my assets. We will also see Mercury in Leo. So Mercury will be in your money house, second house of personal possessions, and it will square Uranus in the 11th. So it does look like there is some tension revolving around, okay, well, this is, you know, this is what I thought I knew about my financial situation, or this is what I thought I had, or this is what I believe in, or this is what I think about, you know, money or resources, and it's coming into conflict with Uranus. Like if you're somebody who's been working with friends or collaborating with friends, I feel like this is tension between, you know, what you want to get paid or what you need versus, you know, what other people are actually giving you. And that triggers the whole, okay, Mars in the 12th house, you know, trine Pluto. It's like somebody might be like, yeah, this isn't working together, isn't working for me anymore. And so there could be some things that are making you kind of go, oh, okay, I think this is done. Now I have to reassess something that's going on with my finances. So be mindful of that. Difficult financial conversations with people. Then on the 22nd of the month, you're going to have sun entering into the sign of Leo. So the sun is strong in the second house. It's about your resources, what you're, you know, kind of putting forth. This is also a period of gains. So don't get me wrong, a retrograde that will happen in your second house. Yeah, you might have to make some changes, but if you haven't been working for a while and the Mercury retrograde shadow hits, you may go back to work. If you have been having breaks with, you know, money coming in, the retrograde can bring money back in for you. It can bring money back to you, money that's owed to you. So, you know, just some food for thought. But the sun in the second house is strong because it's basically saying you're priding yourself on being able to build something and being able to bring in more resources for yourself. The challenge is that it immediately comes into an opposition with Pluto. So, you know, what you have and what you possess feels kind of threatened by somebody else that has control over it. 8th house can be your partner's resources. It can be dealing with a bank or an insurance matter. It could be about dealing with a loan. Pluto is the ruler of your 5th house of love affairs, creativity, and children. So it can mean that, you know, you've got a kid that's like, you know, mom, dad, I need more money. You know, can I get my allowance, or are you going to pay my bills? And you're like, actually, this is not really working for me anymore. We need to rework something because, you know, there needs to be a change and a transformation to how you're handling your resources. And there could be difficult exchanges also with romantic partners, lovers, benefactors, things like that. Anybody who you have either some kind of financial or emotional investment in, and you can see some power struggles going back and forth with a partner or a spouse in regards to money. People don't want to budge when you see those oppositions and those squares. Then we're going to see on the 26th of the month, Chiron will retrograde in Aries. So now you are turning inward, reflecting, and doing some work revolving around what wounds do I have about my career, or about taking authority, or about being successful. You know, at the time of the Chiron retrograde, Mars will be in Gemini, and that rules Aries. And it means that maybe you're reflecting on, like, realizing, like, okay, I think I've hit a dead end with my job, or maybe this isn't a forever thing, or maybe this isn't working, or, you know, maybe it does mean that I need to kind of be working late nights or extra hours, or maybe I need to be going back to school and getting some kind of training so I can have a better job. And you're kind of coming to terms with where there's been some issues maybe with your identity or your ego, because you feel like you're not as successful as you could be. But it's prompting you to be like, how do I fix this? How do I heal it? Okay. So hopefully that's helpful for you guys. Let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you, Cancer. Let's get a good one for your birthday month. Oh, thank goddess. You get the sun. I love it. Which is in your sign most of the month, by the way. So you shine. It's really putting a light on you and, you know, your body, your appearance, your happiness, your joy, your vitality. And obviously your birthday, if you're a Cancer sun. This is about pure positivity, ultimate happiness, joy, success, vitality, warmth, and it's about a positive outcome, optimism, confidence, sunshine, and truth. So it's about that. And so much of the first and the second house transits is what am I capable of building? What do I possess? What really makes me happy? How can I invest myself and my time and my energy on things that I love? So I love that the Sun card is highlighting that. And I think that this is a time where there is a lot of building when it comes to your security and self-esteem. So I think it's going to be a pretty positive month for you, Cancer. I hope it's a good one. Let me know how it goes. I'll catch you next month. We have Leo and Leo rising. What's going on, Leo? Welcome to your January? Hello. Welcome to your July horoscopes. It's July. For 2024, I hope you're doing well. Welcome back and happy birthday. If you're having a birthday, that's going to be going down here pretty soon. Obviously, I'm going to talk a lot about what's going on with the sun. We're going to see actually quite a few sun and actually Leo oppositions in general. So you want to listen for those. The other thing is that when we have the new moon in Cancer, because that's a solar transit as well, that's going to be taking place in your 12th house. You want to listen for that because that's going to be about basically like kind of clearing everything out and getting ready for your birthday, kind of taking stock in what's happened in this last year. What am I keeping with me? What am I starting new? And it's also about rest and healing. Here's the deal, to put it very simply. We will see a number of oppositions that are going to be happening between planets in your sign and Pluto in Aquarius, which is about relationships to other people. Pluto can be about family because it rules your 4th house of your family or your home. So it can be people you live with. It can be relatives. It can be people in your house. It can be the past. And Pluto is a pretty gnarly planet, okay? You know, because you're kind of dealing with some Pluto opposition, some of you early Leos. And so Pluto in your 7th house retrograde is things are changing when it comes to the future of your relationships to other people. Whether this is your spouse, your romantic partner, if this is a relationship to a friend, if you're realizing that you've hit a dead end in certain situations, you can't live with people anymore, you can't deal with certain family situations anymore, these things can come up. Something I want you to know is that when planets go into your 1st house, especially when the sun goes into Leo and all of this stuff, it's very powerful. It is about what works for you. It is about shining. It is about being authentic, being yourself, and not backing down or feeling threatened or intimidated by other people. Don't let the past come back to haunt you. Don't let habits repeat in your family, in your home, in your relationships. Don't put up with any shit. Basically is the opposition to Pluto, and really pay attention to the oppositions because this is going to unfold and be a bigger storyline that you're going to be dealing with at the end of this year. So there can be some things where you're seeing the red flags and you're like, whatever, like I'll deal with it when I deal with it. And then it can kind of come back to bite you in the butt. Literally bookmark this video at this time code because you're going to want to listen to this in December, and you're going to look back and you're going to go, there are some things I should have said, there are some things I should have done, there are some actions I should have taken, and like now it's a bigger problem. So you really want to see those red flags. Okay. On July the 2nd, we've got a really nice day. So we're going to be seeing Mercury in Cancer. So Mercury is in your 12th house, which is subconscious. It's about your dreams. It's about your intuition. It's also about taking time to reflect and meditate. It will trine Neptune in your 8th house. Great time for like spiritual reset, rest, retreat, doing some dream interpretation work, getting a Reiki session, anything that's going to be about digging deep into your subconscious and healing issues of something that you're afraid of or vulnerability issues. Very psychic. Then we will also see on the 2nd, Venus in your 12th house coming into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. So we've got water houses, water trines. Saturn rules relationships. It also rules, where there are health issues or where there are hangups with your schedule or your routine. So it might mean that you're just like, I'm taking a break. I'm hanging out by the pool. I'm going getting a massage. I'm going to a spa. I am unwinding, detoxing, and just really focusing on my emotions. And when July 2nd hits, Neptune will also retrograde in Pisces in your 8th house, which means that there is something that is finally kind of getting reworked, or you're clearing some kind of misunderstandings or misconceptions with spiritual healing, trauma, fear, joint resources, partnerships. Like, I really feel like the first part of the month with planets going through Cancer, you may feel like you need to retreat a little bit more. You may not feel as social. There can be a tendency to feel like you just need some space. And then as they ingress into Leo and they oppose Pluto, if people are like, where are you going? What are you doing? What are you hiding? What's happening? You're going to be like, whoa, back up off me. And so I think that it's an intense way to kind of start the year for you. But it's also showing you like where other people can be jealous, envious, or trying to control you and trying to kind of, like I said, dim your light a little bit. So give yourself time to kind of focus on healing on the 2nd. On the 3rd of the month, Mercury enters your sign. And you're feeling communicative, chatty, social. Mercury rules your 11th house of networks, groups, and other people. And it also is connecting to money. So there can be a sense of you making some kind of statement about being like, look at what I have, or look at what I gained, or look at what I bought, or look at what I got gifted. And guess what? Pluto is nasty. So that opposition to Pluto is you're going to have friends that are going to be envious, jealous. They're not going to be celebrating your wins. They're not always going to be so nice in the comment section. They're not going to be kind. And Pluto can be trying to kind of kick up things revolving around your past, your private life, right? Things pertaining to also the internet. So it's like you post something of like, look at what I'm doing. And people are like trashing you and trying to bring up a bunch of private stuff. And it can also be some really difficult communication with a friend or a romantic partner. You know, I'm always going to keep it real. But if you need an example, go and look at what's going on the internet with Justin Timberlake right now. This is kind of the stuff that's starting to kind of build since some of the transits he's had in this last week. Anyway, we have now got on the 10th, Sun in Cancer in your 10th house is trining Saturn in Pisces. So you're feeling reflective, you're feeling like you need to heal, rest, recuperate, that you're recovering from something, that you are winding down, that you are connecting with people in a private sense and kind of healing something that is emotional or sensitive. Rest and recuperation. This is a good trine, by the way. You receive support with Saturn. So it means that you've got somebody who's kind of supporting you behind the scenes or kind of helping you heal. Psychologists, partners, therapists, grief counselors, that kind of stuff. And then we're going to see on the 15th, this is the big boom boom, Mars conjunct Uranus in Taurus, okay? So especially if you have any placements, the early degrees of Leo, you're getting hit with those Pluto oppositions. If you've got any placements, I would say like 25 to 27 degrees of Leo, you're going to get hit with Mars-Uranus square. So you're going to get both from both ends depending on your degrees. Well, Mars rules home, family, private life in the past. Uranus represents your public reputation, your relationships, and other people. The conjunction in your 10th house means that there's something possibly about your home and your family or your relationships that's very private that is now out in the open, and it is like gangbusters. It can mean suddenly you go from being the hero to being the villain. It can mean that there is a lot of competition, combativeness, competitiveness, things like that that's going on with people at work. Arguments with parents, arguments with superiors. There could be some legal problems here as well because Mars is connected to your 9th house. There could be issues with teachers and mentors and conflicts with them. There can be legal issues because, well, Mars rules the 9th house, traveling issues as well. Mars is also connected to your past. So your past kind of coming up in some way and being reevaluated and kind of put out in the open. Uranus rules your reputation. So you got Uranus in the 10th and Pluto in the 7th. So there's a lot of eyes on you. Like you're really seen for either being a fighter, being somebody who's about making change and revolution and independence and breaking free. This can also be a time where you're finally breaking free from work situations that don't work for you. You know, you could Jerry Maguire your way out of here and be like, I quit, I'm out, I'm done. So that can happen as well. When this happens, though, Venus is the ruler. And so it's interesting because Venus is going to be in your sign. So it means that you're kind of protected. It's kind of like you being like, that's me, I own it. You know, it is what it is. I did what I did. And Venus had just recently kind of come out of an opposition with Pluto. So it could also mean there's a status change. You know, I was employed, now I'm not. I was the hero, now I'm the villain. I was married, now I'm getting divorced. These kind of things can kind of happen. It can be splitting apart with friendships or relationships in general. Just breathe, okay? Because whatever is going to break apart is going to break apart. Look at what happened 2 years ago. Were you feeling the pressure to quit a job, change a job? You might be feeling that again. It's possible. Mars also rules the North Node. So the Mars-Uranus conjunction does talk about also speeding up, taking action, something pertaining to needing to legalize a business. Maybe it's also about a promotion or you're starting to focus on like marketing or like a campaign as well for a business. Okay. Then we're going to see on, let's see, where was I? On the 16th, Mercury enters shadow. This means that, you know, even though the Mercury retrograde won't be until August 5th, you're already starting to feel the effects of the Mercury retrograde. So Mercury will start its retrograde in your 2nd house of money, income, and self-esteem. It will retrograde back into Leo. This tells me that number one, this is when you start wanting to pay attention to how does your body feel? Do you need to make changes when it comes to what you're eating? Do you need to be working more so on your self-esteem and building yourself back up? Is there potentially some changes coming to your spending habits and your finances and your money? And put the scissors down. Don't cut your hair. Don't make any dramatic changes to your appearance or your clothes or anything like that, because the retrograde shadow is like when we're hands off, and the main is Leo. So particularly your hair and your style, but also it can be things that you say that come back to kind of bite you in the ass. Anyway, so the Mercury shadow will start at 21 degrees of Leo. So if you've got anything 21 degrees of Leo to 29 degrees of Leo, you're going to be impacted by this Mercury retrograde that's coming up next month. Good time to make preparations prior to the shadow, or you can just say, hey, I'm aware that there are some things I'm going to need to be changing about my health, my finances, or maybe my eating habits, my self-esteem, and I just need to be aware of what my body is telling me. And it's also about goals and feedback maybe that you're getting from other people about changes that you need to be making, and maybe you're deciding you want to reconnect or reach back out to a friend. All right, so then on the 20th of the month, Mars is going to enter into the sign of Gemini. So it will leave Taurus in your work zone, move into your 11th house of your goals, allies, networks, and friend zone, where it will spend 6 weeks, which is going to be particularly busy when it comes to action with friends and making plans, going and doing things. Mars rules your home and your family. It also is connected to travel. So it is possible that if you are going through a lot of changes in a relationship or like some major changes with your work or your career, and you're like, I just want to be home, I want to be left alone, I need some space, you may go and visit a friend's house. You may potentially have a friend come and stay with you. You might have friends say, hey, I see you're going through a hard time. Can I stop by? Do you need anything? You might get more phone calls from them about that stuff too. There can be family reunions, family gatherings, birthday parties for younger people, for cousins, siblings, and friends that you were attending, and all that good stuff. So Mars is also about, traveling. So people are traveling to you or vice versa. One thing you want to watch is on the 21st, when Mars goes into your 11th house, it's going to start trining Pluto. which means people are kind of showing up and coming to your aid or saying, do you want to talk about it? What's going on? You know, what's happening with you in a relationship? Do you need some support? How can I be there for you? I heard this thing happen. Are you okay? And like you're realizing who your real friends are. At the same time, it can also mean that there can be increased hostility and issues going on with friends because of a relationship or vice versa. So there can also be, you know, friends getting on your case about being like, I told you that girl was no good. Now you got your heart broken. You know, like, what do we got to do now? So stuff like that can be kind of coming up for you here as well. Sorry, I'm like losing my battery as I talk to you guys. And then what's the other thing? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just know that there's going to be a speeding up, a ramping up of just social connections and interactions. On the 21st of the month, that's when you see the, you know, the Mars trine Pluto. And the very same day, you will see also the sun in Cancer. So the sun in your 12th house on the 21st will trine Neptune and Pisces. So this is about emotionally letting it all go, accepting the change, healing, transmuting, releasing, and being like, okay, it is what it is. And you could find yourself very emotional, and it's a time that you probably want to be staying hydrated, being in water, and having some extra time for rest. You might feel a little sleepy. And then we're going to see Mercury in your sign. Okay, so Mercury in the first house of self and body, squaring Uranus. I kind of feel like the change that's going on either with your body, your career, your relationships, it's putting a lot of pressure on you, and you can be feeling like you're kind of like short-circuiting, and you're like, this is just too much stimulation for me. I really just need to be alone. I need to just kind of heal and like get some space. So rather than like trying to explain yourself to people or going back and forth with people at work or superiors, this is a day that you really want to take some rest and recuperation. This is going to be on the 21st of the month. Okay. Also, it'll be a full moon in Capricorn, and it's highlighting your health and your habits, and it's also highlighting some kind of change with your habits and your routine. And it's saying like it can't be all work and no rest, and health stuff can be coming up that can be impacting you emotionally or vice versa. Then you're going to see on the 22nd of the month, the sun enters into Leo in your sign. It's Leo season, and the sun opposes Pluto, which means like you're like, I'm focusing on me, which means I need space from things that are toxic, or I'm like not going on the internet, or like I really need to stay away from that person, or you know, I can't deal with my partner, or I need to be away from the home. Like there's something like that that's coming up, and you can feel the intensity and the pressure that other people are kind of putting on you. And then on the 26th of the month, Chiron turns retrograde in Aries. So it will be turning retrograde in your 9th house of belief, travels, education, and philosophy. When it goes retrograde, it's internal. So you're healing something about what your belief system is. You're healing something about a relationship to a mentor. You are healing something about your, worldly perspective. When this happens, the ruler is Mars, and Mars will be in Gemini. So I think that you're healing something about the way that you look at your relationship to friends. I think that maybe you're considering traveling and going to like a healing retreat or center, or doing something with other people. Maybe you're healing issues revolving around education and just like the bigger picture of your life. And you're realizing like, I can do that with other people. Like isolating myself is not the answer. Being around people can really help me. So strength in numbers, basically. And then finally, you will see on July 5th, there will be that new moon in Cancer. Like I said, this is about rest, recuperation, and healing, having some alone time, especially at home, getting in your comfy space, watching some movies, chilling out in your bedroom. That new moon will trine Saturn, so it is about basically setting intentions about what you want to detox, clear, or let go of. Great time for like baths, cleansings, some kind of like water ceremonies, being by the lake, water, or rivers, and like releasing or letting things go. And then we will have that second full moon on July 21st. This is the blue moon in Capricorn. Look what happened in June. You had a full moon there with Saturn direct, which means, there was something that was maybe kind of hidden from you that you needed to release or let go of, or something hidden about your health or your habits. It's now coming to light, and it needs to be dealt with. And it does seem like it's now or never, make or break. Changes with your habits, your daily routine. There can be a crisis with a pet. There can be issues with a coworker. And there can be some real health concerns that can be coming up. So take them seriously. I'm wishing you a happy birthday season. I know this is kind of heavy, but if you listen to your other, sun, moon, or rising placements, you'll hear everybody's getting a dose of this. And I promise you that in the end, I think a lot of the planets going through your first house is good. It's just about doing what's best for you. The card that you get is Justice, which is about balance, which is really highlighting the fact that there are things that feel very out of balance in regards to your relationships with other people. There's some power struggles. There are some things coming up that you need to deal with. You'll have a full moon there next month, don't worry. Justice, fairness, universal laws, karma, cause and effect, truth revealed, legal truth, accountability, consequences. Consequences for actions, consequences for partnerships, friendships, other people. Like, there will be a lot of things getting triggered, basically, throughout some of these transits. And I feel like you want to be on the right side of karma. You don't want to be putting more crap out there. You want to be staying in your lane and being like, I got to do what's best for me. I'm not going to fight fire with fire. I'm not going to get nasty. I'm just going to know that whatever's happening is meant to happen. And I got to really focus on continuing to grow as a person and not getting brought down by some of the gnarly, challenging things that are being kind of thrown at me. Balance, finding balance between you and other people. And if you feel like it's out of balance, now you get to adjust the scales this month. I hope that's helpful for you, Leo. I'll catch you back here in the month of August. Until next time, take care. What's up, Virgo and Virgo rising? Welcome to your July 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Just a heads up, there are a lot of transits that are going to be going on involving Mercury, so you're going to want to follow along throughout all of the dates that I give you. Mercury is making a ton of aspects this month, so you're definitely going to be feeling that throughout the month. Equally, we are coming into Mercury retrograde shadow, so you and Geminis and Leos are really going to be feeling this very strongly. So definitely pay attention to the shadow, because you might notice that the shadow is impacting you a little bit more than some of the other signs. All right. Let's start off at the beginning of the month. We're going to see Mercury moving first in the skies through the sign of Cancer. So the very beginning of the month, there is a lot of activity with friends, networks, socializing, going out, seeing people, doing things, and connecting with groups of people that can be family or feel like family. On the 2nd of the month, this is a good day for everybody, but especially for you, because Mercury in Cancer in your 11th house, what it's going to be doing is it's going to trine your Neptune transit in the 7th house. Neptune represents clients. It also represents romantic partnerships. It represents unions. So if you're looking to maybe have a romantic partner meet your friends, if you're looking to maybe go to like a singles mixer, if you are wanting to introduce a romantic partner to a family at a family event, or if you're just wanting to increase the odds of meeting somebody, it is a very good day. Go to parties, socialize, connect with others, let friends set you up. There is an opportunity to blend both the social and the romantic with this trine. The very same day, Venus in the 11th house in Cancer will also make a trine to Saturn in your 7th house of relationships. So it can be like a female friend, and you become better friends through somebody that you meet socially. A client can come through some kind of networking event. Love can be found amongst groups of people, and it can be really playing well because Saturn in your 7th house helps you find stability in relationships and also some romance. Now that day, Neptune will begin turning retrograde at 29 degrees of Pisces. So this means that whatever confusion, misunderstandings, not being clear about where you stand with a relationship to a friend or romantic partner starts to become a little bit more so clear. So there's less kind of confusion about what your goals are when it comes to connecting with other people. Now on the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mercury then drop into the 12th house in the sign of Leo. What I like about this transit is that it's very psychic, it's very intuitive, it's great for meditation, it's great for psychic development, getting readings, doing past life reviews, hypnosis, meditations, all that stuff, because this is the house of spirituality and the higher self. So when Mercury goes in the 12th house, this can mean that you are feeling like being private, being creative or romantic in private, doing a little bit of exploring or traveling, learning about mysticism. And Mercury rules your body, and it also rules your work and career. So it can be a time where you're like, I am exhausted. I'm just really feeling run down. I really just need to have some creative time alone to kind of recuperate. Your dreams can also be very wild throughout this transit as well. And on the 3rd, Mercury comes into an opposition with Pluto in your 6th house. Difficult transit for you, Virgo. This basically means that when it comes to how you're communicating and connecting with 6th house things, like your health, your habits, your routine, it can also be about your coworkers. You can be feeling a little stressed out and feeling like it's difficult to kind of communicate and express yourself. Pluto is the ruler of your 3rd house of mental communications, connections, and you may be feeling like putting your phone on Do Not Disturb, and you may not be feeling like getting back to emails at this time. Maybe because you're stressed, maybe because you're just getting some extra rest, but be mindful of difficult communications with healthcare people, with people at work, and communications just in general this day. Mercury also rules your career, so it is possible that you're kind of questioning, what does the future of my career hold? Do I want to keep doing what I'm doing? Is it time for me to make a change? Is it potentially wearing on my health or my habits? Then on the 10th of the month, the Sun in Cancer in your 11th house of friends and networks will trine Saturn. So this does mean that there is support, there is a guiding light, there can be people who are being more emotional or sympathetic or compassionate for some situation you're going through. When it comes to difficulties with relationships and other people, you may have a friend that's giving you some insight and kind of like supporting you in some way when it comes to your relationship challenges. This is a supporting energy, and this is also a time to better your relationship with romantic partners as well as your social connections. On the 15th of the month, this is the big boom boom. This is when we're going to see Mars coming into conjunction with Uranus in the sign of Taurus. Now, the positive is that this is happening in an earth sign. So if you happen to be 25 to 27 degrees of Virgo, sun, moon, or rising, this will trine you. So it can mean that there are breakthroughs and changes and sudden opportunities to travel, to have a shift in your faith, in your belief system, to break through barriers when it comes to education. But still, nevertheless, it is a bit of a disruptive energy. So when you have this conjunction in the 9th house, you're taking your 3rd house lord of the mind, communication, mental stuff, how you're connecting with, family members like cousins, aunts, uncles, siblings, or neighbors, putting it in the 9th house, and it's conjunct Uranus, which means there can be a little bit of like a disruption that you're having when you're coming to having conversations about your beliefs, cultural stuff, philosophical things, and it can be a little bit of like a heated kind of discussion or debate. This can also be indicating that there can be issues with contracts, legal negotiations, vehicles, and some disruptions or issues that are coming up legally pertaining to these things. Breaks in patterns when it comes to travel or education is the other thing. You know, Mars can kind of cut this stuff off, so you can be like, you know what, that's it. I was going to go on this trip and now I'm canceling it, or I was going to go back to school, but now is not the right time. And at the time of the conjunction, it can mean that you're breaking away with something that you have been doing pretty consistently. So if you're wanting to drop a class, change something about a trip itinerary, this could happen. There could also be some disruptions when it comes to learning or when it comes to traveling. So you can have some issues at airports or kind of connecting or renting cars, stuff like that. At the time of this conjunction, Venus is the dispositor, and she's going through Leo, and she's in your 12th house of the subconscious, and it's opposing Pluto. So it can mean that the breaks in patterns or the sudden changes of direction with 9th house stuff is stemming from the fact that there has been some turmoil maybe in relationships, turmoil maybe in health related things. Also, there can be some challenges revolving around relationships with people at work, and you're like, you know what, I'm so sick of going back and forth and trying to argue with people about who's right and who's wrong. And it's just easier for you to kind of step aside and not have conflict with some of these people in your day-to-day work environment. On the 16th of the month, this is when Mercury enters shadow. So we won't see the Mercury retrograde until August 5th. Actually, the Mercury retrograde will begin in your sign, and it will turn retrograde with Venus. So you're going to see Mercury retrograde in Virgo. It'll connect with Venus in your sign and then dip into your 12th house. Venus is the ruler of your second house of money and income and self-esteem, and also your ninth house ruler of faith, philosophy, and belief. So in layman's terms, right, when the shadow hits, basically on the 16th, you're already starting to feel the effects of when Mercury does go retrograde in August. And this is not a time to change anything about your body, your health, your appearance. This is a time to pay attention to what your body is telling you. If you need more time for rest, because you're going to see Mercury turn retrograde from your first house of self into the 12th house of what is kind of hidden, subconscious, hiding. It can mean that there is a secret that you're keeping or something that's going on in regards to your health, your body, your romantic relationships. Maybe you're changing your mind about what kind of work you want to be doing out in the world, but you're not really ready to have that conversation or make that commitment yet. So be mindful that when the shadow hits, you're going to start feeling the effects of the retrograde a little bit early. And you need to listen to your body, your dreams, and your intuition a little bit more. Now, on the 20th of the month, we are going to see Mars enter into the sign of Gemini. So it'll leave your ninth house where it's been doing all of these educational, travel, philosophical things. And it's going to now dip into your 10th house. This is adding a lot more action, motivation. This is adding a lot more competition, a lot more speed when it comes to your career sector. Now, Mars is the ruler of the North Node. So recently with Mars conjunct Uranus, some of you guys have maybe been thinking about, well, do I go back to school? Do I take out a loan? I want to make changes in my career. Do I need to be training? How can I make more money? And now that it's in your 10th house, you're focusing on, well, how can I now change my status or my reputation? How can I make more money? How can I get a leg up? How can I get a second job or get a leadership position or a raise? So this is actually good, especially because you're going to see Mars move into the 10th house where it performs very well. And it's immediately on the 21st going to start coming into a trine with Pluto. So this can mean like, okay, maybe you change directions with your career and you're looking for a job and boom, you find one very quickly. The Mars in the 10th house trine Pluto does indicate that you're going to have to be quick on your feet with communication and changes that's going on with work and your routine and your health. But you're up to the challenge. You're feeling very enthusiastic maybe about some of these changes. Eventually we will see Mars come into a conjunction with Jupiter, which I also feel like could bring you relocations for work, maybe working from home, a second job closer to home, a family business, something like that that can kind of be brewing. And it can be mercurial related, so it can be writing, traveling, some kind of side hustle, something like that. So it does look like for the most part there is going to be growth in regards to your career. Don't fret. Then we're going to see also on the 21st, the Sun in Cancer trines Neptune in Pisces. So the Sun in the 11th house lends you some really sensitive, compassionate friends, support systems, and networks that are connecting with Neptune. So it's basically saying, well, we can give you support, or we can give you advice, or we can kind of connect you to people who can help you. We'll refer people to you. What kind of support do you need? The only challenge is that Mercury will be challenged this day, so it is difficult for you, Virgo. Mercury in the sign of Leo in the 12th house is going to come into a square with Uranus, which means you're feeling stressed, under the weather, exhausted, tired maybe, or feeling kind of in your head about traveling, about going back to school, about a legal situation, about anxiousness with changes in your routine, and maybe even your responsibilities. You might have to travel for work. It might be impacting your sleep schedule. You might be burning the candle at both ends. This is just a time where you're going to be feeling a little bit more stressed. So you want to be actually leaning into the Sun trine Neptune. You want to be also leaning into Mars trine Pluto. I really feel like this is going to be about being bold and making some big changes and transformations when it comes to your status and your career. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see the Sun then entering into the sign of Leo and its home sign in your 12th house. So when Leo season hits, especially if you're a Virgo, rising or a Virgo sun, this is when planets are moving through your 12th house. So you're kind of sorting and sifting through what has happened in the last year. What am I kind of getting rid of? What am I taking with me into my new solar year? 12th house can be things like privacy, self-undoing, healing, hospitals. But Leo is about romance, creativity, and self-expression. So this can be feeling like there's something coming to completion about a creative project. There's something that's coming to completion about a romantic partner or an affair. Something going on involving children or your heart space or your love life. So the Sun in the 12th house is strong, highlighting what's coming to an end, and it will oppose Pluto in Aquarius. So that is a bit of a power struggle. Maybe you're aware of where some of your self-undoing habits and tendencies to overly indulge in some of these topics or recreational things is actually hindering your health and having a solid routine. So 6th house is about health and habits, but the 12th house is about healing, and it's also about the psychological effect that things have on us. Truth be told, when planets go in your 12th house, or when you have a Mercury retrograde in your 12th house, which you're going to have, all of our bad habits come back to kind of haunt us, and we can fall back into like bad routines. We can fall off of the wagon when it comes to sobriety. We can kind of get in our head a little bit. So this is the time to watch because I think the oppositions to Pluto are showing you like where you're in the driver's seat of making some of the changes that you need to make when it comes to your health habits and routines. Then we're going to have on the 22nd, the 22nd is the Sun in opposition to Pluto. On the 25th, you will see Mercury enter into your sign. So towards the end of the month, it goes into Virgo. Certainly, it's easier because it's going to at least be in your sign and it's in its home sign, so you'll be able to communicate more effectively. Something to consider, though, is that it is in shadow and it will retrograde. So do you feel a little bit more communicative? Are you focused more on what your body's telling you and what you need? Yes, but there's still something that's going to get worked through that retrograde process over the next month. Then you're going to see on the 26th, Chiron will retrograde in the sign of Aries. So Chiron is about healing. Aries is the self. 8th house is trauma, joint resources, fear, anything in regards to sexual stuff. How you're embracing change, how you're going through some major psychological healing, how you're finally dealing with issues pertaining to debt, loans, and vulnerability. When this retrograde starts, Mars is the dispositor and it will be in your 10th house of career, and it's approaching Jupiter. So it actually means that some of the changes going on with your joint resources and also, changes in regards to endings and beginnings are stemming from changes that are actually going on with your reputation or maybe even with your career. This is the time to dig deep and really ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And what have you been afraid of working on or healing or kind of acknowledging within yourself? And where are you actually using that fear as motivation to say, now I'm going to kind of grow up, or now I'm going to be more mature, or I'm going to kind of deal with this problem head on. On the 5th of the month, we're going to experience a new moon in Cancer at 14 degrees. This will be in your friend zone, so it's good for setting intentions to join new groups, to network, to go to family gatherings and get-togethers, to be around groups of people who feel like family, and to focus on your goals. This will trine Saturn in your 7th house, which means that the more that you're focusing on these goals, it is also supporting the direction of where you're going with your relationships, and you're getting a lot of support in both departments. Saturn is the ruler of the 5th house of children, creativity, self-expression. So there can be big changes going on with your friends pertaining to their home, their family, their kids, or vice versa. You might be letting them in on some of this good news. Then you're going to be seeing on the 21st of the month a second blue moon, full moon in Capricorn. If you think about the one that happens or happened in June, that was in your 5th house of creativity, romance, and self-expression, children. This was ruled by Saturn, and Saturn was direct, so there was big themes coming up about responsibility and matters of the heart and what you love and how you're expressing yourself and kids. And that was very much tied to your relationships and your partnerships. It could have been a time where you had a first date, you fell in love. There could have been a lot of changes going on for your children and the impact that it has on your relationship with them or your partner. It can be a time where you found out you were pregnant. It can be a time where you got back into dating. But full moons are endings, and this was at the 1st degree, so it was like the beginning of the end. So it was showing you, this is how far I've come, but we need more. So you're going to have another full moon here, the blue moon, on the 21st. It'll be at 29 degrees, which is critical, conjunct Pluto, which is your 3rd house. This is about having conversations about matters of the heart, getting clear about how you feel, what you need in relationships, maybe talking to a partner about traveling, moving, going somewhere together, opening up about your wants and needs in a relationship, and it does feel a bit critical. However, Capricorn is a fellow sister earth sign. So if you have any planets, I would say 28 or 29 degrees of Virgo, sun, moon, or rising, then this is good because it will trine your ascendant and it's helping you make sense of some things. Okay? All right. So many Mercury things this month. So just be mindful that that's going to be going on all month long. So you're going to be feeling it. Feeling it. So let's see what the cards say for you, my Virgos. Oh, wow, the sun card again. We got that for somebody else. So you get the sun. And so I wonder if this is really highlighting like the sun transit in your 12th house, the sun trine Saturn, where it's saying like lean into the emotions and the support of other people. But I really feel like this is about planets going through the 12th, and that you're finally like putting to rest or releasing or letting go of something that hasn't felt clear, or if it doesn't feel good, or if it's not bringing you joy, or if it hasn't been bringing you happiness. The sun obviously is always about, positive things. This is going to be about pure positivity, ultimate happiness, joy, success, vitality, warmth, and sunshine, confidence, and truth. So it's shining a light on, who am I really behind the scenes, and what do I love and what do I want? And it's bringing obviously all of these themes of like romance and creativity into the spotlight for you. Good luck. I'll catch you here next month and enjoy. All right, so we have got Libra and Libra rising. What's going on, Libra? Welcome to your July 2024. I'm happy to be here with you and talk to you about what you've got going on. So just a heads up, we are going to be seeing that Venus is going to be making a pretty nice aspect to Saturn right out the gate. So that's going to be a good transit. And that's pretty much really only the only other thing that kind of catches my eye. Yes, eventually at some point down the road, you are going to see Venus come into Leo, and it will make an opposition to Pluto. So that's something that you kind of need to know. That looks like that's going to be happening sometime probably around like the 11th or the 12th. When Venus moves into your 11th house of friends, allies, groups, and associations. This means that there can be this focus on socializing, connecting with friends, being a part of groups, like being a part of a crowd or a club. And it will oppose Pluto, which basically means it's challenging something about what you love, what you do personally. This is also about other people's children, other people's like lovers. This can be about other people's dramas. And so maybe, you're getting kind of like entangled in that. And you're hearing about that more from your friends and some challenges that they're having with their kids or their love life. But this can also represent like where you're really focusing on being a team player, and you're kind of like, I want to get out there and hang out with my friends and kind of move away from what I have been super fixated on doing, and like my kids or my love life or what I'm doing with dating or my hobbies. You're now kind of like, okay, I want to do something with other people. So just be mindful of that. All right. So on the 2nd of July, we're going to see a pretty sweet day. You have the beginning of the month with a stack of planets that's actually moving through your 10th house of career. Mercury is going to be in your 10th house of career, where it's giving you a bit of a mouthpiece to be heard. It can also be about really listening and following your intuition. It's your 12th house and your 9th house Lord. When it comes to navigating and making moves at work that feel like it's in alignment with the life you're trying to create and having a better balance between your work and also your home and family. Mercury in Cancer at 29 degrees feels like it can be some critical breakthroughs or epiphanies you're having about work. It'll try Neptune in your 6th house. So it's kind of showing you like, okay, listen to your emotions when it comes to your career and responsibility or reputation. Pay attention to what changes you need to make with your daily routine habits or where you're working in order to navigate this better. The very same day, we will have Venus in your 10th house of career. Okay, so your Venus, this is before it goes into Leo, and it will trine Saturn, which means that you are possibly getting recognition for something that you're doing, appreciation for something that you're doing. People are celebrating you, putting in a lot of hard work and effort into your job or into some kind of cause that you're involved with. Very same day, Neptune will turn retrograde in your 6th house, and this will be at critical 29 degrees. So it's interesting that like you're going to see Mercury trine that, eventually Venus will trine that, you're going to see the Sun trine that, and it's basically about kind of saying like I'm realizing emotionally what's best for me in my life and for my career and my reputation, and it means that you're kind of tapping in and going, okay, I do need to, let some things go, or I do need to focus more on habit building and routine, and really pay attention to how you're feeling at work. I think Neptune retrograde can give you a little bit more clarity on where you've had some issues with maybe your health, where there's been some strange and mysterious health things going on, or allergy issues, or problems going on with pets, or issues pertaining to just feeling overall kind of like lost at sea and lethargic. On the 3rd of the month, you will see Mercury enter into the sign of Leo. So it will be in your 11th house. Mercury represents self-undoing, subconscious issues, insecurities, and also things revolving around your belief. And Mercury will oppose Pluto. And this is kind of ripe with the potential where people can come out the gate and they can be kind of combative and not really agree maybe with some perspectives or things that you have. Or about they could be very critical about how you do something. It could be a friend that's like, oh, I don't really like how you put that together, or I'm not too crazy about your girlfriend, or things like that. Because the 5th house is love affairs. You can see, especially if you have children, there can be issues with how your kids are playing or getting along with other kids. You can also find that there can be some challenges or issues pertaining to just communications with friends and friends not being totally enthusiastic about some of the changes that you've made and what's best for you. Difficult communication with people that day. On the 10th of the month, the Sun in Cancer is coming into a trine with Saturn. So you're feeling solid in regards to work and routine and responsibility. You're feeling on top of things. There is definitely a sense of showing up to the plate, being busy, getting work done, being on time. Saturn rules your 4th house of emotions, home and family, as well as creativity and children. So you're kind of feeling like I'm more in the flow. I can balance more than one thing. I'm doing what's best for me. I'm kind of adapting to a routine. Saturn is retrograde, so it does seem like finding a routine and a schedule, or kind of finding your groove, is kind of the key for you during this transit. Now, where you're going to want to watch out is going to be on July 15th, where there is a big boom boom. This is going to be where Mars, planet of conflict, hostility, action, speed, things that are hot and sharp, come into conjunction with things that can explode or melt down or can be very unpredictable. So Mars rules your money and your resources, your spending power. This is your cash in the bank. This is the possessions you own. This is the food that you eat, the things that you buy. But this is also about your spending power and how you feel about yourself. It also rules relationships. So when you have Mars in the 8th house, the good news is Mars does well in this house because it does want to go after what it needs. And, it is quick and swift at paying things off and being able to kind of make money and share money. But Mars can be too quick, and it can cause some accidents or some destabilization when it's conjunct Uranus. Here's my advice. The 8th house is the house of death. Okay, and I'm not saying this to scare you guys, so don't listen to this and go, oh my God, I'm gonna die. But you know, near-death experiences, sudden freak accidents, things that are electrical, you know, accidents, things where you get cut or you get electrocuted can happen with a Mars-Uranus transit in your 8th house. Yes, that can happen, but it can also be feeling this jolt of sexual energy, of Kundalini energy. It can be being brought back to life and being shocked back to life in some way, or some shocking situation that comes up that frees you in some way from something or someone. I really feel like I would watch for trauma issues here. Mars rules relationships and also counselors and therapists. So this can be a good time for trauma and healing and trying to quickly move through some kind of pain. But it can be a time where there is just like a full-blown brawl, an argument with another person over money and resources and money owed, like support, or you know, a partner spending a bunch of money suddenly or making a bunch of money suddenly. That can certainly come up here as well. What's interesting is that it's a shock and surprise, and it's going to be something that's going to rock you and some kind of joint income situation. There can be changes with a bank. There can be changes with a loan. There can be somebody who goes, I'm not, you know, paying the spousal support anymore. I don't know, but it's going to definitely impact you financially, so be prepared. All I can do is look at Venus, and Venus is the ruler, and Venus has just come out of an opposition with Pluto in Aquarius. So it is like an indication that there is a possibility that there is some shock and surprise that is going on in regards to maybe a group or, you know, a group of people or a friend or a business or something that you're working with. And then suddenly it's like the floor falls out and that has like a financial impact. For some people, it can mean suddenly coming into money or there being some kind of financial growth unexpectedly out of the blue. After all, Uranus rules your 5th house of gambling and taking chances, so it can mean that you literally strike it rich on something or some unexpected something lands in your lap and you gain something. We'll see. I don't know. This is a bit of a grab bag for you, Libra. The only other interpretation I can have is that Uranus rules your 5th house and Mars is other people and shocks and surprises in relationships because of pregnancy. Especially with Venus in opposition to Pluto, it can be about an unexpected pregnancy. It can be about a pregnancy that you have with somebody who you're not really committed to, which can kind of throw you for a little bit of a loop, okay? Then we've got here on the 16th of the month, you're going to see Mercury come into shadow in Leo. So the Mercury retrograde will begin August 5th. That's another video for another month. But just know that Mercury will turn retrograde in Leo, in Virgo in your 12th house of the hidden subconscious, and it'll move into the 11th house of friends and other people. My interpretation is this can be a period where you're starting to see where there can be some static in communications with friends. There can also be reconnections with people you haven't spoken to in a while, or reunions. If you've been feeling a little antisocial with Mercury in shadow, maybe it's going to bring you back into connection with other people. It can mean there can be some unexpected kind of communications with people from foreign lands, or also in a spiritual kind of intuitive psychic sense. Your dreams are going to be lit during that Mercury retrograde next month. All right, so then and it's a time to reevaluate goals too, okay? So then on the 20th, you're going to see Mars enter the sign of Gemini. So Mars will leave your 8th house of joint resources, and it goes into the 9th house of foreign travel, airports, education, learning, philosophy, courses, teaching, stuff like that. So I do feel like it's an easier energy for you, Libra, and it's going to actually be really good for the early Libra risings, because we're going to see Mars in the 9th house, where maybe you're suddenly going back to school, or you're working on a book you want to publish, or you're finding a new teacher, or maybe you're traveling with a partner. Mars will trine your sign, so you're going to feel inspired to want to get out, socialize, connect, and move around. And then on the 21st, Mars will trine Pluto in the 5th house of creativity, romance, love affairs, self-expression. So, ooh, nice transit. I really feel like this can be about love being found abroad, or while traveling at an airport, in a course, a workshop. Really focusing on the relationships that you have with educators and mentors, and that it's really influencing your creative practice or process in some way, and helping you really transform the way that you express yourself. The very same day, the sun in Cancer in your 10th house will trine Neptune. And this makes me feel like there's some kind of shift in regards to your goals when it comes to your long-term career and reputation, that you're realizing that some kind of ending is coming or some kind of change is coming, and that it's going to have an impact on your routine and where you're working, but also like you're very sensitive and empathic, and there's this awareness that's like, oh, I can really help people if I do this thing, if I make the sacrifice, if I'm willing to, do the heavy lifting, I can actually make quite a difference. Although it can feel a little bit emotionally or energetically draining in that spot in your 6th house. And then finally, also on the 21st, there's a little bit of like a tricky transit. Mercury will be in your 11th house of friends and allies and other people, and it's going to come into a square with Uranus in Taurus. So what do I make of this? I really feel like where communications and connections with other people or collaborations with other people, are rubbing you the wrong way. And it can almost feel like, for me, I've had this transit, like when you're participating in a group project and you've got 2 or 3 other, partners, and everybody has designated tasks and people don't do it, or, they kind of half-ass it. And then like you're up the night before putting it all together and you're like, I got to kind of like pull this together for the team so that way we can get the A. That's how the Mercury retrograde and the planets going into the 11th house square Uranus feels to me. It feels like you're willing to be a part of the group, help other people, but there is some tension or there is some frustration about how much work you're putting into it, what you're doing, and whether or not you're getting enough pay, if you're getting enough recognition, if you're getting enough support, appreciation, and like other people maybe taking credit for something you're involved in, but you're kind of the person that's running the whole show. And this could be at work, this could be with friends, this could be in regards to setting up an event, a party, a club. And something may not be meshing well when it comes to, the ultimate kind of like results and whether or not you feel like it's worth your time. Mercury rules your 12th house of the subconscious and also foreign lands and like doing business with people in foreign lands. And then it also is connected to your 9th house of law and legality. Certainly, if you have a business where you have transactions that you do internationally, there can be some weird financial banking things, money things going on in parts of the world, and it can be impacting who can actually have access to you and how you're getting paid. So I would be watching for that. Then we have on the 22nd of the month, the sun then enters Leo, and it's lighting up your 11th house of friends and groups and allies. So there's definitely a lot of like, who can I help? What can I join? How can I be a part of this? What are we doing? Let's work together type of vibe. But similar to how Mercury got checked by Pluto, now the sun is going to get checked by Pluto. And when the sun opposes Pluto, it means that there is some kind of group effort that is kind of going on that is challenging or impacting your creative expression or your happiness or your love life or your joy, your children, your hobbies, and Pluto rules your money and your resources. So it is possible that there's other like-minded people who are coming together who are like, yeah, we want to create, we want to do stuff, but it's pulling you away from the things that you love the most, or it's pulling you away from a way that you're making money. And you have to ask yourself, is it worth making some of these sacrifices and just taking one for the team and helping other people and being, a part of a group? Is it going to make me happy? Is it going to take away from my power and, my kind of status or my love life, my kids? So you're going to have to ask yourself that. I will reiterate, and I've said this throughout, a lot of the horoscopes, but I'll say it again. Really watch the Pluto oppositions, because at the end of the year, Mars will oppose Pluto. And for you, Libra, Mars rules your 7th house of relationships and money. You see, you could be getting involved in being a part of a group or starting something or putting something together now that ultimately down the road at the end of the year when Mars turns retrograde, you could realize, I actually don't want to partner with these people. It's not helping me. I'm doing more for them than it's doing for me. I'm giving too much of my power away. I'm doing too much to help other people make money. What about me and my platform and what I'm doing? Remember, you're polar opposite to the rest of the zodiac. Everything is mirrored in your chart. When the world zigs, you zag. So while it's great that we're hearing all of this banding together, people working together, you know, kind of vibe, I feel inclined to tell you, you personally, while you're going to have a lot of people who are going to want to collaborate with you, really have to ask yourself if it's going to be worth it in the long run, and if it's worth giving up something about your own status or your own recognition to go and help another group of people. Hate to say that, but just some food for thought. Watch for the miscommunications, misunderstandings, power struggles with others. Then we're going to see on the 25th, Mercury enters Virgo. So Mercury will go into your 12th house, where eventually next month it will retrograde. Well, we've got your 12th house lord in the 12th house and the 9th house lord in the 12th house. Secret communication, studying mystical, magical subjects, therapy, doing some kind of healing in a private space, or some kind of health or treatment in a private space, reading in your favorite kind of corner in your home, or kind of hiding away to do some kind of research or learning. These are all things that can kind of come up during that transit. And then on the 25th, we're going to see Chiron turn retrograde in Aries in your natal 7th house of relationships and other people. So now there is this sense of turning inward and reevaluating and healing relationship matters. Your relationship to yourself, Aries, your relationship to other people. You may be feeling like you're kind of getting to the bottom now of where there's been some relationship challenges for people who are single or partnered. I do feel like you may feel less wounded by others during this transit. I also feel like because the ruler will be in Gemini in your 9th house, that this is really having you reflect on and ask yourself, what am I learning about relationships, and where can like maybe traveling with a partner help heal relationship issues and like overcome some of the themes of what's been happening in relationship hangups in recent months. This may also be a time where you're seeking like a relationship mentor, coach, or teacher of some kind. On July 5th, we'll have a new moon in Cancer at 14 degrees. So if you have anything, I would say 13, 14, 15 degrees of Libra, this will be squaring your sun, moon, or rising. It's funny because you're going to hear a lot of stuff about being like, new moon in Cancer, focus on your home and what's going on with your emotions and your family, and don't work so hard. And I would say, no, it's the opposite for you, Libra. You know, if you're anybody like me who's really learned a lot about your chart, I'm sure I've told you guys, I'm a Libra rising too. I have learned that actually, no, April through about September, October is my busy time because planets are moving through the top of my chart. I don't chill out till the end of the year. So this is like prime time when you have Mercury, you know, Sun, I don't know, whatever else is kind of moving through, Venus moving through your 10th house. So it's very work oriented this month. It is possible you're asking yourself, how do I feel about what I'm doing? But let me put it this way. The moon's at home. It's in the 10th house. It's very visible. If you want to look for a new job, if you want to change jobs, if you want to make a presentation, if you want to launch something, like all of these things are really good on or around July 5th. Primarily because also this new moon is going to trine Saturn. So it means that some of the goals that you're setting about the future of your career, it's in alignment with your schedule. It's in alignment with support. It means that you've got your home in order. It means that you've got your schedule, your health in order. And like, it's a pretty good new moon. So good time to be focusing on your career goals. And then on the 21st of the month, we're going to have a second full blue moon in Capricorn at 29 degrees. Think back to whatever was going on or will go on. I know this is before the first full moon. Some of you guys watch this in July. But there is a full moon at 1 degree of Capricorn in July. And full moons are about completions and conclusions. It's like, okay, whatever we've been working on for 6 months, now we kind of see the fruit. So you have that full moon in the 4th house. If you're 0 to about, let's say, 2 degrees of Libra, sun, moon, or rising, that first full moon was probably quite intense because it squared you. And if you have any placements, I would say 28, 29 degrees of Libra, this second full moon, the blue moon, will square you. So it's going to feel intense. But full moons in the 4th house. Completing projects with home, dealing with stuff with family, roommates, stuff that's going on in your home country, things pertaining to your parents, stuff going on with roommates, right? Things like that. Closing on houses, finishing renovations, signing leases, all that stuff. So you had the first full moon where you were like, okay, this is how much progress I've made, but where can I make some more? Saturn's the ruler with the first full moon. It's direct, which basically means that you have a lot of power to get things done. But with this full moon, it's at 29 degrees, so it's critical. The positive is that, especially if you're an early Libra, it's kind of trining your ascendant. So even though it feels like a bit of pressure to finish or wrap something up emotionally, or wrap something up in regards buying and purchasing things for your home, or finishing renovations, or money and, you know, property kind of things, it's actually positive for you, for the early ones. Anyway, so full moon here, ruled by Saturn. Saturn will now be retrograde. So it basically means that by the time you have the second full moon, there can be some sense of like family crisis. I don't like saying this, touch wood, but there can be deaths in the family. Pluto is the planet of death, and it does deal with your resources. So where the transformation of something for one family member leads to you gaining something. Also, you got that Mars Uranus in the 8th house. So it can be about home selling, and then, you know, you get paid for it. It can be about moving out of home, and then the cost and the expenses pertaining to that. You're really going to have to ask yourself what needs to change within your home, because it's going to feel very critical. In the next couple months, we'll see Pluto retrograde back into this particular house, which basically means the universe is like, guess what? You haven't finished this yet. You still need to kind of make these changes. It's critical. Do it now. And it'll leave your 5th house of joy, creativity, dating, and children, and go into your 4th house. So it can mean that your home needs to change because kids are moving back in with you, or because, you know, you need a creative space, or because you're, you know, potentially having to make a change in your dating life or your love life. So watch for the critical stuff with home and family with that full moon. Honestly, best transit I think you're going to see all month is going to be the 2nd, when you see that Venus trine Saturn, and then eventually you'll see Venus trine Neptune as well. So those are the pretty good ones for you, my Libras. Let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you this month and what you need to be aware of. The card that you get is the Chariot. Oh boy. Or some of you guys moving. Is somebody moving in? Is there some kind of change going on with the vehicle? Granted, home changes can definitely be kind of connected to the 4th house in the Chariot, but also vehicles. In some types of astrology, the 4th house is connected to vehicles. All right, so the Chariot is about action. It's also about success, movement, forward, control, willpower, determination to opposing forces, working towards a goal, which is so much about the opposition between the 10th and the 4th house, where it's squeezing your South Node, where you're just kind of like, I have to let certain things go. It's squeezing that North Node transit, where you're like, I need support from other people. I genuinely feel like this is going to be a home or a vehicle shift, a family shift, something coming to visit, some change rapidly approaching, and knowing that you got to kind of get your ducks in a row and get prepared. But the Chariot also, in the traditional Rider-Waite deck, you see that the guy, and he's got like the drape that's going over the Chariot, and it's got all the suns and the moons and the stars and all that stuff on it. Meaning that Cancer uses its intuition and also the navigation of what the stars are saying to direct you with where you need to go. So really, I think it's saying you do need to focus on what's going on with home. You're going to be doing a lot of work, but after you get to the second half of July, then it's like, well, is it time to socialize and connect with people? Do you focus more on what's going on with your home and your family and your emotions? That kind of stuff. So get ready to get going somewhere soon. Good luck, Libra. I'll catch you next month. I've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's going on, Scorpio? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to July of 2024. Obviously, we're going to start by talking about Mars and Pluto. Scorpio, put on your helmet this month, okay? Because there's a lot of Mars and Pluto things happening. So you're going to have to listen because there's a number of them. But I will tell you that there's sweet and salty aspects all month long. We're going to see some Mars conjunctions and some Mars oppositions. And being that this will be happening in fixed signs, it means that there is going to be pressure outside of you. There's things that are going on outside of you that are going to be creating some change. All right, so let's start at the beginning of the month. I like July 2nd. I think that's one of the better days. This will be when Mercury is in Cancer. Okay, so before it goes into Leo, don't look at that. Mercury's in Cancer in your 9th house on the 2nd, and this is where you're really focused on publishing, learning, traveling, exploring the mind, keeping an open perspective in terms of family, faith, and belief. Mercury will come into a trine with Neptune in Pisces, and this means that maybe you have an epiphany about the bigger picture of your life. Maybe you have this sense of awareness or this feeling, or there is some sense of shifts in your bigger picture of life that's kind of coming up for you. And the trine of Neptune in the 5th house, it can feel spiritual, whimsical. It can feel as if also this is about tapping into something very intuitive. This can be about grand messages involving matters of the heart, children, romance, and inspiration. The very same day, Venus in the 9th house in Cancer will also trine Saturn. So it basically means that your 7th house lord of relationships in the 9th house, you could meet somebody while you're traveling. You could meet somebody in a class, at an airport. There can be some kind of union. There can be a wedding, a celebration, an engagement, and an alignment and a commitment with matters of the heart. I love that. And then we're going to see Neptune go retrograde at 29 degrees in the sign of Pisces in your 5th house. So where maybe you have felt like, I don't really know how I feel or what I want from a romantic relationship. I don't really know how I feel about a creative project, or if I'm ever going to find the love of my life, or if I want to, have kids or something like that may kind of become a little bit more clear. This is also great for inspiration and creative projects, and being able to kind of clear all the fog out and have a better understanding of what you do want to create. And a lot of this is following your intuition. Having all these planets in Cancer and in Pisces, it's all trining your ascendant, sun, or moon. So it's very psychic, very intuitive, emotional, empathic. But the Scorpio ascendant is about evolving over time and changing. And something I say to all my Scorpio risings in my private sessions is kind of like, look, you're going to live many lifetimes in this life. You're going to feel like you're shedding your skin every so many years. And so there is something opening up about the bigger picture of home and family, where you're traveling, where you could be, what you believe in, and what the heart wants and what you're creating. Okay? Now let's get to the tricky stuff. Tricky stuff is going to be on July 3rd when Mercury enters the sign of Leo. All right, so Mercury deals with joint resources, money, and finances. And it can mean, banking stuff, insurance stuff, joint income that you have with a partner, or joint banking account of sorts. And Mercury can be emails, conversations, documents, stuff like that. Mercury will oppose Pluto, okay? Your modern day ruler is Pluto. Pluto is like kicking ass and taking names as he retrogrades through your 4th house, which means there is change on the horizon when it comes to your private life, your world, how you're living, where you're feeling, some kind of domestic thing. So that change is almost like difficult to comprehend or understand when Mercury comes into an opposition. So there can basically be some news, or there can be some information, or there can be some change to work or status, which has a big impact on your home, your emotions, you, or your feelings. So it can be, you're finding out, oh, people at work are having to relocate, and we're paying them to relocate. And you're like, well, what? How's this going to impact me? Information that's kind of coming out from groups of people that can trigger how you're feeling in a certain way. And I think it's going to come from work or from superiors. Anyway. Maybe feeling threatened about responsibility of what's going on in terms of creative projects or parenting responsibilities, and how that's putting pressure on you in the home. Now we've got on July 10th, the sun in Cancer will trine Saturn in Pisces. So the sun's still going through your 9th house, where it's optimistic, it's travel happy. This is about what you're learning, what you have faith in, what you believe in. And because it's trining Saturn, it means that You may have support from a relative. You may have support from a teacher or a mentor or a counselor, somebody who's being like, you've got this, you can do it, it's going to be fine, you know, reminding you through communication, and also the fact that you are capable, that you are lovable, that you are creative, that you will see your way through whatever this situation is. And it's about how you're feeling about life changes, because the 1st, 5th, and 9th house, even though it's in water signs for you, are active houses. It's about life. So you're getting emotional about some life changes. All right, so this is where you're going to see the big boom boom. This will be on July the 15th, and you really want to watch out for the Scorpio. You, Aries, and Taurus, and Aquarius are the ones that are going to really feel this the most. But everybody's going to feel this because the North Node's in Aries. So anyway, Mars is you. Mars is going through your 7th house. There's been a lot of action with relationships, partnerships. Maybe you're meeting with a lot of clients. Maybe you've been having some friction with a romantic partner. Maybe you're out there really trying to meet somebody. Maybe something's speeding up very quickly with a relationship. I don't know. But Mars will meet with Uranus. And this is a bit of a tumultuous energy, because generally the 7th house is others. But you are Mars, which means you are attacking, you're the faster moving planet, somebody else. Uranus in the 7th house can be unpredictable relationships. It can be unpredictable family members. It could be unpredictable situations with clients, with people who are buying something or getting services from you in some way. So you're basically attacking someone, and it can be your spouse, your romantic partner, your client. You could be losing your cool on them. Uranus in the 7th house can be these people, but also it's about breaking apart or tearing away from the past. So if you felt like you've been bogged down by your past or by your living situation, or if you've been limited in a relationship with somebody you've been living in, you may irritate them to the point where they're like, I'm out of here, I'm done, or I'm not living here anymore. Or you finally push that roommate out, or you finally kind of like push a partner to the edge with a home, family, or living situation thing that can kind of come up. Another thing that came up for me also, and I don't like saying this, but Uranus rules your 4th house. And so Mars hitting Uranus might mean that you're protecting yourself from a home intruder. You could put up an electric fence. You could put up a security alarm. You could put up something digital, Uranus. The ruler of this conjunction, when it happens, is Venus. She's the dispositor, and she'll be in your 10th house of career and reputation, and it's going to make an opposition to Pluto. So it does tell me that when it comes to you and another person, there is some kind of changes going on in regards to like responsibilities at home within the family, some relationship changes. If you're a Scorpio or Scorpio rising and you've been in a relationship that's been on the rocks for a little while, this can be when you break and tear apart and you're like, I'm done, this is it, we're leaving. Uranus, yes, it's the planet of divorce. Does it mean everybody who has this transit who's a Scorpio or Scorpio rising will get divorced? No. But if it's something that's been thrown around for a little while, and if you're finally getting to the point where you're like, I am ready to cut ties with this person physically and financially, it is going to be in a financial sign. So it can talk about changes in status going on with relationship to other people. Yeah, that can happen. Take it easy and don't be riling anybody up, because people can be very combative with that particular degree. Something I haven't talked about yet, I will talk about this in my monthlies, is that it's happening on the star Algol. You have a couple too many drinks with somebody can get really nasty and get in your face at a bar. You can get into a nasty conversation with a partner and have like a breakup if you're drinking too much and things get messy. It also deals with incidents revolving around weapons and like shooting. So you want to just be mindful of that stuff, that other people can be very combative with those types of things. All right. What else? So we have got now on the 16th, Mercury is going to enter shadow. So this means that even though Mercury will still be in Leo, it's entering the degrees which it will retrograde through. So the Mercury retrograde will be on August 5th, which is next month, and it'll go retrograde from Virgo into Leo. But what this means is that you're going to start feeling the effects of the Mercury retrograde. And I really want everybody to pay attention to this, because every opposition that we see to Pluto, like the sun, like Venus. You're also going to see, Mercury oppose, is mirroring ultimately where Mars will retrograde at the end of this year in December through spring of 2025. Now, you might say, Candace, it's a long ways away. Yeah, I know, but I call things out really, really early so that way you're prepared. These oppositions to Pluto, which is your chart ruler, are going to show you where there's red flags that are coming up, things that are said, actions that are taken, things that happen that are going to have bigger repercussions down the road about 4 or 5 months from now. And Mars going retrograde for you, Scorpio, is going to mean that there is something changing with your status. This could be your job, this could be your schedule, this could be your health, and it will oppose Pluto. So what does it mean? Well, I would watch during this Mercury retrograde shadow and put your ear out and kind of hear, is something going to change at work? Are they laying people off? Is a boss stepping down? Mercury is about secrets and hidden things in finances. It's also about joint income. And it's also connected to your 11th house of groups of people, allies, and other people. Now, it is possible that some of you guys will experience through the retrograde a job change, or you're having to network and reconnect with people and, find a job. It can mean that you're reconnecting with some of your social group and you're taking time away from working all the time to focus on your friends. It depends on your chart. Just know that the shadow will hit on the 16th, and if you want to be aware of that, do your Mercury retrograde stuff preventatively prior to that. So if you know you're going to start a new job, maybe start for the 16th, or you start it after retrograde. If you're wanting to go looking for a job, be mindful that doing that during the shadow may not necessarily be the most reliable time. But it is a good idea to reconnect with people and to network if you're wanting to make changes in your career. All right, on the 20th of the month, Mars enters Gemini, right? And Mars is your traditional ruler. You get 2. So Mars going into the 8th house means that there is more action or motivation when it comes to finances, passion, sexuality, healing, going after what you want. But Mars in Gemini is about communicating and expressing that in a more kind of secretive way or seductive way or in a private way. Your Mars, it's also connected to your 6th house of health. This is a good time to be detoxing, making a note of the things that you're wanting to cut out of your life, especially changes in how you're thinking or how you're speaking to yourself or to other people. This can be a good transit for therapy. This can be also a really sexy transit with Mars in the 8th house because it can prompt more intimacy with other people. What else? This is also about where payments become due. So if you've been spending money, money becomes due. So loans, debt, joint resources, that kind of stuff definitely is a theme of this as well. I do think for some of you guys that go through some relationship challenges, I will tell you, like with Mars and Jupiter going into your 8th house, you have a lot to gain. And whether this is the energetic freedom, the financial freedom, the breaking away, the fact that you may get part of somebody else's resources, the fact that you may get some kind of potential inheritance, that can happen. Jupiter's also in this house. Anyway, so Mars and Gemini, be there for six weeks or so. And right off the bat, the very next day on the 21st, it trines Pluto. This is kind of a big deal. So you've got both of your rulers in a trine to each other. Granted, they're in water houses. So the 4th house is the ends of situation, home and family. The 8th house is joint resources, finances, inheritances, banking, loans. So as Mars goes into the 8th house, suddenly there is some kind of action in regards to other people's money, and that's changing and transforming something about you and your personal home and family. So that can mean the loan goes through, you can, go and get the mortgage. That means that you get approved for the higher, kind of credit limit, and, now it's going to positively impact and change and transform something for you home or emotionally. So it's a very powerful transit. It's a very, very powerful transit. Be open to talking about and being open to change. Like, don't fear change. Be open to it. Trust me on this. It's going to be a good thing for you, Scorpio, and it's really going to make some big shifts revolving around your emotions in your home. Somehow, somebody else is going to be benefiting you. All right, and then we're going to see on the same day, on the 21st, the sun in Cancer in your 9th house is coming into a trine with Neptune and Pisces. So this is about having some sense of faith and belief and vision that what you're creating or what you're doing, there is a purpose to it. If it is a relationship, if it is like a business, if it is going to be about having a kid, if it's going to be about falling in love, if it's going to be about something you're studying, you're like, my heart is in this. I just know that this is part of the path for me. And the very same day, that the only tricky transit, so you're going to do better because Mars is trine Pluto and Sun and Neptune trine. What's tricky is that Mercury is in Leo. Okay, so Mercury, the communicator, is in your 10th house of work, and it's going to square Uranus. So whatever news is coming out for you in regards to, you know, your career, this change in your life direction, some kind of shift in regards to your goals at work, it's in friction with Uranus. It's basically pushing your clients to change, your marketplace to change, your partner to change. Mercury in the 10th house has like a very I'm in charge type of vibe, like I'm the boss. And so much about the retrograde is going to be, are you in charge of your own life, your own happiness, so on and so forth, and not feeling like you're leaving it up to other people, being like, no, I'm going to make this happen. So it can be kind of hard to get clients to get on board with some of the changes you're making. Like, let's say you're switching companies and you have to tell people you're leaving, and they're like, well, I've always seen you here. Like, I don't know if I want to follow you somewhere else, you know? And you're like, trust me, you want to follow me. So there is some sense of really stepping up to the plate with that. Obviously, that's tricky because, you know, if you've got any Scorpio placements, 25, 26, 27 degrees, then Mercury will square your ascendant, and it will also square your Uranus placement. And it means that this is about you having to really communicate in order to kind of get through some of the challenges between you and other people. You got to be balanced. You got to be fair. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see the sun in Leo. Okay, so the sun enters your career zone. So it's shining a light on you and your reputation and being recognized and everything in regards to your professional life. You're kind of in the spotlight. So it's good in that sense. If you happen to be 0 to 2 degrees of Scorpio, you're under a Pluto square. So you already have Pluto as an opening square to your placement. So you're feeling those struggles, those power struggles. The sun is going to come in and it's just going to reinforce that. And it's basically going to say to you, okay, here's the deal. What do you love the most? What do you want to create? Where do you want to shine? You need to get out of your comfort zone, and it's going to make your Scorpio placements the focal point of an opposition to Pluto. If the sun in the 10th house is about bosses, superiors, parents, and your career, then Pluto in the 4th house is about hiding. You're hiding. You're not wanting to come out. You're not wanting to be seen. You're resisting change, maybe. So there can be some power struggles going on between career responsibilities and home and family responsibilities. I do think that's going to mirror whatever was going on basically on the 3rd. And I will remind you, literally bookmark this video. Write down the time code, because you're going to want to come back this in December, because you're going to go back and you're going to go, oh my God, she told me in July that the red flags in regards to where career is getting in the way of my home and family changes, or where some dominating force is, not allowing me to make the emotional changes. I should have seen it then. It's going to be a much more difficult thing to deal with down the road. So keep your eyes open and look for some of that. But know that it's still a pretty big time in regards to your career. So this is where you're doing a lot of work and getting it out of the way now. July 25th, Mercury enters Virgo. It's in its home sign. Granted, it's still in shadow. But when Mercury goes into the 11th house, there's more communication, connection with friends. Some of you guys will be reconnecting with friends or regrouping in regards to your goals with your career. And this might also mean that you're kind of connecting to friends and talking to friends about things that you haven't told them about, or letting them in on some secrets or some information that's kind of juicy. And finally, on the 26th of the month, we are going to see Chiron retrograde in Aries. So a little bit about this transit. It's obviously about healing. It's in your house of health and routine and habits. Some of you guys are physically healing from wounds. You might experience that this slows down a little bit with the retrograde. You might be trying to heal something about your diet, your habits, and your routine. When this retrograde happens, the dispositor is Mars, which is also your ruler, and it will be in your 8th house, which means part of the healing, migraines, inflammation, sinus issues, digestional issues, allergies, is going to be through learning, Gemini, more about some of this stuff, reading websites, podcasts, listening to videos, reading books on how to detox and treat inflammation in the body. It can also be about healing wounds pertaining to sexual stuff, surgeries involving hands, arms, and shoulders, detoxing anything that inhibits the lungs. That can be something else that's kind of coming up for you as well. On the 5th of July, we'll have a new moon in Cancer at 14 degrees. This will be a new moon in your 9th house of faith, philosophy, and belief systems, higher education, travel. If you want to book a trip, if you need to start something legal, if you want to start a new class, if you are wanting to teach something, if you want to publish something, you want to do it after this new moon. And this new moon is going to trine Saturn in your 5th house. So if it's something creative, if it's planning a vacation, if it's seeing the bigger picture when it comes to a romantic partnership, if it is, taking an art class or course or something that's going to add more form, I think this is a good moon to focus on setting those intentions. Equally, any Scorpio rising placements, any Scorpio placements, really, I would say 13, 14, 15 degrees, this will trine you. So it's going to be a water trine for those Scorpio placements, which is really good. It's helping you guys with change. And then finally on the 21st of the month, we will see a full moon in Capricorn. This is the second full moon in Capricorn. We have one in June. This is the 29 degree Capricorn full moon, critical degree at 29 degrees, conjunct Pluto. So this full moon will really impact you, Scorpio, okay? Not only because especially if you're an early Scorpio, you're already under a Pluto square, you're already feeling all the squares, early in the month. But Pluto is your modern day ruler. So when you have this full moon, everything feels bigger, everything feels more intense. It's at 29 degrees, so it's conjunct Pluto in your 4th house. So it's going to be highlighting the importance of wrapping up communication, being very clear with how you communicate. Be mindful that you can communicate in a way that can be super nasty with this full moon. And this is coming from a Scorpio. There can be some kind of critical situation going on with a family member, with a sibling, with a neighbor, with a car. A car can die, something can kind of fizzle out. There can be intense conversations and communications over matters of the heart, inner child stuff, talking about children, to children, having serious conversations about romantic relationships. Moon Pluto is crisis, just in general. And maybe you deal with Pluto transits better than most people, but I really see this as an opportunity through some pretty dramatic changes that are about to happen in your home and your family to learn how to better communicate under pressure, and to learn how to be more compassionate, not just to other people, but also to yourself, okay? Finishing websites, completing things that you're learning, going on trips, making important phone calls, making big decisions about things, that all kind of comes up. And you might see that there's a major theme connected to a relative or a neighbor that comes up here as well, in communicating with some of these people. The card that I got for you is the 8 of Pentacles, working hard. I like it. This is about workmanship, mastering your craft, focus, dedication, hard work, skill development, talent, high standards, commitment, and expertise. Perhaps maybe this can be about you getting interviewed for something, or it can be about you publishing something and being seen as the master of your craft. I'm also thinking that this is just saying it's work, 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 more work. All the planets going into your 10th house. It's there's no sleep for the wicked. And you'll see those planets trine the North Node and the 6th. So you are quite busy. But this is about really honing in on something and making something perfect. Maybe that is what part of the retrogrades are going to be about as well. Really kind of curating the job or the professional reputation that you want and getting a lot of work done in the process. Just remember that balance between the 10th and the 4th house that will get highlighted again next month with the full moon in Aquarius. So hopefully that's helpful for you guys. I will catch you guys back here next month in August. Take care. All right, so we got Sag and Sag rising. What's going on, guys? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to, July 2024. Sorry, I get halfway through the zodiac and I'm like, wait, what year is it? So welcome to July of 2024. We're going to be doing the horoscopes for you for the month ahead. Truth be told, there are no Jupiter aspects this month. Okay, so I'm not going to say that things won't impact you, because there are things that are going to impact you. We are going to have some planets that are going to be going into your 7th house. More you're going to see kind of like next month as Mars is approaching Jupiter in August. That's when there's going to be a lot more activity going on with relationships. But still, nothing's happening with Jupiter. Jupiter is, still doing its thing. It's direct. It's in Gemini. So there is still focus on growth, revolving around, relationships, expansion, travel, meeting new people, connecting with new people, having in-depth communications and conversations with your partners. Perhaps the only other thing I would say that I guess I could throw something in there is that Jupiter is going to be very much affected by Mercury transits this year. So part of what's going to happen is that you will see Mercury is going to come into shadow, and Mercury does rule your 7th house of relationships and also your career. The shadow will actually be in Leo, so it'll be about where you're really reflecting and reevaluating, what do I believe in? Where do I want to travel? What do I want to learn? Who's my teacher? What's my faith and my philosophy? Those 9th house kind of themes, which are very saggy. But what's going to happen here is that, Mercury is going to form an opposition to Pluto. It's going to come into shadow, and the next month, you will see a Mercury retrograde in Virgo back into Leo. So it can be like where your work schedule is impacted by travel, or you're, potentially you're seeing a slowdown at work for some reason. Maybe you are reassessing the direction of where you're going with your career. Maybe you have to reschedule travel for work purposes. Maybe you have some changes with your status, like your relationship. So you may see some stuff as you start to kind of come into that Mercury energy that is impacting Jupiter in some way. All right. So first things first, July 2nd, one of the better days of the month. We are going to see a lot of really positive transits happening this day, but it pays to be tapped in and kind of aware of what's happening. I know you're a fire sign. This is a lot of water energy that's going to be happening. So you have to really sit, reflect, check in with your emotions, and that's when you're going to be able to kind of make change. On the 2nd, Mercury in Cancer. So Mercury is going to be in your 8th house, where it is focused on joint resources, changes, transformations, intimacy, vulnerability, changes with your home. Mercury is going to form a trine to Neptune and Pisces. So this does mean that maybe partnerships are supportive of changes that are going on within the home or family. It might mean that you intuitively feel like there's about to be a shift at home or in regards to your living situation, and endings are paving the way for new beginnings, but it can be very emotional. Then we have on the 2nd, Venus in Cancer in your 8th house, trining Saturn in Pisces in the 8th house. So Venus is going to be about health, habits and routine. It's also going to be about friends, and Venus trine Saturn is kind of feeling like maybe you're mourning the loss of a friendship. Maybe you are reflecting and in your feels about changes that have happened with your home or with your family. It is possible that there is a sense of feeling like, you're trying to work better on your home care organization and like the impact that has, having safety and security in your home. Care maybe for a woman at home or within the family as well, especially older relatives, female relatives. Then we have Neptune turning retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees. So there's a lot of water stuff going on, Sag. Neptune has been probably creating a lot of confusing emotions and feelings for you, questioning where is home, where is my family, where am I safe? Do I want to stay here? Do I feel like a stranger in my own home or in my own country? Is something about to change or dissolve revolving around my living situation? So when Neptune retrogrades, it's going to give you some kind of insight. Neptune in this degree does bring water issues. I've seen like leaks and problems with flooding, and suddenly something is revealed that there's been water dripping under a sink or something for a little while. That can cause illness or mold issues or damage to foundations. So you really want to watch that. Both Saturn and Neptune are going retrograde. So if you need to really do some inspections or try to figure out what's wrong with a home or a living situation, or kind of get something inspected, it might be something that you consider. But it's just going to make you more emotional, truth be told. On the 3rd of the month, Mercury in Leo in your 9th house will come into an opposition with Pluto in Aquarius in your 3rd house. Okay, so Mercury is your relationship. It can be with siblings or extended family, and having intense conversations with people at a distance. Having philosophical debates, which can turn into heated exchanges, having some kind of conflict over documents or some kind of issue revolving around overcoming fears or phobias of speaking out or saying something or communicating or sharing some kind of information. Not a day to push conversations with people, including partnerships. Then you're going to see on the 10th of July, the sun in Cancer, still in your 8th house of change, transformation, and intimacy, will come into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. So it does kind of say, like, whatever changes or endings have been happening, it is providing more safety, security, and support within your home and your family. Like, you're solid, nothing's going to get rocked about your home or your living situation, you're going to have support from other people. I'm thinking about the sun's connection to the 9th house and that you're going to have a retrograde there. And I feel like there can be some situations involving like getting an inheritance, taxes, or debt, and something kind of connected to property and property investment or cashing out on things. Homeowners insurance, these kind of things can kind of come up here. Still, Sun trine Saturn is considered a good transit, and it's supposed to be helping kind of preserve and protect your investment. So it might mean that you're like, hey, something's wrong. I'm having to kind of tap into my homeowner's insurance, or it's still under warranty. You know, I need to get it fixed. Then we have got the kind of crash, boom, bang that's going to happen on the 15th of July. All right, so on the 15th of July, we have Mars in your 6th house of daily habits, work, and routine, okay? Where you want to work hard, you want to get the job done, you want to be productive, you're just kind of going. Mars rules hidden and things that you don't see coming, and conflicts and challenges or subconscious self-undoing. It also is about creativity and things involving playtime and dating and your hobbies. So it can mean that, you know, you were out partying a little bit too hard, you know, before going to work, and you're not on top of your game, and you feel like it's hard for you to kind of keep up and kind of maintain whatever you're trying to maintain at work around this time. It can also mean that you're more accident prone, because 6th house can be accidents, especially with Mars being there, and Uranus can be issues with cars, vehicles, also communications. So there can be issues going on with like internet going down, problems with transactions. There can be issues with being able to communicate and connect with people, car problems, electrical issues with car problems, trying to get things fixed. That can be popping up here also. And at the time of the conjunction, Venus is the dispositor, and Venus will have gone through the 9th house and just opposed Pluto. So it can mean that there's some potential legal implications of a accident. There can be some health challenges that come up suddenly, where you try to lift too fast or run too fast or whatever, or you're biking too fast and then it causes an accident. Be very careful when you're driving. Be very careful when you're traveling. These are things you want to watch out for, and don't be trying to rush through stuff at work. And this can be felt a couple days on each side. So this will be July 15th. Watch out for squabbles also with people at work. That can happen. Some people might feel suddenly like they want to quit a job, or they're ready to break free, kind of set themselves free of like a habit. That's the other way of looking at it. On the 16th of the month, you're going to see Mercury enter shadow. So Mercury will not turn retrograde until August 5th in Virgo in your work zone, and it'll retrograde into your 9th house of travel and routine. Some of you guys might already be planning on taking some time off and going on a trip. So that's fine if that's what you're doing. The only issue that I would see here is that when Mercury goes into shadow in the 9th house, you're not going to want to be booking flights. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Give me 1 second. There we go. You're not going to want to be booking flights, because something may, like, you may have to go back over something, or you may have a difficult time getting like a refund. It may not be a time to be actually going on a trip, stuff like that. So I would say in regards to Mercury going into shadow, Mercury is about relationships, and it is also going to be about your status. So it might be a time where you're reevaluating, what is the bigger picture of my relationship with other people? What do I believe in? Do I believe in commitment, long-term relationships? Do I believe I can partner with certain people at work? Do I believe that I can have a better relationship with a sibling? Whatever. And so there can be status changes in general. So you'll start feeling the effects of it as early as the 16th. Try to get all your booking plans and everything done prior to that, or just wait until after the Mercury cazimi, which will most likely, I think, be in August. All right, then on the 20th of the month, Mars enters Gemini. So this is where things kind of heat up a little bit in regards to partnerships and relationships. Mars will spend about 6 weeks in this particular house. Mars can be about self-undoing tendencies, stress and anxiousness, or hidden fears or phobias. It's also about love affairs and romantic connections and creativity. So Mars going into the 7th house is passionate. If you're single, you might have somebody that's really pursuing you, or you might meet more than one person. Mars going into the 7th house also creates more competition. There is more back and forth with others. There's more action being taken with others. And this is an air sign, so it can be about communication and kind of verbal combativeness. Unless you feel like debating your partner all the time at the dinner table, my advice is like, get active with your partner. Go for walks, go for jogs, play chess, play like games where you can be competitive. That is something that's going to be stimulating you mentally. Otherwise, there can be some friction here. Otherwise, great time to be focusing on dating and relationships, meeting people. Mars does rule your 5th house of hookups, true love, and children or passion. So there can be a younger, passionate person that comes into your life. This can also be highlighting a relationship with a second child if you have kids. This can also be highlighting just having more time to be active and having fun, and having more romance kind of brewing with a partner. On the 21st, right when Mars moves into Gemini, it's going to immediately start coming into a trine with Pluto. So this means that relationships are stimulated through transparency, vulnerability, being open about your thoughts, your ideas, being open about conversations involving your fears, being open about traveling together. Maybe there is like a need to change relationships with siblings by having really direct, open, and honest conversations. And I think Jupiter being in your 7th house is highlighting the fact that, you may feel like you need to kind of better relationships with aunts, uncles, cousins, or siblings. Okay, same day on the 21st, we do have the Sun in Cancer trine Neptune. So this is a very emotional, kind of mopey feeling of being like something's coming to a completion, it's coming to an end. It does impact you spiritually or in terms of your faith or philosophy. This is a day to let it all go. Know that whatever is meant to happen is meant to happen, and it's going to definitely impact something about traveling or meeting with or connecting with younger people or children in some capacity. Then we're going to see Mercury in Leo. So Mercury is in your 9th house of travel, and it's going to square Uranus. See, here's the thing. In the Mercury retrograde, Mercury will square Uranus several times. So basically, like, when I look at the shadow happening and then Mercury, which is about your communications with other people and travel, squaring Uranus, it's like you're going to have something planned, and then you're going to have to either tell your kids, or you're going to have to tell your partner, or you're going to have to tell somebody at work, my schedule has changed, like now this is not working for me, can we change it? And it can seem a little erratic. So watch for miscommunications with schedule and kind of travel, work conflicts. Definitely not a day that you want to be scheduling any kind of travel, right? Although there is positive stuff. The Sun trine Neptune is like, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And Mars trine Pluto is like, we can get through this if we communicate, But that's not a day that you want to be planning some travel. You might want to wait till after that to plan something. Then we've got on the 22nd of the month, Sun enters Leo. So now we've got Sun, we've got Venus, we have got Mercury, just barely, all hanging out in your 9th house. So this feels good for a Sag rising, because it's kind of like, okay, we got out of that depth of all that like Scorpio and, Cancer, Neptune stuff, like, no more mopey, like, time to go. So there is more focus on adventure, having fun, going and connecting with people who might be further away, going on trips, really just kind of experiencing joy and being excited about what the future holds. So I think your energy is going to feel a lot better when this happens. I do think that the only challenge is that the sun, when it's in the 9th house, will come into an opposition with Pluto. So it's like you're still trying to get your mind on board with being like, everything's going to be okay. You know, there is still this side of you, because Pluto rules your subconscious, that's like, is it going to be okay? Will it be fine? Like, you know, and there can be some sense of feeling kind of threatened or scared to be optimistic or to speak up or to say something. But remember, like, communication is key here. Jupiter is, you know, still in your 7th house. We're going to see Mars that's still kind of trining Pluto. So really, the way through some fears is being able to talk them out with others, whether that's a therapist, friend, or a partner. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Sun in opposition to Pluto can just be feeling kind of disempowered intellectually as well. That can kind of come up. Then we have on the 25th of the month, Mercury enters Virgo. So Mercury is now in your work zone, which is good because there can be a sense of like, you know, being able to reorganize or restructure or plan things work-wise, but it's still in shadow. So it means that it's not going to last very long. You're going to see, you know, by, I think I said the 5th of August, that's when the retrograde starts. So whatever plans you're making, they're likely going to kind of get reworked in some capacity. So just be mindful of that. And then on the 26th of the month, we're going to have Chiron turning retrograde in Aries. Okay. So Chiron's about healing. 5th house is the inner child. It's the heart space. It's in regards to children. It's in regards to self-expression. It's about love and dating. And what's interesting is that this is saying now you're going inward with working on some of this stuff. A lot of heart healing is going to be going on. A lot of inner child healing is going to be going on. Healing any issues where you're not loving yourself enough. And when this happens, Mars is the dispositor and Mars will be in the 7th. So it means that the healing may be coming from communications with partners. It may be coming from encouragement from other people. It might mean that, you know, needing to be more confident around partners. It may mean that healing literally comes from the people who you're meeting and who you're in relationship with or kind of connecting with. Very soon, Mars will also meet Jupiter. So that will mean in August next month, that, you know, any subconscious fears that are going on behind the scenes, it can hinder relationships. But if you come out with it, you can be like, okay, this is actually what teaches us how to grow stronger together and communicate and work through some of these insecurities or these fears that you have, maybe from childhood or from having a broken heart. July 5th, you have a new moon in Cancer at 14 degrees. Obviously, this is your 8th house. So this is the house of change, transformation, vulnerability, intimacy, and really just getting deep. And that can feel uncomfortable, right? 8th house is uncomfortable. And Cancer is like very emotional and sensitive. I like this moon because it's going to trine Saturn. So it means that if you're setting your intentions on growth in terms of intimacy, vulnerability, joint resources, and healing, it can actually really help you heal your past. And it can be a really great financial manifestational moon too, for getting and receiving stuff from other people. So whether that's loans or inheritance, or if you're wanting bonuses or whatever. It'll trine Saturn, which means that through support of other people, it's helping bringing you more financial support and bringing more support into your home. So, you know, you might have roommates that are willing to, you know, pay more for costs of utilities. You might have family that says, hey, we want to help you with a down payment. You might get some money from family that's going to help you with your cost of living. You might have support from a partner. So this is a good moon for finances as well. You're going to see on the 21st of the month, there will be a second full moon in Capricorn, the blue moon, which means it's a second full moon, which is rare, at 29 degrees, conjunct Pluto. Well, for years, Pluto's gone in and out of your second house, where you've been seeing the psychological impact of money on you and fears about money and what does and doesn't work for you, and where you fear, sometimes those fears become a reality and it's learning not to let it have a power over you. Second house is what you possess, your spending power, what you have, money in your hand, cash in the bank. There is a full moon in June that's going to happen here first, and you have to take a look at what's going on then, because Saturn is direct, so it means that you're feeling pretty solid and secure with how far you've come with your finances and your home and your living situation, what you've been able to overcome, what you've been able to build, what you have been able to purchase or design or create. And so the full moon is good because we're looking at it going, look at how far I've come, but it's at 1 degree. So the second one that we're going to have in July is more kind of like, oh, there's more left to do. I thought I was finished. I'm not done yet. So that 29 degrees, which is critical, just kind of feel like there can be some very critical money things coming up. It is conjunct Pluto, which is your 12th house lord. So it can be something that's coming out of the blue that you don't see coming. There can be some unhealthy spending habits that can kind of come up with this full moon. And it's ruled by Saturn, which will now be retrograde, which means that if you haven't been cautious with your spending with your home, if you haven't been careful with your investments with property, if you aren't financially prepared for a water leak or an issue with the floorboards or replacing a roof or something that happens to your home, it could be a really big cost. Once again, not a financial advisor, but I will tell you guys, I have Saturn and Neptune in my 4th house natally, okay? I know what it's like. There can suddenly be like torrential rain and your house will flood. There can be a water main that breaks and it destroys the property. You could find out you have mold in the walls and you're like, I just bought this place. Do yourself a favor. Make sure you have homeowners insurance. Check into what it covers and if it covers, all kinds of various natural disaster things. And the transits in Cancer are going to be about making sure you have safety and security for your home. And I don't care if that's insurance or if that's protection from theft, if that's going to be going and getting some kind of like security system for your house, something like that. Because full moon in the 2nd house conjunct Pluto means there can be some unexpected occurrence that could be crime related. Once again, I don't like saying this, but I'm just putting it all out there so you guys know. Make sure you're insured, make sure you're covered so you're not caught with your pants down financially with some kind of expense you can't cover in regards to your home. And if you're a renter, consider renter's insurance this month. Might be a good move. All right, that's it. So let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you. I get the Page of Cups. And you're like, please, no more water. I'm feeling waterboarded by all of these transits. I know, Sag, it's okay. It's going to get better. This is a good cup. This is a good card, though. This is a good cup, though. Try it. This is about idealism, dreaming, sensibility. This is about being naive, innocent, your inner child, intuitive messages, possibilities, head in the clouds. Okay, but this can also be about a new romantic encounter. This can be about a child, a younger person, or a water sign. So look for Cancers, Pisces, and Scorpios to pop up, or new romantic partners that kind of jump in. It's really about what's innocent and sweet, in my opinion. So it's something that's just kind of coming together and just getting to know somebody and feeling it out. This can also be a lot about childhood and inner child healing. And this is about feeling connected to your intuition and kind of divinely kind of connected. So I know that the water can be difficult, but lean into it because it's teaching you how to be more in touch with, I think, your inner self and how to be more compassionate as well. Hopefully that's helpful, Sag. I'll catch you here next month. All right, so we've got Capricorn, Capricorn rising. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome back. This is going to be your July 2024 horoscope for you. What do I have to tell you? Well, there is a number of aspects that are going to be made to Saturn, which is good. So when you hear things like Venus trining Saturn, when you hear Sun trining Saturn, these are good things. This basically means that you're receiving support, and I'll get to those transits and those dates in just a second. Saturn is retrograde, so that's something else that you should know, and I will remind Aquarius and Pisces of that as well. But Saturn's retrograde, so it basically means that you are feeling maybe things are slowing down a little bit for you. You're reevaluating and integrating how to better communicate what you think. There can be some delays with communications with others, with moving, with vehicles, with gadgets. That can happen. But besides that, I think the big news is that you're going to have a second full moon in your sign. So as I'm filming this, it's before we even have the first full moon in Capricorn in June. But there will be a Capricorn full moon in June at 1 degree, ruled by Saturn. And when that happens, Saturn's direct. So you're kind of reevaluating, where have I been? How far have I come? What changes have I made? And then a month later, on July 21st, you will have a second full moon in Capricorn, which is rare. It's not typical that we have 2 full moons in one sign, hence why it's called a blue moon. And this will be at critical 29 degrees. So we're going to feel like there's like a bit of a squeeze to really make some kind of a change or a significant shift, complete something. And it will be obviously at the last degree of your sign. So you have to complete something, or maybe there's some grand reveal or something that you're working on within yourself. And it's conjunct Pluto, which is going to be very intense, very powerful. It'll have an impact on your self-esteem, your money, and also it is about your personal goals. Look at what happens at the first full moon, okay? I don't want you to look at this and go, yeah, I'm satisfied. I want you to look at this and be your very critical Capricorn self and go, this was good, but it needs to be better. And how can I be better? And how can I break through? And how can I change and transform something? And this is also about rebirth. So a lot of it's like peeling back old layers of yourself, okay? Just don't be too hard on yourself, okay? Does that make sense? Hopefully. More intense if you got 28 to 29 degrees in Capricorn, so just a heads up there if you guys have those placements. Besides that, let's get into the rest of the month. All right, so let's talk positive. Okay, there's a lot of planets going through Cancer, so there's a lot of energy when it comes to relationships this month. There's a lot of focus on your marketplace if you sell things, clients if you work with people, romantic relationships if you're looking for one, committed relationships if you're in one, and relationships with family. That is a theme. I like July 2nd because you will see Mercury in your 7th house of relationships, which is where you're communicating and connecting with relationships and other people. That will trine Neptune in Pisces, which means you're able to communicate and connect in a much more empathic, emotional, sensitive way. It can be great for writing something beautiful for a romantic partner. It can be great for sending a thank you note. It can be awesome for trying to smooth something over with a sibling and trying to really connect with somebody in a way that's very kind and very sweet. It's also very intuitive. Same day, Venus in Cancer in your 7th house trines Saturn in Pisces. You are Saturn. So Venus can be a new relationship, a new woman, a new romantic partner. It can be a younger person, a child, a woman who wants to partner with you or work with you. Will trine Saturn in your 3rd house, which means you can sweeten or better a relationship with someone. You could meet somebody on an app. You could be traveling and meet someone. Somebody could send you a DM or an email and say, hey, what's up? Let's get together. Let's work together. Let's work it out. And then the very same day, Neptune turns retrograde. So wherever there's been miscommunication or lack of clarity, or maybe even issues pertaining to your relationship with a sibling or an extended family member, now there can be clarity and they can kind of give you some kind of insight as to how they're feeling. So good day all around, I think, on the 2nd. On the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mercury enter Leo. So Mercury will dip into your 8th house of secrets, intimacy, joint resources, finances. Mercury going to the 8th house is interesting. Your mind goes through a huge transformation, and maybe you're making changes in the way that you look at money, resources, security, health as well. So this can be like a mental health check-in transit. Mercury is also about your travel and belief. So if you need some help or assistance health-wise, this is a time where you might go looking for it. If you are wanting to ask questions about joint resources, banking, finances, or taxes or insurance, this is a time where you might do that. If you are needing help with something legally, or if you're needing to hire somebody to help you with travel, or even something kind of connected to what's the word that I'm looking for? Immigration, you may look for that. It's going to cost you though. That's the hang up. Mercury will oppose Pluto in your 2nd house of money. One thing I would say is this is a day to be very careful with scams. If you get an email from another country, if you have somebody who's saying, hey, just send me your social, send me some info on you, show me your documents, your credit cards, whatever, there could be a scam. 2nd house is how people have access to other other people's money, and it can be crime related. And Pluto in your second house is your power. It's about the power of your resources. So don't be giving out passwords. Be careful with changing passwords. Take note of changes going on with your bank statements. And if you're getting those emails that's like somebody's, trying to change the password, like that would be a red flag for me with this transit, because it's about somebody trying to crack into what you've got. Power struggles and communications over also finances can happen here. Then we have on the 10th of the month, the sun in Cancer. So the sun is still in your 7th house of relationships, trining Saturn in the 3rd house. Okay. So this can be about security. This can be also about insurance. This can be about emotional support and vulnerability, and somebody saying, I've got your back. What do you need? How can I help you? And this is a good transit because it does mean there can be a transformation of relationships with people as long as there's communication and vulnerability, an opportunity to harmonize and make changes in the relationships that you have with other people or even with family. Then we have on the 15th of the month, the big boom boom. That's what I keep saying. This is when Mars comes into conjunction with Uranus. All right. On one hand, Taurus is a fellow earth sign. So if you're a late Capricorn, you got anything like 25, 26, 27 degrees, this will trine your ascendant. So you may be able to manage this energy a little bit better. But the 5th house is children, love affairs, romance, taking chances, gambling, the stock market, hobbies, that kind of stuff. Mars is going to be about partying, having fun, connecting with groups of people or friends, especially when it comes to the home. So somebody can be saying, hey, I want to come and visit you, or do you want to come and visit me? And then Uranus can be about expenses. So there can be a lot of expenses throwing a party. There can be a lot of expenses entertaining. There can be a lot of expenses when it comes to an art project, a hobby, a kid, a gathering, a get-together, and it can be kind of costly. Uranus rules your 2nd house of money, so it'll be something that you're like, well, it's worth it, it'll be a good time. But the challenge here is that this is a very disruptive energy. There can be on and off stuff going on with a romantic partner. There can be kids throwing tantrums. You may be feeling a little bit more risky when it comes to putting money in a slot machine or gambling it, and I would say don't go risking any money that you can't afford to lose, because there's no guarantee here. What else? This is the dispositor of this is Venus, and Venus is in the 8th house of other people's money, and it does oppose Pluto. So I kind of feel like, especially those of you guys who are like playing around with the stock market and you're doing like calls and like other things, and you're like leveraging stuff, like because there could be an investment you make that you're like, yeah, I'm taking a loan out for this, or I'm taking my savings out for this. I think it's going to go one way. And then the Venus-Pluto opposition seems to indicate maybe not. And that the sudden increase or the money that's due can be kind of like very overwhelming, or credit card bills or loans can be very overwhelming. Taxes and other things you're having to pay to other people. So be very careful and don't risk money you don't have, right? Then we're going to see on the 16th of the month, Mercury enters shadow. So Mercury will still be in your 8th house of joint resources, other people's money, taxes. But the ruler, Mercury, is connected to the 6th house of health, habits, and routine. And it's also connected to the 9th house of law, legality, travel, and that kind of stuff. So it's like those of you guys who have been putting off doing your taxes, those of you guys who have been putting off managing or organizing a financial situation, it can kind of come back up for you, and it's something that you now may have to deal with. Even though Mercury won't turn retrograde till the 5th of August, and when it does, it'll be in Virgo, so it'll be in a sign that it's comfortable, it will still go back into your 8th house of money owed and secrets and transformations of the mind. And it's going to be about health and habits and detoxing too, but basically, you're going to start seeing the impact of the Mercury retrograde as early as the 16th. So watch for that. On the 20th of the month, Mars enters Gemini. So Mars leaves your 5th house of fun and games, goes into the 6th house of work, habits, and daily routine. Good news is Mars likes it in this house. It wants to have something to do, so give it a to-do list. It wants to also get active. It wants to work out. It wants to Focus on health and habits here. It wants to be busy. Well, Mars rules your fourth house of home, so a really simple solution is like multitask when you're on the phone. Gemini, like clean your kitchen, organize your cabinets, put away your laundry. But this can also mean that you are really interested in learning, because Gemini is here. Gemini and Jupiter is here. How to better organize your space, or to organize your routine, or maybe even your schedule. Mars also rules your 11th house of friends. So when Mars goes into the 6th house of health, you might be like, well, the only time I have time to call my friends back is like when I'm going for a jog or when I'm going for a bike ride. Okay, do it. Maybe you're trying to combine socializing and, wellness, and you're like, I'm not really going to the bars right now, but I'll meet you at the gym. You want to go and do a dance class? You want to get together and do something that can be kind of physical? So there is an opportunity to do more than one thing. It's very diverse with Mars in your 6th house. Now, one thing I like is that on the 21st, right off the bat, Mars in the 6th house, it's going to come into a trine with Pluto. And this can indicate a second job, a second way of making money, working with a friend or another company. And that trine to Pluto is really opening up and livening up your money. And it's bringing you more financial power and control. Maybe, a friend introduces you to someone, you get a second job, or maybe you're going to be working something part-time and you're like, yes, this is awesome. Now I have more resources and I have more flexibility. And I feel like there's less stress when it comes to kind of managing maybe your resources. On the 21st, something else you're going to see as well is that the Sun in Cancer, which is still in your 7th house, highlighting relationships, is now coming into a trine with Neptune and Pisces. What this basically means is that there can be some obvious changes that are coming up in regards to relationships with other people. The key here is to be emotional, compassionate, communicative, vulnerable about how you're feeling. There can be some heart-to-heart conversations with neighbors, with siblings, with relatives, and it can put you in your feels basically. So just be mindful of that. But I do feel like it's about being compassionate and open. Same day, we see a tricky transit where Mercury, which is in Leo in your 8th house of joint resources and finances, comes into a square with Uranus in Taurus. So when we think about Uranus being your money and something connecting to investments, children, love affairs, and the Mercury transit of other people's interests and resources coming into a square, something's not meshing. Whether you've got kids that are asking you, to borrow money and you're kind of like over it. You can have a romantic partner that's stressing out about a financial situation. You could also be in a situation where now the pressure and the stress is on to actually pay something back that you need to pay back, some kind of debt, loan, something like that. If not, then the other way of looking at it is just mental stress revolving around how a romantic partnership is going to play out or how an investment is going to be playing out. Anyway, not a great day for communication or trying to kind of get your way with another person or handling some kind of financial situation. I would just not do that day. Then we have on the 22nd of the month, the Sun enters Leo in your 8th house, shining a light on change and transformation, changing matters of the heart, right? Of romance, of creativity, self-expression. Capricorn, sometimes you hide that side of you, right? It's in there, but you're afraid to kind of get in touch with it. So I think with the Sun going into the 8th house, it's really highlighting like what is meant to come to you through other people. And it's going to oppose Pluto. And this can be bringing up more financial themes. I mean, come on, you're going to have Sun, Venus, Mercury all in your 8th house, where there's definitely a lot of topics on change and transformation with joint resources, children, or romantic partners. And it's all kind of come into opposition with Pluto, which means like people may be feeling like they're entitled to something you have, or they want something you have, or they're asking you for something that you possess. And you have to ask yourself, like, are you willing to share, or are you willing to give a piece of the pie to some of these people? Sun in opposition to Pluto, hands down, it is power struggles. It can be in regards to groups. It can be that you and a partner are on two different perspectives when it comes to what you're doing with your money, where you're investing it, and how you're spending it. All right, so then on the 25th of the month, Mercury enters Virgo. It moves into your 9th house where it is focusing on the higher mind. It wants to plan travel. It wants to take courses. It wants to write and learn and explore. But it is in shadow, okay? So on the 5th of August, it'll turn retrograde, go back into Leo. That does tell me don't book travel unless it's refundable. You know, make sure that you're going to be able to get a refund on things. Make sure you're not spending money on courses and classes you can't get a refund on. Really do your research before you decide to purchase like a webinar, or if you're going to be taking some kind of course online. Make sure you have all your documents prepared and in order before you're potentially traveling, because if you don't, it could be very costly to have to do it very suddenly, right? That kind of stuff. On the 26th of the month, Chiron turns retrograde in the sign of Aries. So it'll be retrograding in your 4th house. Chiron is about healing. Aries is about the self. In the 4th house, it's going to be about you turning inward and reflecting on what can I heal within myself at home? How can I create a much more nurturing environment? How can I focus more on my emotions and my feelings? How can I heal the past? And so as that's happening, Mars is the ruler, and Mars is going to be in Gemini in your 6th house. And I think that a lot of this is about being like, what do I feel like I have control over? So much of the eclipses and the North Node in Aries in your 4th house is about having a clear defined space that's yours. So if you live with roommates, it's about being like, my space is my space and I'm protecting it. Maybe you're moving into your first apartment. Maybe you're buying your first home. Maybe you're moving out after a long period of being in a relationship. Maybe you're moving back home. Regardless of where you are, this is about being able to create organization in your space and being able to vocalize and explain to people what your needs are. And this can be about working out at home. This can also be about doing breath work. This can be about physically doing work from home. And so really, I think that this is about getting your power back and feeling you have control over your environment, having your own space. Now, on the 5th of July, you will see a new moon that will be in the sign of Cancer, in your opposite sign in the 7th house. This is where we plant new seeds when it comes to relationships or partnerships with other people. If you're single and you want to meet someone, this is the new moon that you set intentions. If you're in a relationship and you want to get closer to your partner, this is the new moon to set intentions. If you want to better family relationships with parents, siblings, or people you live with, this is a good time to do it. Yes, it's in opposition to your sign, so you can be feeling like there's a lot of energy on other people and not on you, but you're going to get an extra full moon, so don't worry. But what I like about this new moon is that the moon rules relationships and Saturn rules you, and this new moon will trine Saturn. So it's just saying, like, all you have to do is ask. All you have to do is speak up. Send that message, send that email, make that phone call, and people will be there to support you, but you have to speak up. Saturn will be retrograde. So it means that if you don't say something, you're going to miss out on opportunities to connect with other people. You'll see this unfold over time over the better part of the next 6 months, and there should be a lot of changes in relationships, especially because there will be a Mars retrograde in the new year. Okay, then we're going to see on the 21st of the month a second full blue moon in your sign. So remember how I was saying, like, June is kind of like, okay, this is how far I came, but what else can I do? I need to do better. I need to do more. This is that moon. 29 degrees is critical. Pluto is about crisis. It's about reaching your goals. A full moon is about completion. It's wild. It's going to be really wild. You're going to feel like you're like, oh my God, I'm melting. I'm not going to lie to you. You, Aquarius, and also Scorpio, I think are going to be the ones that are going to be like, F this energy, honestly. But like the goat, you scale the mountain and you get to the top, and then you're able to overcome everything. So remember that Aquarius is when we are finally making huge sweeping changes when it comes to our goals. So I kind of look at this and I go, all right, so, you know, you're having your kind of like, your caterpillar to, butterfly moment. We see a bit of a struggle, right? When the caterpillar is trying to get out of the cocoon and it's trying to break free and become the butterfly, and it's kind of like panicky. It's kind of like birth energy. You just have to keep breathing and going through it until you're on the other side. So there is a breakthrough that's going on. And I think that it's going to be about your physical body, your appearance, your mind, how you're communicating. And you really need to just take a chill pill and breathe. that's a day that I would just take it easy if I were you. And I would turn my phone off and I would meditate and I would probably be focusing on journaling and focusing on all of the things that you're manifesting that's coming into your life. Okay? Let's pull a card. Let's see what the cards say for you. I get the Two of Swords. So you're still on the fence a little bit. You're like, can I do it? Is it possible? Am I going to make it? Yes, you will be fine. But this is about difficult decisions, weighing your options, doubt and inner conflict, avoidance, hidden information, confusion in between, 1 foot out and 1 foot in. I think that's the tipping point of Pluto. It's like, can I do this? Is it possible? Am I going to make it through? You know, you're almost done, but Pluto will retrograde back into your sign again. And so whenever we see that 29 degrees, it's like the universe being like, you're not done with me yet, you know? And so it's basically trying to get you to really push through when it comes to your goals, when it comes to the money you want to make, the friends you want to have, the status you want to have. And you're having to kind of really shed a lot of things right now. So I feel for you, because some of you guys do feel like you have to give up work, or you have to kind of move on from relationships, or you have to kind of step out of the spotlight. But I do feel like it's going to be about this breakthrough that you're going to be having. So I'd love to hear from you guys. What happens with the full moon? Let me know how you're dealing with that, and hang in there. I'll catch you guys here in August. What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome to your July 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. We're going to get right into it. So I'm just going to give you some heads up about some stuff that's going on for you this month. We're going to look both at what's going on with Saturn as well as what's happening with Uranus. Saturn is your traditional ruling planet. It rules your first house of self and body. It is retrograde right now in the sign of Pisces. This means that you're reevaluating your resources, your values, your goals, your spending habits. You may feel like money is coming in a little bit slower. You may feel like you're having to work a little bit harder to see the fruits of your labor, but do not fear. It's just because your planet is retrograde. You will see some trines to Saturn this month, so you're going to get some support from your 6th house, where coworkers, pets are supporting you, family supporting you, and staying on task and having a routine is going to help you feel a little bit more productive. So just take that into consideration. We will also see some pretty heavy energies where Mars is meeting with Uranus, your modern day ruler. It can cause some issues at home. There can also be some issues where some like weather related matters or some electricity issues or some conflict with home or family members can kind of be brewing. But on the positive side, this is about breaking free from something. Now, traditionally, Mars is seen as a malefic. So Mars meeting with your chart ruler in the 4th house means there could be emotional outbursts. There could be sudden needs to move, relocate. You may also be more prone to dealing with some heavy emotions, okay? And so we'll talk about when that's happening and what that looks like, but you want to listen for that. Equally, this entire month is going to be peppered with a number of oppositions from Leo transits in your house of relationships to an opposition to Pluto in your sign. This basically means that people are testing you, okay? Your power is being tested. What you feel like you do and do not have control over is being tested. On one hand, there can be powerful relationship opportunities that are coming in, people coming into your life to support you. New romantic partners, therapists, also coaches and managers and mentors. These people can be coming in, asking you to reevaluate and make some really big changes. Oppositions are relational, so it does mean that it's coming from outside of you. So you have to decide if some of this action in relationships is encouraging you to grow, or if it's making you dig your heels in and say, no, I don't want to make a change, or I'm still in charge, I'm the boss. So really pay attention to those opposition dates. You're going to see Venus, Mercury, the Sun all oppose Pluto, where either your relationships, your love life, relationships with clients, and also challenges maybe in regards to relationships with children are all tested. All right, so let's start on the 2nd of July, which is a positive day. It's one of the better days all month. We are going to be seeing Mercury in your 6th house, where your mind is on health, your mind is on organization, support. It is forming a trine to Neptune in Pisces in your 2nd house. So health, diet, routine, focusing on making time for the things that you love, spending time with your pets, focusing also on creativity, helps you kind of feel like you're in divine order. It helps you also really think about how I think joy and communication and creativity really can kind of uplift your spirits a little bit. Mercury is mental, Neptune is intuitive, so you might be intuitively navigating, making changes in your routine, your diet, as well as your work schedule as well. And the same day, we're going to see Venus also in the 6th house, where you are possibly receiving help from a housekeeper, from an assistant, from a coworker. Somebody is kind of helping you with an emotional issue, or they're helping you with a family issue. And that trine between Venus and Saturn means somebody's got your back and they're helping you kind of navigate things and feel better about yourself. Great self-care day, also a day to really tune into where you feel supported and having appreciation for who is there to help you through a difficult time. You may feel responsible for tending to or caretaking for a home or family matter. You may be beautifying or taking care of your home space. You may also be taking care of a family relative, a female relative. Same day, Neptune turns retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees. So what's going to happen here is you're working through and maybe getting some more clarity about where you've been doubting yourself, where there's been some kind of blind spots with your finances and your resources. And you're realizing like how to be more resourceful, and like maybe where there's been some holes in your budget and things that have been slipping kind of through the cracks. I love like Venus and Mercury in the 6th house for like a really good accountant, somebody who's helping you with a budget, maybe somebody who is helping you take stock of what you do have and kind of realize how you can be more resourceful. All right, July 3rd, Mercury enters Leo. So you're going to have Mercury in your 7th house of relationships, where there's more communication. The good news is that if you're single, your 5th house ruler of dating and love moves into the 7th. So you can focus more on communicating with romantic partners, dating, getting out there and meeting people. Maybe you're more open to being vulnerable because of Mercury's connection to your 8th house. Regardless, this is a good sign for relationships and meeting other people and people kind of reaching out to you, wanting to communicate with you. The only challenge is that Mercury will oppose Pluto. So you can feel like people are asking you some personal questions, they're getting a little too close. Maybe they are exercising, their words, and you're kind of feeling like people are telling you what to do, or they're digging too deep, or maybe they're kind of pressing you to communicate what's wrong, what's bothering you. You know, a partner can be like overly doting, and somebody can be putting the pressure on you to talk about, what's going on in your heart space, or what's happening with you emotionally. And you may feel threatened by that because Pluto is in your 1st house and you're not wanting to kind of like tell people what's wrong or what you're afraid of or what you're going through. And people can be just trying to kind of help support you. Pay attention to this opposition. You will see it again later in the month around the 22nd. Then you're going to see on the 10th of the month, we see the Sun in Cancer trining Saturn. So this means that you've got some kind of support, maybe from a therapist, a doctor, a coworker, somebody who's like, hey, like, can I help you? Like, what do you need? So if you're not feeling comfortable talking to a romantic partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, or one of your kids about the situation, you can get support from somebody who is connected to mental emotional health, or a trainer, or maybe just kind of tapping into having more of a solid routine. That's what's making you feel better and work through some of these issues. Health can stabilize, habits can stabilize, but your organization and your routine has a huge impact on your feeling of stability and security this month. So you want to kind of stick to a routine if you can. On the 15th of the month, this is where we have the big boom. Mars will conjunct Uranus in your 4th house. So a couple things about this. Mars is about authority and things revolving around control. It's also about your career. Mars is also about communication, contracts, learning, gadgets, and dealing with neighbors. Sometimes it's about dealing also with siblings. Mars is a malefic. It attacks, it burns things down, it cuts things, it creates conflict. So when it meets with Uranus, your modern day ruler in the fourth house, you're getting angry emails, a sibling is starting a fight with you, maybe your neighbor is pissed off about something, and you're like, why is there so much chaos going on like around me in my home? Like, why do I feel like I'm being attacked? If you need to, let's say, work with electricity, if you need to work with saws or anything sharp or heat or fire, be very careful because there can be problems going on with that around the home. I see lots of issues with wildfires with Mars Uranus in the fourth house. But it can also mean that, relationship issues are kind of like, we're seeing things kind of going up in flames as well. It can be, not always what is the word that I'm looking for? It cannot always be literal. Sometimes it can be figurative. Watch for areas where there can be extreme weather, where there can be power outages, internet outages, where there can be earthquakes. These things can kind of happen, and it can create some kind of rocks and rattles and rolls in regards to your physical home space or your homeland. Now, when this conjunction happens, Venus is the dispositor. And so one thing that I see here is Venus in your house of relationships has come into an opposition with Pluto. So there's been some tension or maybe some difficulty in regards to a relationship with a seventh house person. And so maybe it's also like there's been disruptions in the home and you're irritable and then you're fighting with your partner, or your roommate or your kid. And they can be coming from that. It can also mean that because there's been some challenges going on in the home and there's been a disruption of the peace, it's now upsetting a romantic partner or somebody that you're in a relationship with. So they kind of come together and they're showing some of the same stuff. Be mindful that this is about breaking free and being like, I don't want to live here anymore, or I don't want to be confined to my home, or, it can be about an emotional kind of like release. And if there has been a lot of tension going on between you and another person, this is when you start to kind of see it unfold. Now, on the 16th of the month, Mercury will enter shadow. So this means that Mercury is entering into the degrees which it will retrograde through in August. August 5th, Mercury will retrograde, starting in the sign of Virgo in your 8th house of joint resources and finances. It will retrograde back into your 7th house of Leo, relationships. So even though we don't see it until August, you're going to start seeing the pre-shadow, which means that there can be miscommunications with people. There can be hearing from ex-lovers and romantic partners from the past. You could find it a little bit more difficult dealing with clients and relations with others. Mercury is about hobbies, creativity, and children. It is also about intimacy and joint resources and insurance and things pertaining to health matters. So it is possible that you're going back and forth with a partner about, how do we manage insurance? Or, how do we make some changes in regards to how we're raising our kids? Or, what are we both wanting in this romantic relationship? How do we feel? And that will kind of start on the 16th. So just be prepared that there can be a little bit of some shadow there. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see Mars go into the sign of Gemini. So it kind of comes out of your home zone where it's been creating some tension. It goes into your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, joy, and having fun. Mars in this house is competitive. It likes sports. It likes any kind of games or anything where there could be competition. And this can be really great for being like, okay, I want to join a local kind of like sports team, or I want to be doing some brain teasers, or I want to be working with an app where I'm competitively learning something, or maybe like a writing competition. You can be a little bit more of an authority figure in how you're communicating with your kids. That's your 5th house. You might be more daring in how you're communicating with romantic partners and self-expressive. And this is also fun for dating. So this can definitely bring a lot of like quick connections, meeting people, and seeing a lot of opportunity if you're single when it comes to getting out there, having fun and mingling. Now it's moving through an air sign. So one thing that I like is that right off the bat, when Mars enters Gemini, it is going to, on the 21st, the next day, trine Pluto in your sign. So this means that if you're willing to take chances in love, if you're willing to take risks in investments, if you're willing to try new hobbies or maybe get outside of your usual comfort zone, maybe this means that you are meeting somebody on an app, or you are just trying to focus on being a little bit more athletic and kind of running around and walking or jogging or running. It can be something that can be empowering. It can be something also that's great for creativity. So if you have your own business, fifth house, Mars going there is like creating new websites and promotional things and sharing with people and making TikToks and reels and videos like, look at what I made, look at what I've got. And really being proud and kind of putting it out there so people can see what you have. That's empowering you. That's making you feel good about the changes you're making within your career and yourself. And I think it's giving you a lot of motivation. Where you want to watch on the 21st, where there can be some issues, is we are going to see Mercury, which is in Leo, in your 7th house of relationship communication. It will square Uranus, which means like there is a bit of like a meeting of the minds that's going on between you and another person, where you're not seeing eye to eye about what's happening with their needs, what they feel, what they think, versus what you are doing, or the changes that you are making at home. So once again, bumping heads, a little bit of friction with fixed signs, not seeing eye to eye with a relationship with someone else. There can be arguments over raising kids. There can be tension over, romantic issues, romantic partners and friction with family, that kind of stuff. So that is brewing. But the positive, because there is a positive here, is that the sun in Cancer in your 6th house of daily routine and health will trine Neptune. And it's at the last degrees. Basically, I have said it's like, let it go. I feel like this is about you going like, I can't control other people. I can only control myself. And it's not worth getting myself worked up over. It's not worth affecting my health over. And just intuitively knowing that, you know what, if somebody doesn't agree with me, I don't have to take it personally. It doesn't have to impact me physically or financially. Like if somebody wants to argue about the sky being green, I would be like, you're absolutely right. Have a good day. Not worth the energy that you're going to expel going back and forth with this other person. And it's also not worth like burning down like a bridge or a relationship over. Unless somebody is trying to force you to move or to agree to something or to go and do a family related thing, or they're trying to tell you to, it's either me or your family. Okay, if you're getting ultimatums, you're not going to play that game. So take the good with the bad on the 21st, focus on releasing things and sticking to a routine so you can navigate some of other people's kind of like drama. On the 22nd of the month, you will see then the sun enter Leo, and the sun in Leo is in its home sign. Now you've got Venus, you have got the sun, you have got Mercury all hanging out in your 7th house. So remember, this is like other people being like, me, my needs, what I want, I'm the star, I'm the boss. And all the oppositions to Pluto. Now the sun opposes Pluto, where somebody else is trying to impose their will on you. They're trying to overpower you. They're trying to tell you what they're going to do and that they're in charge, or somehow they're more important, or they can be also encouraging you through the opposition to be like, why are you resisting change? Why are you not opening up? What are you afraid of? Let go of the wheel. Let me help you. So it can also be really great for people who are trying to get in and they're trying to kind of be disarming and getting you to open up and work through any issues that you've been having with control or trauma or change. So I like it more for coaches. I like it more for trainers. I like this more for managers. People who are really trying to get you outside of your comfort zone, not so crazy about how partners can be, and that there can be power struggles going on with romantic relationships. So watch for that. All these oppositions are important. Why? Mercury will retrograde in your 7th house next month, which means you're reassessing a relationship of some kind, or you're reassessing what's been said and what is and isn't working for you. And throughout that retrograde, you will see several squares to Uranus. So there's still friction going on about how their needs and how they're communicating is impacting you emotionally or your home, and it becomes exhausting. All right, then we're going to see on the 25th of the month, Mercury enters Virgo, goes into your 8th house, where you want to get into the nitty-gritty details of things. You are dealing with insurance matters, documents, detoxing, health stuff, changing and transformation of the mind. I want to remind you that it's still in shadow. So even though it does well in the sign of Virgo, it is still going to retrograde back into Leo. And it can mean that people are coming back to you and trying to communicate and talk to you about secrets and things that they've hidden and financial stuff and, like grand reveals. And you'll see actually next month during the full moon in Aquarius, which will be in your sign, square Uranus, that there is definitely a lot going on with other people that's impacting you. And so this energy will continue more in August. So you don't need to deal with it too much now. Just watch for some of the red flags as you're seeing oppositions to Pluto if you're feeling like people are getting a little too cocky or a little too confident with you. July 26th, Chiron retrogrades in Aries. So it'll retrograde in your third house of the mind, communication, and siblings. Chiron wants to heal something. Aries is the self. A retrograde is internal. I would be reflecting on journals. I would be writing for therapeutic reasons. I would also be trying to think about how you can reflect on when you were younger. I think there's a lot of inner child stuff that's going to come up with Mars being, obviously in Gemini. So it might mean that you're reworking the way that you communicate and talk to a kid, the way that you communicate and express yourself, the way that you think about playtime. I think that this is going to be pretty harmonious actually, because Aries sextiles your sign, and also it sextiles the transits that are kind of going on in your fifth house. So reworking the way you communicate and talk to yourself, when frustration and anger kind of shows up, how do you deal with it? And realize that sometimes that frustration and that anger can be coming from a place where you haven't felt heard or listened to in some capacity. July 5th, we have a new moon in Cancer, which will be in your sixth house of health, habits, and routine. If you want to go back to the gym, look for a new job, reorganize your workspace. If you want to focus on, going back to the doctor's office and doing tests or just kind of bettering your mental, emotional health, this is a good new moon for that. It's about getting organized. And what I like is that the new moon will trine Saturn, which is your chart ruler. So it seems like it's about reorganization of your schedule, getting into a schedule of what feels right emotionally, organizing your home, making changes to your diet, and cutting off something or cutting back on something. Saturn retrograde in Pisces, like I'm not spending money on that anymore. I'm not buying that stuff anymore. I'm decluttering. I need less. I'm drinking less. These things can kind of come up, and it's a beautiful new moon that's in harmony with your sign, with your chart ruler Saturn. So very nice for you. July 21st, we have a second full moon in Capricorn, a blue moon. If you are experiencing, we will see in June, some of you guys are watching this in June, so you'll see that there's going to be this first new moon in Capricorn, full moon in Capricorn. And this is about completions and conclusions and things behind the scenes. So it's spiritual for you in the 12th house. It may impact your sleep. You may be focusing more on your connection and your relationship to faith, to your higher self, to religious or spiritual practices. Obviously, this is ruled by a Saturn, and when the first one happens in June, Saturn is direct. So you're investing in yourself, you believe in yourself, even if things get rocky, you know that as long as you take time to kind of be alone, rest and recuperate, and focus on your long-term goals, you're solid. The challenge is that 12th house transits make you a little squirrely. So there can be this feeling of being like, ooh, I feel like I'm kind of crawling out of my skin, or anxiety is coming up for me, or I'm having trouble sleeping. Where you're overworking can be coming up, and that can be impacting, how your emotions are feeling. So I want you to be paying attention to that. Anyway, July 21st, second full moon at 29 degrees, which is the critical degree. So it's cusping on your sign. So it really wants you to complete something, and it's conjunct Pluto. So it looks like it wants you to maybe give a job up. It wants you to work less. It wants you to change and transform something about your fears or your faith in some capacity. 29 degrees is crisis. Pluto is crisis. I've said for all the signs, this is an intense one. But Pluto will be going in and out of your sign for like the next year still. So this kind of means that even later this year, when Pluto comes back into Capricorn, you're doing some work behind the scenes before it fully transitions over your ascendant, sun or moon. But in this case, the ascendant, and then there is some grand reveal. Pluto brings pressure. So the pressure to make major changes behind the scenes before some of these other things become visible during the full moon that's going to happen in Aquarius next month. Believing in yourself, having faith, not stressing out about work, not stressing out about money. That seems to be the key. And that is the month ahead. So you got a lot going on. Let's see what the cards say for you, my Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Risings. The card that you get is the Five of Wands. Not surprised by this. This is a fire energy. So this is about conflict, disagreements, tension, sport, diversity, rivalry, challenges, obstacles, competition, aggression, and clash of the egos, which, you're seeing it. It's between you and another person. The key here is about not fighting fire with fire. Five of Wands, we just want to get combative. We want to burn the whole thing down, and we're just like angry. We just want to destroy things. And I really kind of feel like the key for this, I'm looking at the flipped version, is about being like, okay, some conflict can be good. We can work through things, but also it doesn't need to turn into like a firestorm, right? So be mindful that some people are just going to kind of come out swinging, and some people are doing it because they're trying to get you out of your comfort zone. Some people are doing it because they just want to brawl. And yes, there's going to be some challenging energy this month. You'll see it with the oppositions, but I think Mars conjunct Uranus is also some issues revolving around communication with home and family. So don't shy away from the conflict. And I've said this to other people, but Mars will retrograde through Leo at the end of the year. So there's red flags that will come up this month that people will do things or say things or stuff that goes on that if you don't catch them on it, and if you don't go, nope, that's not going to work for me, or you're not going to control me, or you're not going to tell me what to do, if you don't course correct some of this stuff, then it's going to come back to bite you in the ass, and it's going to cause some issues down the road later this year. Actions have consequences. People need to understand that you may feel like you're at the end of your rope and you're not playing the game anymore, and that means sometimes it's best just to disengage. Good luck, my Aquariuses. Let me know what happens with some of these transits, especially the oppositions and the Mars-Uranus stuff. Sending you lots of good vibes. We've got Pisces and Pisces rising. Thank you guys for your patience. Welcome to July of 2024. I hope you guys are doing well. There's not really much going on with Jupiter this month, okay? Your traditional ruler. Jupiter's in Gemini, expanding stuff in regards to your emotions, your home, your family, maybe where you're living. And quite honestly, it's a pretty good transit. It might have you visiting home or family. That might also be a theme as Mars goes into Gemini. We'll see. Also themes revolving around just home and property and living stuff. Something that is worth mentioning is that Neptune, your modern day ruler, will now be going retrograde. So you are going to be seeing that on the 2nd. Where there's been miscommunication, misunderstanding, lack of clarity, lack of belief, not seeing yourself, fully, right? Or maybe you've been hiding something. Now it's time to kind of turn inward and be like, where am I not putting enough effort? Where am I slacking off? Where am I afraid? Where am I sabotaging? And you're going to kind of realize where you need to be kind of stepping up and making some changes. We will also see a number of trines that will be happening to Saturn, which is about your boundaries, your needs, your goals, as well as Neptune in the 1st house. So those are very helpful aspects that you'll be experiencing this month. You're going to see in the beginning of the month a lot of planets that are kind of moving through Cancer, which is more about creativity, children, dating, your love life, having fun, taking chances, being creative. So it's supporting Pisces placements. It's saying focus on what you love, make time for the things that you love, especially creative projects, dating, or children. And it's going to just keep making some of these yummy trines to both Saturn and Neptune in your 1st house, possibly helping you see yourself in a different light. That's kind of how I see this. But this is a great month for like dating and stuff because of that. All right, so on July 2nd, one of my favorite days, we will have Mercury in your dating house, trine Neptune. Mercury rules relationships, so there might be a chance connection and maybe feeling like, I have this feeling I'm going to meet my partner, and then boom, you meet them. Or you're talking to somebody that you're getting to know and you're like, oh my God, I'm falling in love with this person. So it can be really great for connections romantically with other people, and also feeling really in the zone when it comes to expressing yourself and being creative. Also, we'll see Venus in your 5th house of love and romance, and that will be trining Saturn in your sign. So it's not like you're seeing people for what you want them to be. There can actually be a really strong kind of connection here. It can be with a younger person. It can be with a creative project. It can be feeling inspired. It can also be in regards to love and protection that you have for a child. And connecting with that, or connecting even with your inner child as well. Like I said on the 2nd, Neptune turns retrograde at 29 degrees. So that's when you're going to feel kind of like you're pulling back kind of like the layers of yourself. And you're like, what am I afraid of? Like, am I really alone? Like, what do I believe in? July 3rd, Mercury enters Leo. Okay, so it goes into the 6th house where it's focused on making time for what you love, right? Leo 6th house. But this is also organizing your home, talking to family about travel plans. It can be about, talking more with coworkers, making changes to your schedule, focusing on your health. These are all themes that you see of the 6th house. And as soon as Mercury enters into the 6th house, it opposes Pluto. So this means that you can have a little bit of a standoff with somebody at work. Maybe somebody's pressing you for information and you're like, I want to be left alone. Don't ask me questions. You can be feeling like partners because Mercury is connected to partners, or coworkers or family are kind of invading your space and they're kind of creating issues when it comes to you getting your routine done, or that you have lack of privacy. There can be addiction issues that can come up here. There can be issues also pertaining to unhealthy habits and the impact that it has on you psychologically. On the 10th of the month, the Sun in Cancer in your 5th house will come into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. So it does seem like the more that you're in touch with your heart space and how you're feeling, and maybe even your inner child or your needs, self-love, and also protection, you're able to kind of move through some of these issues. You're able to protect yourself and also develop healthier habits. On the 15th of the month, this is the big boom. We've got Mars meeting with Uranus in your 3rd house in the sign of Taurus. 3rd house is driving, it's communications, it's contracts, it's learning, it's siblings, it's neighbors. So there can be conflict with any of these things. Cars can overheat, computers can fry. You can deal with noisy, annoying, angry neighbors. You can be going on a lot of kind of like little trips sporadically and suddenly. There might be a sudden trip that pops up. Mars deals with your 9th house of education and foreign travel and belief, and it's also connected to your 2nd house of money. So there can be some unexpected expenses pertaining to travel or cars or education. This is not a time to be texting and driving. This is not a time to be, doing anything and not paying attention when you're driving, because this can cause fender benders. You can feel very mentally overstimulated when it comes to communication, like mind on fire type of vibe, and some challenges in communicating possibly with siblings. Uranus is about the subconscious. So you may feel like there's been this nervous tension or this conversation you want to have and you've been holding back, and then suddenly it's like you word vomit all over the place. And there can definitely be some issues. Some of you guys might spring on suddenly buying a vehicle or something. That can happen here as well. Or maybe you kind of realize like, you know what, that's it. It's time for me to move, So it really depends on your personal situation, but I would just say be mindful of your communication, and this is a time where you don't want to be pushing, people to converse if they're not ready, and you just might notice that your intuition is telling you to take certain actions, and you might decide to follow that. On the 16th of the month, Mercury enters shadow. So Mercury is in Leo at this point. It's entering the degrees which it will retrograde in August. The Mercury retrograde will begin August 5th, so I'll talk about it more next month, but when it goes retrograde, it'll be in Virgo. So it'll go retrograde in your relationship zone into your 6th house, which means if there's issues you need to address in relationships, it's going to come up. If there is a change that needs to happen in regards to a habit in relationships, it's going to come up. If you also are going back and forth in a relationship, you may make a decision, or you might hear from somebody from the past. But basically, I think it's going to be relationships that you have to romantic partners, and whether or not it's healthy for you, relationship you have to your habits and your work schedule, whether or not it's working for you. And if you work with clients or you have a, kind of like a client-based business or you sell something, there might be changes to how you're working and how people can get in touch with you. I do think that there can be a need to really pay attention during the shadow, especially because we'll see several squares to Uranus throughout the shadow, pre and post, which does talk about mental stress and the impact that that has physically on your body or on things revolving around your heart, Leo, your blood pressure, or maybe even your diet, okay? So be mindful of that. And I would say some of you guys might change jobs also with Mercury going retrograde into your 6th house, or there can be some changes in how you're communicating or relating to coworkers. On the 20th of the month, Mars enters Gemini, so it will move into your 4th house of home and family. Mars is about money and possession. It's also about travel and legality. So you may be feeling like you're down to travel and go and find a new place that you'd be consider living. You might travel back home to visit family. You might be investing a lot of energy or action or money into improving, growing, or changing a home or living situation. You might be hunting for a home to buy, looking for a new apartment. But there can also be like a feeling of being like, there is a lot of tension at home. So there can be conflict maybe going on with family members or roommates over money, over growing expenses. You may feel like the neighborhood is kind of noisy and you're like, how do I feel about this? One thing I'll tell you is that obviously Jupiter rules your chart traditionally and it's in the 4th house. So the topic of home and family is a theme. I think right now it's just about being open to possibly reimagining what home and family could look like. If there does need to be some change on the horizon, if there's some improvements that you can or need to make at home, I will tell you 100% if you have a to-do list and things that you're willing to kind of fix or work on or tweak at home, it will kind of diffuse some of the conflict that can come with home or family or roommates. Specifically, Gemini is kind of connected to siblings or aunts, uncles, or cousins. So you might have somebody who comes through that's kind of like disruptive or loud or super chatty. But the trine to Pluto I like because it does mean that you're making sweeping actions and change to transform something about your home or family space. Maybe you take risks, maybe it's an ending, it makes way for a beginning, but I see it being a good thing. Mars will be in that sign for about 6 weeks or so. On the 21st, we will see the actual Mars, trine Pluto the next day. We will also see that the sun in Cancer in your 5th house is coming into a trine with Neptune, which means you're kind of going with the flow. It's like, I'm more focused on happiness and creativity and love. I'm not focused on, conflict or drama. Yes, things might be changing in the day-to-day with your home or your travel plans, but you're kind of just feeling like you're in this vibe of just trusting whatever the universe puts in your path, and you're feeling very divinely guided. Take time to meditate, tap in, and ask yourself, is this the life that I want? Am I manifesting love and creativity? Also on the 21st, you're going to see Mercury in your 6th house of work and daily routine come into a square with Uranus. So you can run into some snags with like deadlines. You can run into some issues with communication with people at work. There can be some mental frustration going on in terms of how you're relating to people at work. There can be some hostile or kind of nasty email exchanges or phone calls. Somebody can be pressuring you when it comes to making a decision involving work or health or vehicles. With Mercury square Uranus, like this is not a time that you want to be trying to sign contracts, travel, write, learn, fix a car under pressure. Like it's not going to work. Like you're going to feel like you're trying to get something done and like there's going to be too much friction in regards to another person or schedules that aren't matching up. So don't push it on the 21st. Just go with the flow. Embrace change. On the 22nd of the month, the sun in Leo opposes Pluto in Aquarius. So now the sun, Venus, and Mercury are all chilling in your 6th house where you're like, okay, time to get to work, make changes, be productive, focus on creativity. But the sun is going to be threatened by Pluto, which means that maybe you're more hyper aware of productivity issues or where you're too fixated with what's going on with relationships and the impact that has on productivity or work. Pluto does rule, foreign travel. It also can be about power struggles behind the scenes and where Fear of change or resistance to change is actually impacting your health or your work routines. Power struggles happen here. Mental health affects physical health affects mental health, right? And so we got to kind of check both of those when we see oppositions in these houses. Look to whatever happened on the 3rd for some similar kind of vibes. On the 25th of the month, Mercury enters Virgo in your 7th house of relationships, where there can be a lot more kind of exchange, communication, meetings going on with relationships, partners, coworkers, as well as clients. I want to remind you, though, that in about, I don't know, it'll be like around the 5th, Mercury will retrograde. So you're still in the shadow. So yes, you can meet people, but when the Mercury retrograde happens, you're going to be like, do I like this person? Is it a good match? You know, like, are we on the same page? Do we have the same interests? Are there like certain things that kind of like ick me about that person or turn me off, or certain things about this job I don't like? If you're working with a new doctor, right? Mercury in Virgo, if you're working with a new trainer, feel it out first, give them a fair shake before you decide to kind of cut somebody loose. At least work with them through August, through that retrograde. But Mercury is strong in Virgo. And then we're also going to see on the 26th, Chiron will turn retrograde in the sign of Aries. Okay, so Chiron will turn retrograde in your 2nd house. Chiron wants to heal. Retrograde is internal. It's about turning inward. Aries is the self. So this is about reinvesting in yourself, rebuilding your resources, not always tying how much money that you make to, you know, how valuable you are or what your worth may be. You're reworking something about spending and how you are with money and your finances. And at the time of this retrograde, Mars is the dispositor in your 4th house. So you're reworking something about your relationship to money and where you're spending money on home or living situations. And it does have an impact on you emotionally and with your home and family. A lot of you may be feeling like really like, I want my own space, or I really want to make more money so I can get a bigger apartment, or I can put a down payment on a house, or I can help my family with their financial needs. And there is a sense of like tying that to your value and your self-worth. So maybe you're working hard because you want to be able to make these things possible. On the 5th of the month, you'll have a new moon in Cancer in your 5th house in a fellow sister water sign. So it is positive for you, Pisces. It's setting intentions around what the heart wants. It's about, if you want to date, getting out there and meeting people. If you're trying to get pregnant, after this new moon is a good time to do it. It's very fertile. If you are wanting to launch a new creative project, if you want to do inner child work, all of these things are highlighted in the 5th house. And it's all about what makes your heart sing and what you can do close to home. So this is also about making time for creativity, at home with romantic partners or children. This new moon will trine Saturn in your sign, which means that you are directly involved. It's really up to you if you want to allow these things to happen, if you want to fall in love, date again, if you want to launch a business. And Saturn is the ruler of your 11th house of goals. So you have to ask yourself, what am I looking for in a relationship? What am I looking for in a hobby? How can I be more, you know, of an authority figure with my children? How can I guide them better? How can I have better boundaries in dating? All of these things can kind of come up for you, but it's a pretty good new moon. Finally, on the 21st of the month, you're going to have a 2nd full blue moon in Capricorn in your natal 11th house. So June, you had a full moon in Capricorn at 1 degree. It was probably bringing to your attention, here's how far I've made it with my goals. How much more do I need to go? How much more do I need to do? Parties, networking, gatherings, get-togethers, and your involvement with working with groups of people was the theme in June. Now in July, you're going to have a full moon at 29 degrees, which is critical tipping point. So you feel like it's a critical time to be going after your goals. It is also going to be featuring a conjunction to Pluto, which is really testing your faith, testing your vision and your belief system and what you feel like is possible and what you're willing to let go of. Finally, this will also be ruled by Saturn, which will now be retrograde in your 1st house. So there can be this sense of being like, it feels critical. Maybe it's more challenging to kind of get the ball rolling. Maybe you're kind of like, this is where I feel stuck. you can be your own worst enemy here. So with that full moon, you know, you don't want to look at it as I have to do everything at one time, because yes, something's going to come up for you. That's a huge goal that you want to, you know, work on, or a person you want to network with, or maybe there can be some kind of big blow up that can happen with a friend. All I can tell you is Pluto is still going to go retrograde back into Capricorn, and that's going to happen later this year. So there's time to still work on this stuff. But I feel like the full moon in the 11th house is just how serious are you about your goals, and where are you holding yourself back, and do not keep yourself from being able to tap into the vision of where you see your life going. Okay, don't block yourself. Anyway, that is the month at a glance. I hope that that's helpful for you guys. I will also continue to remind you, be weary and mindful of the past. Be weary and mindful of the past. Whether this is past relationships, past coworkers, past business partners, there's something here that's going to kind of come back up that you need to assess and ask yourself, is that really what you want to go back to? Card that I got for you is the Empress. It's interesting that popped up twice. Obviously, that's a pregnancy card. High, new moon in your 5th house, transits through your 5th house. But this can also be, what am I nurturing? It could be a pet, it could be a project, it could be a relationship. But this is about creation of life. This is about abundance and maternal energy, fertility, divine feminine energy, pregnancy, beauty, sensuality, care and nurturing, and Mother Earth. So your relationship, you know, being your own mommy, also being like, I got to take care of myself. I got to nurture myself. And that can be part of what's kind of going on throughout this transit, but certainly mother figures, women, themes revolving around femininity, that can kind of come up here as well. And I see that with the planets going through your 5th house. So there can be big decisions that you're making about where do you feel best nurtured? What do you need in order to feel loved and to feel security? And you're taking action in that department. I hope that was helpful for you guys. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you guys so much for your likes, your comments, your shares. You're awesome. As I said before, I can't always get back to everybody, but I do see them, and any engagement with this channel really helps. If you subscribe to the channel will grow. Other people are going to see it. If you drop me a comment or give me a thumbs up, if you appreciate this, it's also going to put my videos into the algorithm and other people are going to see me. I have a goal of hitting at least 50,000 subscribers by the end of 2024, and I'm hovering somewhere around like 38, 39,000 right now. So we are about 12,000 or so short of hitting that goal. I'm confident we can make it, but it's only possible because of you guys. So thanks again. I hope it's a good month for you. I'm sending you guys all lots of good vibes, and we will keep on with the videos throughout the month as we touch on some of these week by week. So I will catch you guys back here next time. Enjoy July. Take care.